Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
In the alternate world enclosed by a dark frame, Uzumaki Naruto seemed to harbor deep resentment toward the Hidden Leaf Village. That look in his eyes, the coldness, the bitterness, shocked even hardened veterans of the ninja world. What once seemed like a joke or an exaggeration was becoming disturbingly real. The thought lingered in everyone's minds. What happens when someone like Naruto sees the consequences of a different path, one so similar, yet so radically changed? After all, the Black Frame Naruto was the same person. Same origins, same body, same cursed fate as a Jinchuriki. The only difference? Perspective. Black Frame Naruto had thought deeper, harder, and that alone had rewritten his story. In contrast, the White Frame Naruto, the one they all knew, still clung to his dream of becoming Hokage, believing in protecting his friends. But even that belief wasn't born from himself alone. It was gifted to him by others. Hiruzen's guidance, Irika's compassion, Kakashi's words, those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. Haku's quiet truth. A person becomes truly strong when protecting someone precious. It was those bonds, those fleeting yet precious connections, that shaped the Naruto everyone admired. But what if those connections never happened? Would Naruto still chase peace? Could he walk a darker road, just as his other self had? No one could say for sure, not even Naruto himself. Worse still, seeing this alternate reality didn't just affect Naruto, it was affecting everyone. Like a mirror could change, what about the rest of them? And yet, there was no longer needed by his other self. Validation. Power had brought respect. Results had brought allies. Even more shocking was the developing bond between the Black Frame Naruto and Kurama, the Nine Tails. They weren't enemies. They were partners. And they were growing stronger together. Such cooperation was something the Naruto of the White World had yet to achieve. At the round table of Kage and Legends, Senju Hashirama, don't panic everyone. I think the relationship between our Naruto and the one in that world isn't as terrible as it looks. Senju Tobarama, brother, open your eyes. That kid's mindset is dangerous. Who knows what he'll do? Uchihamaro? And who do you think created this mess? Konoha's arrogance again? Huh? So Naruto can't retaliate when he's hurt. Onoki, it's not just Konoha. If Naruto attacks his own village, he's a traitor. He could attack other villages too. Terumi may, I disagree. Black Frame Naruto may despise Konoha's villagers, but he's not mindless. If another village treats him well, I doubt he'd turn on them. Orochimaru, well, if he defects, I'd gladly welcome him into my arms. Sarutobi Hiruzen, shut up, traitor. Don't forget the Chunin exam. He might kill you first. Orochimaru, right? He forgot he couldn't relay messages across worlds. Damn it. Naruto sat in silence, listening to their arguments. Truth be told, he wasn't sure who was right. Only the future could answer that. Who would truly achieve their dream? Who would become Hokage? As Naruto pondered, he felt a sudden weight in his chest. That other Naruto didn't even want to be Hokage. Scene change. Team 7 bell test. Sunrise. 10 a.m. Good morning, everyone. A familiar lazy voice echoed. It was Kakashi, late as usual. Haruno Sakura. You're late, Kakashi-sensei. But when Naruto mentioned he preferred quiet and hated noise, Sakura's voice immediately softened, almost to a whisper. Yamanaka Ino. Is this... Sakura? Why is she acting so timid in front of Naruto? Meanwhile, Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson. If Naruto likes quiet girls, don't I have an edge? Only to immediately scold herself. Naruto only seems interested in training. Kakashi's bell test began. Kakashi, by noon, I want you to snatch these bells from me. Whoever fails will be tied to a stake and sent back to the academy. He jingled the 2 bells before them. Naruto glanced at his teammates. Sakura and Sasuke looked utterly drained. Naruto, thinking, wait, don't tell me these 2 skipped breakfast like the man said. That's way too obedient and way too dumb. The supposed genius and the fangirl, truly unreliable. Sasuke, Nanny, that loser just called us unreliable. Fugaku, Sasuke, he's right. That Naruto is leagues above you. Sakura, I know I'm not much use, but Sasuke's the top student. Naruto's being unfair. Then came the realization. Sakura, wait, there are 3 of us, but only 2 bells? Sasuke, thinking, well, Sakura's the weakest. She'll be eliminated for sure. Sakura, oof, poor Sakura. Betrayed immediately. Lee, Sasuke, that's no way to treat a comrade. Sasuke, it's logical. Naruto over there is on my level or above. Sakura's the obvious choice. Kakashi, sharp thinking, but what if all 3 of you are sent back to school? Suddenly, both Sasuke and Sakura panicked, their eyes darting to Naruto. But Naruto simply studied Kakashi, unimpressed. So this is Dad's student? Dad was so cheerful and handsome. But this guy? Looks like he's dying. Kakashi, damn, maybe reading Make Out Paradise really has side effects. Sakura, nervous Naruto. Naruto, oh, right. This test isn't about grabbing bells. It's about survival. The real mission is for us to turn on each other. Only 2 can pass. Kakashi, HUH. That wasn't the message at all. Yes, the bell test had a secret lesson, but it was teamwork, not backstabbing. Kakashi, thinking, why is Naruto's brain wired so weirdly? Naruto caught the flicker in his eyes. Naruto, thinking, wait, did I get it wrong? From deep within him, the 9 tails burst into laughter. Kurama, kid, that analysis was hilarious. Did you see Kakashi's face? Like he swallowed a bug. Kurama, chuckling, this bell test is about teamwork. That's Konoha's tradition. Naruto, teamwork? But with 2 bells for 3 people, that just causes infighting. Naruto, thinking, if the goal was true teamwork, there should have been 3 bells, or just 1 to unite us. But 2? That's bait. That's a trick to split us apart. Naruto, even the kindest person. Uzumaki Naruto's sharp and unexpected analysis took the ninjas of Konoha and the entire shinobi world by surprise. His words didn't just challenge Kakashi's methods. They challenged the very foundation of the bell test. And yet, many couldn't find fault with his logic. If the real intent was to test teamwork, then why present 2 bells for 3 students? Why engineer conflict? Wouldn't it be more effective to offer 1 bell, requiring the team to work together to succeed? Or even better, punish the entire team if they fail to retrieve the bell, so that success and failure, honor and shame, were shared? Under such a setup, the strong would be forced to help the weak, not out of pity, but out of necessity. The powerless would support the powerful, if only through encouragement and spirit. This would build true camaraderie, not artificial cooperation, but tested, proven unity. When people lack emotional bonds, how can they call themselves a team? Hatake Kakashi had chosen 2 bells. The intent was obvious now, to expose the nature of the 3 genin before him, to force them to confront each other, to see if they would betray or protect. But in doing so, hadn't he already shown he didn't trust them from the start? Even if they saw through his test, what could they do? His setup bred paranoia on more than partnership. Momochi Zabuza, I didn't expect it. That Naruto, he thinks like me. Talking about eliminating comrades without hesitation. Uzumaki Kushina, no, that's Kakashi's fault. He set them up with a test designed to make them fight each other. Kakashi, nervously, hey, that wasn't my intention. But maybe that's why this team's always been a bit off. Obito, I remember in the white frame world, Sasuke and Sakura only passed after feeding Naruto some rice. Sasuke did it so Naruto wouldn't slow them down. Sakura just followed Sasuke's lead. And that was considered teamwork? That's not unity. That's just scattered sand. Kakashi, reflective Obito, you always hit me with the truth when I least expect it. Onoki, so, in the end, Hatake Kakashi wasn't even thinking as clearly as a 12-year-old child. Reikage, gruffly, that's enough, Tsuchikage. Let's not mock Konoha now. Let's just see what future that Uzumaki Naruto shaped for himself. Kurumi Ime, please don't let him come for Kirigakure. We just recovered from the blood mist years. Raza, Tsunagakure doesn't even have a 5th Kazekage lined up yet. Please don't add to our problems. Somewhere in a dark cave. Black Zetsu, how long is this viewing session going to last? I still need to resurrect Mother. He glanced at Obito, still glued to the screen, unmoving. Black Zetsu muttering, what kind of movie system is this? Back to the bell test. Naruto's words struck a nerve. Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke were visibly shaken. Would they really have to fight each other? Was this test about comradeship or betrayal? Kakashi, stir Naruto. That kind of thinking is dangerous. But Naruto's eyes held no fear, only calm contempt. Naruto, dangerous? You gave us 2 bells, knowing full well it would pit us against each other. Ask them. Who here wants to go back to the academy? Who doesn't want to pass? Let's be real. You're a Jonin. We're fresh out of the academy. You want us to snatch a bell from you? That's not a test. That's bait. So how about this? 1 bell. All 3 of us try to get it. If we fail, we all go back and starve together. If any one of us gets it, we all pass. The idea was bold, ruthless, unorthodox, but somehow just. Even more shocking was Naruto's calm delivery. He spoke like it was the most natural thing in the world, as if collective punishment was simply the price of shared strength. Sakura, softly Naruto, tears welled in her eyes. She knew she wouldn't be chosen if it came down to strength. She wasn't like Sasuke, and she wasn't like Naruto. But just when despair was about to overwhelm her, Naruto stood tall, unshaken. He glowed, not with power, but with conviction. Sasuke, finally relaxing, I agree too. His hands unclenched. Revenge against Itachi was everything to him. He couldn't afford to go back to playing ninja games in the academy. Naruto was strong, possibly stronger than him. But Sasuke respected that. What moved him more was Naruto's courage. The willingness to carry consequences on his back. It was maddening, infuriating. Sasuke, gritting his teeth, damn, that's the kind of man I should be. Sakura, Sasuke. They had walked into Naruto's trap. The Naruto in that world had clearly seen through Kakashi's test and used it to bind the team together under his terms. Sasuke, grumbling, it seems even I fall behind that Naruto. Sakura, even if we were played, he didn't use us. He just didn't let us be cowards. Honestly, if we hadn't seen his conversation with the Nine Tails, we'd think he was just arrogant. But he's brilliant. Shikamaru, troublesome guy, but he did fulfill Kakashi-sensei's test requirements perfectly. Kakashi, coughing awkwardly at him. For the record, I never looked down on any of you. I'm a civilian-born ninja too. But inside, Kakashi was stunned. For the first time in a long while, his eyes sharpened. The lazy mask lifted. Kakashi, thinking sensei, Minato, can you see this? Your son, he's amazing. He may not have guessed my intention outright, but everything he proposed promotes the exact values I wanted. Kakashi, ashamed to be taught by a genin. How embarrassing. Kakashi, clearing his throat. Well then, have you made your decision? If you fail, all 3 of you will be tied to a stake and sent back to the academy. Naruto, no problem. Sasuke, TCH fine by me. Sakura, if they're in, so am I. A heavy silence fell over the field. Seconds passed. Then suddenly, Kakashi's expression softened, and a rare smile broke across his face. Kakashi, smirking congratulations. Afterwards, Kakashi did not specifically test the strength of the 7th class. The 7th class was originally the class that Sarutobi Hiruzen specially asked him to lead. Kakashi already knew the general situation of the 3 of them. and the so-called teamwork assessment is just a cover. Even if the three of them really can't get through, Hatake Kakashi doesn't dare to really send the three of them to the ninja school. After the 7th class was formally established, Kakashi led the three to take on some D-level tasks of finding lost items or doing farm work and cleaning every day. During this period, the three of them were able to endure. Although Uzumaki Naruto's body is performing tasks, he has not given up using Shadow Clone to practice. I have to say that it is perfect to use the big spiral wheel to practice Chakra's controllability. Cohesion, compression, dismissal, a ninjutsu that covers all the practice essentials controlled by Chakra. Time passes day by day. Finally, one day, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the 7th class and introduced a task entrusted to them. Dazner, Towdy will not cut again. Really scalp tingling. The moment he saw Dazner appear, Zabuzen from the Pure Land world jumped up and said to Bai beside him, Dazna, the old man's ghost is still there, isn't he? Bai just chuckled and didn't say anything. Momochi never cut. Hey, what are you doing? Uzumaki Naruto is obviously very strong. Why did he still accept the task of escorting Dazna? Nothing new. Anoki, the ghost is in a hurry? Can you not be in a hurry? It's not you guys who are ashamed. 4th Reikage, look at the guts. Uzumaki Naruto's actual strength is indeed beyond that of many genins. If he has accumulated combat experience, he can completely have the level of Jonin, but no one knows about this except Ninetales and himself. Terumi may. Besides, he is Jinchuriki from Konoha Village. Since 3rd Hokage wants to train him, it is natural to follow the safest way and slowly observe him. Luo Sha. Yes, so sea-level tasks like protecting the Dazna Echo Country are just right. At most, you will encounter some bandits blocking the way. With Hatake Kakashi, it happens to give Uzumaki Naruto and others a boost in experience. Alright, the meaning of all is very obvious. This kind of behavior is extremely synergistic. The only unlucky thing is that if you don't cut the Peach Land and insist on getting together, then there is no way. For a while, everyone was refreshed. Uzumaki Naruto in the black frame has finally left Konoha Village. Moreover, the first time he left the village, he had to face Kirigakure's rebellious ninja. The plot of Naruto in the white frame has already been seen, so let's see what is different about Naruto in the black frame. The moment he stepped out of Konoha Village, Uzumaki Naruto felt the air became fresh. Is this the outside world? Uzumaki Naruto looks around, like a curious baby who has never seen the world. Around, in addition to the woods, there is really nothing. It is worthy of being called Konoha Village. Looking at Naruto's ignorant face, Dazna took a few sips of wine. Hey, is it really okay for you to lead the 3 brats? Hatake Kakashi squinted and smiled. Don't worry, the success rate of our Konoha Village mission is very high. Okay, then you can protect me and go back until the bridge in the Land of Waves is built. Dazna said so, but he was still worried. After all, because he has no money to release the mission, he hides the most important information in the mission. He was being followed by Cardo. Along the way, there was no conversation among the people, until walking through a puddle of water stains. Uzumaki Naruto seemed to have discovered something, frowned, and stopped suddenly. His actions also surprised everyone. Kakashi cast a glance at Naruto and didn't say much. What's wrong, Naruto? Haruno Sakura approached Naruto with doubts. Sure enough, after unfolding his perception ability, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly became serious. I felt a little strange just now. The weather is so clear, and there is no sign of rain these days. The nearby land is even more dry. Why is there a pool of clear water here for no reason? It turns out that someone is hiding inside. Sure enough, Uzumaki Naruto discovered the hiding place of the Kirigakure Oni brothers. The audience remembers that Naruto in the white frame didn't realize this at first and was accidentally injured by the Ghost Brothers' sneak attack. Uchiha Sasuke was extremely calm in the face of the sudden sneak attack, and his performance was even better. Only with Uzumaki Naruto's not-to-be-outdone left-hand swear. Anoki, That kid's habit of being alert and vigilant has never changed. Fourth Hokage. Well, as a newly graduated genin, Uzumaki Naruto's performance is already very good, and the rest is to accumulate combat experience. Terumi Mei, this kid's observation ability is really terrifying. He first felt the weirdness of the water stains, and then he used his perception ability, Ghost Brother. What? Someone? Haruno Sakura heard the words, looked at the water stains. Her pretty face, there's only a puddle of water stains on the ground. How could there be people? Naruto, don't scare us. Maybe someone passing by accidentally spilled water. Haruno Sakura waved his hand and said with a smile, could it be our first mission? You are too nervous, relax. There's also Teacher Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi shook his head helplessly, but gave Uzumaki Naruto an appreciative look. This kid's observation and caution are worthy of being the teacher's son. I said your whereabouts have been exposed. Have you been hiding and refusing to show up? Naruto ignored Haruno Sakura's comfort. At this time, he was staring at the water stain in front of him with all his attention. Sensibility is fully activated for fear of mistakes. Hey kid, are you overly vigilant? Ninetales said angrily. That can't be done. This is my first time out of the village to perform a mission. Who can guarantee what will happen? You should also know, look at Sasuke next to me. Their family is so powerful, he will be left alone overnight. Although the world of ninjas is full of excitement, if you are not careful, you may be finished in the next second. Ninetales, yes, what you said is very reasonable, but I can't refute it. Audience, hello. No, Uzumaki Naruto over there was a little too cautious. The Ghost Brothers are just too chunin. In their memories, Hatake Kakashi could instantly kill them both. There is absolutely no need to be so nervous. Oomph. I was actually discovered by a brat. Then there's no way. I originally wanted you to be killed unknowingly. It would be less painful. Accompanied by the sound, a human head slowly emerges from the water stains. There are people there. Haruno Sakura sees this. Her legs tremble in fright. Not only one person, he actually has a partner. Brother Ghost. The two are connected by a barbed chain. The speed of the two was extremely fast, and they came to Uzumaki Naruto in the blink of an eye. Naruto! Looking at the sharp claws that the opponent has stretched out, Haruno Sakura screamed in horror. However, in the next second, there was only a muffled bang. Uzumaki Naruto punched one of them into the depths of the woods. Due to the problem of the chain, the other was dragged by the opponent and flew out together. Dazner. Haruno Sakura. Uchiha Sasuke. Impossible. How did he do it? Hatake Kakashi was even more stunned. This punch actually knocked the weight of two people flying. What a powerful physical skill this is. No, this is probably a strange force. I'm so nervous, Big Fox. Fortunately, I condensed chakra on the fist in advance, and my punching speed was fast enough so I survived. Ninetales. Audience, is this guy playing tricks on us on purpose? Listen to what people say. Doesn't he know how powerful he is now? Tsunade, no. Impossible. This brat obviously used strange power. Jiraiya. It's terrible. Naruto over there actually has a strange power like Tsunade. Onoki. I remember that he used Shadow Clone to start researching the effect of concentrating chakra on his limbs a long time ago. Terumi Mei. Hey, look at Naruto's first fight. So cute. Fourth Hokage. Cute? Why do I feel that he is deliberately pretending to be weak to make the enemy less vigilant, scheming? Uzumaki Kushina. Big man, you just don't speak well. You said that Naruto needs to gain combat experience, and now you're saying that he is scheming. Shut up. The remaining ghost brother looked at the corpse of his companion in front of him. His mind went blank. What kind of monster kid is that? Why did he beat the elder brother to death with one punch? Swish, swish, swish. Having not waited for him to react, Uzumaki Naruto and others have come to his side. Looking at the twist marks on the neck, Kakashi secretly sighed that Naruto's punch was so terrifying. Are you a ninja from Kirigakure? Tell me, why did you attack us? Kakashi just finished speaking. The other party came to him again. Boom! Another dull sound. With Kakashi's attack, Both ghost brothers died. Is this guy so spineless? Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly. Is this the world of ninjas? If you don't agree, do it if you don't agree. Life is gone. While lamenting the fragility of life in the ninja world, he set his sights on Dazna. According to what Naruto learned, it is impossible for other ninjas to participate in C-level missions. The C-level task of protecting Dazna is at least B-level now. That uncle seems to be hiding something from us. Uzumaki Naruto looks towards Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi nods to show he understands. Uchiha Sasuke kept his eyes on Naruto for a long time. This guy, such vigilant behavior, such strong courage, calmness in the face of the enemy, and decisiveness in killing the enemy. Is Uzumaki Naruto really the first mission? The people watching also took a breath. Uzumaki Naruto literally killed one of the Ghost Brothers with one punch. What a powerful destructive force this is. Moreover, the guy didn't show any discomfort at all after seeing the other party's death. That heart is indifferent. Is this the self over there? Uzumaki Naruto in the stands couldn't help but stare. He can't forget how he behaved during the journey. Was scolded by Sasuke as a coward in a crane tail. Even I, who was so frightened that I didn't even take any action, might as well have reacted decisively than Haruno Sakura. Compare it like this. I'm not at the same level as myself in the world over there. Perhaps, even if you don't cut it when you encounter the Peach Land, you in the world over there will have the power to fight. What shocked Naruto even more was the calmness of himself after the murder on the screen. After all, Uzumaki Naruto has never killed a single ninja until now. At most, just beat the opponent until he is unable to fight back. Inoki, Uzumaki Naruto of the world over there, that's a tough shot. Terumi Mei, is it just to kill the other party? Touty never beheaded. It's over. If I die in the hands of this brat, I will be laughed at by the world. After all, no one would believe that a genin who just graduated from school has such terrifying strength. On the way, Hatake Kakashi asked about the truth about Dazna. Dazna had no choice but to tell everyone about the fact that he was being targeted by Kadwa. In order to better control the Kingdom of Waves, Kado does not allow Dazna to build a bridge that can connect to the outside world. Therefore, someone was sent to assassinate him. I think if you don't protect me, I will die on the way home. Of course, you don't need to take this matter to heart. Even if I die, only my lovely 8-year-old granddaughter will wash her face with tears all day long. Then my daughter will hate the Konoha village ninjas all her life and be alone all her life. Dazzler doesn't seem to care, but what he said made Kakashi, Haruno Sakura, and Sasuke feel speechless for a while. This is completely moral kidnapping. What? Kakashi scratches his head in distress. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto clapped his hands together. That's great. I thought that if the uncle died, the country of waves would be hopeless. It turns out that your daughter is the only one who shed tears, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, your daughter can't do anything to our Konoha village. She can hate as much as she wants. Let her do. I've never seen such a shameless uncle. The money I gave was not enough, so be honest, and I don't really want to abandon him. Not to mention, ninja travel missions are all about fighting for their lives. Uzumaki Naruto, who has been stared at and excluded for a long time, can't eat his crying miserably. As the son of a hero, even as myself protecting the Konoha village tail beast, I was stabbed in the back by the rescued person. In terms of misery, Uzumaki Naruto has never been afraid of anyone. Puff. For a while, everyone in the ninja world was dumbfounded by Naruto's operation. Uzumaki Naruto in the world over there is almost as if he has no weakness. The best way is to go straight to him and be straightforward. Don't beat around the bush. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen of Konoha Village has a series of little tricks that irritate Uzumaki Naruto. Not to mention Dazna of the Kingdom of Waves. Whether the Kingdom of Waves is good or bad, has half a dime relationship with him, Uzumaki Naruto. Dazna is completely confused. It is said that the ninjas in Konoha Village are easy to talk to. But why did they meet such cruel-hearted little ghosts? Hey boy, are you serious? Dazner asked tentatively. Nonsense, I'm going to go home now. If you were more sincere, I might forgive your disgusting acting skills just now. Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Sasuke. This guy looks harmless to humans and animals, but he is a person whose eyes don't melt into sand. Look, what can I say as an old man? Okay, let's go back to Konoha Village. Mr. Kakashi, this uncle is not honest enough. I'm afraid he has other things to hide, and I will be ambushed when I go to his house. After speaking, Uzumaki Naruto picked up his school bag and was about to walk towards Konoha Village. Dazna panicked when he saw this. Boy, bro, Master Ninja? Sorry, I was wrong. I beg you to help me. I really don't have the money to pay for the B-level task. If you don't help me build the bridge, the Kingdom of Waves will really be completely controlled by Kato. I'm telling the truth, I was indeed being targeted by Kadwa, but I really don't know what kind of person he will send here. Is it really just for Dazna's obedience? The audience can't help but look dumbfounded. Uzumaki Naruto on screen is not as cruel as imagined. When Dazna subdued and told the truth, he still chose to continue the mission. Uzumaki Naruto, when Uncle said these things, we were troubled for a long time. Haruno Sakura. There's no way. He can't say it if he wants to complain. Narashikamaru. Naruto over there is really not used to old people. Akimichi Choji. Perhaps Naruto has made up his mind. For example, since he became a ninja, he will never let others bully him in any form. My guy, it turns out that there is nothing wrong with doing this, and a mission of the ninja is life-threatening. The client's dishonesty is likely to cause the demise of the team. Momochi no more cut. Uzumaki Naruto is too unsteady. If he is a little more firm, I can personally kill the old Dazna. Why? The more people watched, the more interesting it became. Judging from this episode, Uzumaki Naruto is not a good old man like the white frame Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto in the black frame focuses on practice and becoming stronger. The reason is that no one can make him feel aggrieved. Just like Datsuna, even if the client does not follow the normal rules, Uzumaki Naruto still does not sell favors to others. This guy is definitely a soft eater. Too much has changed. Everyone can't help sighing. Uzumaki Naruto of the two worlds has made a different choice since he was sensible. The result is that there is not just a gap in strength between the two. The idea of character has completely become two people. Uzumaki Naruto in the black frame world, his strength has been recognized by everyone. But the growth of Uzumaki Naruto in the white frame world is also amazing, and their talents are all very good. What will happen to the future of the two? The audience is more and more interested. Start again. Dazna's attitude has completely changed. He no longer drinks in silence, but introduces the country of waves to everyone. And the significance of his construction of the bridge. That is the bridge connecting the future of the land of waves. Is it ideal? Uzumaki Naruto did not look down on Dazner because of his previous attitude. The ideal of the other party makes Naruto agree. Just like when Kakashi asked about the ideals of the three when he introduced himself, Uzumaki Naruto was very confused and did not answer. But Sasuke's ambition is more interesting. He wants to kill that man. I don't know who that man is. It is to teach you how to throw a shuriken, the braided brother, in your mouth. At the same time, in the woods on both sides of the road, a pair of eyes were staring at the five of them. So it was him. No wonder Brother Ghost is not an opponent. Momochi Zabuza looks at Hatake Kakashi with his hands in his pockets. However, just as he looked at Kakashi without cutting his eyes, Hatake Kakashi also smelled a crisis. The next moment, he suddenly shouted, "Everyone be careful, get down quickly." Suddenly a strong wind hits. The beheading sword pierced the air and flew over the heads of the crowd. Only Uzumaki Naruto, even if he was standing, was not attacked by the beheading sword. Boom! The beheading knife is inlaid into the trunk. Tao Di Zaibujan appears instantly, stepping on the handle of the knife with his back to everyone. Originally, he just wanted to scare the leader, Hatake Kakashi. After all, it was just throwing a knife, and it would definitely not cause any damage to Kakashi. I am very satisfied to see the other party get down together. However, an untimely voice broke Zaibuzan's intoxication. This guy, The way of appearance is a bit cool. Audience, Pure Land World. Tauti Bujan's face darkened slightly. Why, did I get taunted by that kid, Uzumaki Naruto? I shook his head. No, Mr. Bujan, maybe Naruto and the world over there just thinks that the way you appear on stage is cool. After all, he just graduated, and he has never seen a battle between real ninjas, right? What is this kid? You actually have the courage to face my beheading sword. The effect of the trial is greatly reduced because of Naruto's indifference. This makes him extremely upset. Zaibujan looked at Naruto up and down and stared at Naruto's staring eyes. A sneer appeared in his heart. Humph. Maybe I was so scared that I didn't have time to react. So, I focused on Kakashi again and said without cutting my mouth, Hatake Kakashi. Yo, this is not Kirigakure's defected ninja. Will ghosts and peaches not be cut again? Defected ninja? Uzumaki Naruto heard this word for the first time. Naruto raised his eyes and looked at the Kirigakure forehead protector between the foreheads of Momochi. He nodded in agreement, secretly admiring him. This big brother who has no eyebrows turns out to be a man of temperament. He must have been bullied in Kirigakure, so he chose to defect. But he defected. Why did he bring the Kirigakure ninja's forehead protector? Could it be that he can't let go of Kirigakure in his heart? Or that the forehead protector with a ninja can play a bluffing role? Think for 2 seconds. Naruto sighed secretly again. But if you choose to defect because you were bullied, the big brother without eyebrows is really too incompetent. Too much deception. The Peach Land in the Pure Land world is no longer beheaded like a thunder. Uzumaki Naruto's verbal and psychological activities are repeated provocations for him. Momochi never cut. Whoever has a way to communicate with the world over there, I want to tell myself, who cares about Kakashi? First take the Uzumaki Naruto, kid sacrificial knife. Terumi Mei, who can do this kind of thing if it can be done? Those who can be notified have already been notified. Onaji, hey, don't talk about us. Even the old fox Sarutobi has been beaten by him for poor intelligence and information, and he is still kept in the valley. The others couldn't help but laugh. The Peach Land in the world over there will never be cut, and it will be judged by Uzumaki Naruto up and down. No matter who it was, if he knew what he was thinking, he would definitely be so angry that he vomited blood. Based on previous viewing experience, the audience can see that the current situation has not changed much. In other words, the men who will not be beheaded are still hiding somewhere in the woods at this time. However, the present-day Uzumaki Naruto has sentience. The chances of by being able to rescue, and then Uzumaki Naruto's performance in killing the Ghost Brothers before was very impressive. However, the guy who appeared on the stage is the ghost who is famous for assassination. Kakashi didn't know how Uzumaki Naruto used the strange punch. However, in the face of no cut, he dared not make any mistakes. This is my first time as a Jonin, and my first time leading a team. Absolutely no problems are allowed. Besides, the 7th class has Konoha Village's 9 Tails Jinchuriki and the last Uchiha. This is the only way to deal with this guy. Amid the astonishment of several people, Kakashi lifted the forehead protector covering his left eye, revealed the secret weapon that helped him establish his name. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Sharingan. Konoha Village's copy ninja, Sharingan Hatake Kakashi. Zaibujan still maintains his high profile. But when he said the word Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke was obviously taken aback. The look of disbelief aroused Uzumaki Naruto's curiosity. Hello, Sasuke. What is a Sharingan? Naruto leaned over to Sasuke and asked curiously, I heard what the man in the bandage meant. Sharingan looks very amazing. Sharingan, derived from the gaze, the power exerted by the pupil, able to see through all illusions, physical and ninjutsu. And the power that Sharingan can exert is not limited to this. With the difference in the pupil power of the pupil practitioner, the ability of Sharingan will be very different. But Sasuke stared at Hatake Kakashi suspiciously. Sharingan is a pupil technique unique to the Uchiha clan. Why? Now is not the time to think about this matter. You quickly set up your formation to protect Mr. Dazner. Sharp. After listening to Sasuke's words, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly realized. He had heard that the Uchiha clan were all elites before, but he hadn't seen the particularity of their family. This time, Uzumaki Naruto finally opened his eyes. The Uchiha clan, it turned out to be the same as the Hyuga clan. They all have eyes that are different from ordinary people. Then, the three stood in front of Dasna in an instant, and Naruto asked Sasuke curiously, "Sasuke, do you have Sharingan?" "Cut. There must be." Uchiha Sasuke said without hesitation. "No wonder you are so powerful." Naruto smiled lightly, looking directly at Sasuke's eyes. "But Sasuke, your eyes haven't become like Mr. Kakashi's." Uchiha Sasuke, huh? Heaving a sigh of relief, he gave Naruto a blank look. "Don't let your guard down. Naruto, the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan can be opened and closed at any time. I think Kakashi can only drive the Sharingan all the time because he doesn't have our blood, so he has to use the forehead protector to cover his eyes." "I see. Is it because of the blood?" Uzumaki Naruto nodded slightly, thoughtful. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke from the stand felt uncomfortable after hearing Naruto's words. "Sharp? If we say that the level of myself in the black frame is the same as the self I met when I didn't cut it, then he's a million miles away from Uzumaki Naruto." Uchiha Sasuke. "It's really annoying. I don't know if he really praised me or deliberately teased me." Orochimaru. Sasuke. "I think Naruto-kun didn't tease you on purpose. Although he has practiced for 7 years, he has not been exposed to many things, especially after hearing the power of Sharingan. Would be of great interest." Yakushi Kabuto. Master Orochimaru, you said that Naruto is interested in Sharingan. Will you deduct Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan and use it yourself? Hitaki Kakashi, as a foreigner, used Sharingan to fight against Momochi and told Naruto in a disguised form that even if he is not from the Uchiha family, he can still use the Sharingan's ability. Especially Uzumaki Naruto's thoughtful look. It has to make people think. Orochimaru. Cool. You raised a topic worthy of research, but I'm sorry, I don't know how to answer it. Yamanaka Ino. Stop it, it's really scary. Why do you think Naruto over there is so scary? Haruno Sakura. Yeah, maybe you just asked Sasuke. It didn't mean that. Orochimaru. Of course, if Mr. Naruto is willing to be my experimental material, I don't mind helping him. After all, I have had successful wood-style cell experiment experience before. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru. Shut up now. Inoki. However, I heard that Sharingan has the natural ability to suppress and control tailed beasts. Terumi Mei. Isn't the 7th class formed by 3rd Hokage just for this purpose? 4th Raikage. If you say this, then I understand. If Uzumaki Naruto has the Sharingan, he can completely suppress the 9 tails in his body. Uchiha Fugakunf. Is it true that the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan can be controlled by anyone? Without our blood, the Sharingan will always be in a state of consuming chakra. For those who are not strong enough, it can only become a burden. Inoki. Uzumaki Naruto is a member of the Uzumaki family. I don't want to say a Sharingan, even if both eyes are Sharingan. For him, the burden brought by chakra seems to be the same as no burden. Uchiha Fugaku. The discussion of several people even made Sasuke and Naruto in the stands break into a cold sweat. The two looked at each other with distressed expressions. No, impossible. Although Uzumaki Naruto in the other world does not regard Sasuke as a very important existence in his heart, he will not dig his Sharingan. Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke, don't worry. I think Naruto in the world over there is cruel, and it is impossible to gug your eyes. After Hitaki Kakashi and Momochi no longer cut business, the battle between the two Jonin is imminent. Konoha Village copy ninja Hitaki Kakashi. Ghost Man assassinates ninja Momochi and never kills again. With their titles alone, Uzumaki Naruto can feel their strength as Jonin. In order to gain combat experience, he stood aside honestly and began to observe carefully. Miss Shinobi technique. Tao Di will not cut off the words. A layer of mist enveloped everyone. The next second, an invisible and powerful chakra mixed with killing intent attacked several people. Boom! Suddenly, bursts of strong chakra also erupted from Hatake Kakashi's body. Chakra is so strong that even the mist surrounding Naruto and the others dissipated. This, Uchiha Sasuke's body suddenly. Both invisible chakra, his chest felt tight due to depression, and even his breath became disordered. The chakra collision and oppressive feeling emanating from Jonin even made Sasuke have the urge to commit suicide. Sasuke. At this moment, Hatake Kakashi discovered his anomaly. Don't worry, I won't let my companion be killed. Hatake Kakashi's smile instantly relieved the fear in Sasuke's heart. However, Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. Did something happen to Sasuke just now? But then he turned his gaze to the battlefield again. In the spiritual world, Uzumaki Naruto looked excitedly at Nine Tails behind him. Big Fox, it turns out that chakra can burst out directly from the body. The moment Mr. Kakashi burst into chakra, just now, I could clearly feel a strong breath rushing towards my face. Nine Tails? Sure enough, he is an ignorant kid. Nine Tails flicked its huge tail, lying on the ground with no interest. It's just a frolicking among bugs. I don't have any interest. Uchiha Sasuke didn't know what words to use to comment on what was played just now. Having experienced the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza, of course he still remembers the cold sweat that he was frightened by the chakra released by the opponent. If Hatake Kakashi hadn't reassured him in time, he would have already grasped the kunai. The self in the other world did not have abnormal performance and state, but Uzumaki Naruto, on the contrary, took this battle as his own practice experience. And looking at Naruto's puzzled expression, he was completely unaffected by the two colliding chakras. Snort! Uchiha Sasuke smiled helplessly. The difference is too far, and this gap is even impossible to catch up. Hatake Kakashi's words are very beautiful and handsome. He and Zabuza used the water body to test each other a few times, but Zabuza was superior in the end. Kakashi is kicked off the bank into the lake with one kick. Such a strong physique. Uchiha Sasuke is shocked again. However, the reality is worse than he expected. Hatake Kakashi had just poked his head out of the lake when he was trapped in a water prison that would never be cut again. Zabuza chuckled lightly. Kakashi, if you can act, I really can't deal with those guys. Now the troublesome guy has been dealt with, and the rest is the group of brats. Zabuza is full of confidence, once again calls out the body of water and walks towards the shore. I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. It's really careless. Kakashi regretted it, looked at the shore and shouted, "You guys hurry up and take Mr. Dezina first." Hatake Kakashi's operation stunned Uzumaki Naruto even more. Shouldn't Dad's disciples be very strong? It doesn't look like there's anything tricky about it. How could he be trapped by the other party? Hatake Kakashi. Hateful. He was underestimated. Of course, when Uchiha Sasuke heard that Kakashi let them escape, he jumped up immediately. Are you kidding me? Even if we run away, can we run past him? If we want to survive, we can only save you first. Wait a moment. Uzumaki Naruto was about to step forward to try, but was stunned by Uchiha Sasuke's words. That's right, the first task now is to rescue that idiot Kakashi. Or, it's really brave. Are you playing a ninja game? Do you really think that the proud Jonin-carrying forehead protector is a ninja? A real ninja is someone who is always on the verge of death. It must be someone who is strong enough to be written in this uncle's handbook. Imps like you don't deserve to be ninjas. Stop talking nonsense. Uchiha Sasuke didn't care about the nonsense he said, and rushed towards the body of the water body. Whoosh whoosh. Throw out a few kunai. Uchiha Sasuke took advantage of the moment when he did not cut the water body to resist kunai and jumped up vigorously. Now, Sasuke raised kunai and poked it on the head of Zabushui's body. Oomph. Innocent brat. Shuei looked disdainful, grabbed Sasuke by the neck, and threw him more than 10 meters away. Sasuke, are you okay? Fortunately, Uzumaki Naruto on the side reacted in time and caught him steadily. Otherwise, the fall would have been enough for Sasuke to be in pain for a long time. Naruto, no, he's too powerful. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth unwillingly. Nothing, you haven't used Sharingan yet. Uzumaki Naruto's simple speech made Sasuke even more depressed. I was so excited just now that I forgot to open my eyes for a while. It's too embarrassing. Audience. Hey. This guy is not trying to force Sasuke to use Sharingan. Does he want to see Sasuke use Sharingan that much? However, Uzumaki Naruto's words were nothing more than not wanting to give Sasuke a big blow. Next moment, Uzumaki Naruto helps Sasuke up. Naruto, you must have a way to rescue Mr. Kakashi. Haruno Sakura asked nervously from the side. Try it, Uzumaki Naruto said calmly, and then took a few steps towards Zabuzanshui's body. Hello, the bandage man without eyebrows. Naruto took out a giant shuriken from his backpack as he spoke. The shuriken began to rotate continuously. I agree with your evaluation of ninjas. For me, it doesn't matter if it's a ninja or not. However, I very much hope that you can record my name in your notebook. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Shwa. The huge shuriken pierced through the mist and flew over the head of the body of water. The target was Momoji Zabuza, who was unable to move because of the water prison technique. Hee, what a naive brat. Do you think a shuriken can force me out of this position? Zabujan showed a sneer of contempt, but in the blink of an eye, he turned pale with shock. Impossible. When did he throw 5 shurikens at the same time? That is, Kakashi was as surprised as Zabuza next to him. It turned out to be a shuriken shadow clone technique. Shuriken shadow clone technique. If you don't cut the sound again, you will be stunned. I assent that the ninjutsu that Konoha Village 3rd Hokage is good at. It is said that every shuriken is an entity and can cause harm to people. If one of these 5 huge shurikens hits me, it will definitely cause serious damage to me. Impossible, mere brat. How can you know this kind of ninjutsu? Not good. Hasty. With no time to think about it, Zabujan hurriedly withdrew and left. In the face of life-threatening, all face is nothing. Damn brat, how dare you embarrass me? Momochi Zabuzan just wanted to show his power, but Hatake Kakashi's voice came from next to his ear. Now you probably don't have the mind to take care of other things. Don't forget, our battle is not over yet. By the way, Kakashi did not forget to look at Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, I didn't expect you to hide such powerful ninjutsu. I underestimated you before. On the black frame screen, Uzumaki Naruto's performance did not make the audience's heart flutter. They all know that Naruto has learned Shuriken Shadow Clone for many years. Moreover, if you don't cut and cast the water prison, you can't move. But judging from the terrified expressions of Zabuzan and Kakashi on the screen, Uzumaki Naruto's actions exceeded both of their imaginations. Not only Kakashi and Zabukin, but also Uchiha Sasuke was stunned. He didn't even know how Uzumaki Naruto did it. He thought it was the opponent throwing 5 huge shurikens quickly, almost undetectable. Fight again. Zanbuzan and Kakashi fight against each other and start to seal. Uzumaki Naruto, who was watching the battle from a distance, wondered if he was hallucinating. He always felt that the movements of the 2 seals were exactly the same. However, what surprised Naruto even more is that the time the 2 of them formed seals was incomprehensibly long. Slow and long, I can count them. The ninjutsu that the 2 of them used actually formed 44 seals. Naruto was completely stunned. Could it be that this is the battle between the Jonins? If a ninjutsu requires such a long seal, are you really not afraid of sneak attacks by the people next to you? Thoughts settled. Uzumaki Naruto did not forget to look into the distance of the mist. Inoki. As expected, he still discovered the existence of Shiro. Terumi Mei. This kind of thing can't be hidden. Even if it's a mist shinobi technique, it's useless to a ninja with proficient perception. Namikaze Minato. I think with Naruto's current situation, he probably doesn't know that Shiro and Zabuza are in the same group. Jiraiya. It's definitely waiting, but I'm really speechless. Kakashi and Zabuzan are really ink marks. Even Naruto can't stand it. Tsunade cut. It's just a fight between 2 brats. If they face people like us, they would have been punched to death. Rock Lee? Really? So a ninja with strong physical skills will be very powerful even if he doesn't know how to use ninjutsu. My guy, Liu, you are so smart. Hatake Kakashi. If you don't cut it, the two of us will be criticized. Tao Dizai Bujan. It's not because that brat talks too much. What is he pretending to be in his mind? And where did he get so many dissatisfaction and doubts? Boom! The collision of the water dragon bomb caused a wave several meters high on the originally calm lake. Until here, Uzumaki Naruto nodded in satisfaction. This is the strength that Jonin should have. But he is still very puzzled. How did Hatake Kakashi follow the other party's method of making seals and seals together? That is the power of the Sharingan. Kakashi used Sharingan's copying ability to copy the opponent's seal method. Uchiha Sasuke came to Naruto's side. His words were full of pride. Say no more. Uchiha Sasuke. The ninjas watching the movie couldn't help but sweat for Uchiha Sasuke. Now is not the time for you to show off your Sharingan. Uzumaki Naruto next to you has a big heart. If he is envious, he may really dig your Sharingan away. At that time, the ninja world and the world over there, the Uchiha clan will completely withdraw from the stage. There is only one renegade Uchiha Itachi left wandering. Shao organization. Uchiha Itachi trembled all over. No matter what unexpected situation he encountered, he had never been so nervous. No wonder the two can perform the same ninjutsu. The Sharingan of your family is really powerful and can even copy ninjutsu. Uzumaki Naruto glances at the proud Sasuke beside him. The voice of Ninetales came from my mind. Hey kid, you seem to be very interested in the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Ninetales is a bit confused. He feels that if necessary, Uzumaki Naruto will unceremoniously dig Sasuke's Sharingan in the future. But if Naruto gets Sharingan, wouldn't it be completely riding on his own head? Ninetales absolutely does not allow such a thing to happen. To tell you the truth, the Uchiha clan is a cursed clan. Sharingan is proof of the curse. Look at Kakashi's seduced Sharingan. You can only use the Sharingan part. If you want to improve the pupil technique, you must let the Sharingan evolve. But the condition for evolution is a major spiritual shock. Cut! The guy over there is really nosy. In Uzumaki Naruto's body, Ninetales, who had been lying prone all the time, could not help feeling contemptuous when he heard himself next door explaining the matter of Sharingan. The self next door actually fell in love with Naruto, and the relationship with him is getting better and better. As the split body of 10 tails, their tail beasts know the history of the ninja world better than any ninja. It's just that they don't bother to talk. Also, if you don't have the blood of the Uchiha family, even if you have the Sharingan, you can't exert the true power of the Sharingan. Because you can't make Sharingan evolve. Ninetales' explanation made Naruto frown. Sure enough, great power comes with risks. Uzumaki Naruto nodded. Boom! At this moment, the lake in the distance set off waves again. This time, Kakashi's great waterfall technique washed Momochi's Zabuku even to the shore with a knife. Boom! While Zabuzen slammed into the tree trunk, several kunai hit him at the same time and shot him in the limbs. Okay, if you don't cut it, everything is over. You should die. Hatake Kakashi was just about to continue his attack when thousands of copies suddenly struck and directly plunged into Zabucho's neck. No more chopping and falling to the ground. No life left. Who are you? Seeing the person coming, Kakashi closes his eyes. Judging from your attire, you are Kirigakure's Umbu chasing ninja. As expected of you. I bowed deeply to Kakashi very politely. I've been chasing and killing this traitor for a long time, and thanks to you today, I finally killed him. I must bring his body back to Kirigakure. Bai's words make Kakashi a little bit difficult. The other party's intention is obviously to return to Kirigakure with a body that will not be cut again. However, at this time, Uzumaki Naruto showed a slight smile. Are you going to take it away? If my guess is right, have you been secretly observing our battle? Zabuju was defeated by our teacher Kakashi. The body must be left to us. Yes, what Naruto said is right. Mr. Kakashi and Bujan have been fighting hard for a long time, so there is no reason for you to pick up the leak. Haruno Sakura immediately echoed. Things really went that way. Once in the white frame world, Uzumaki Naruto was extremely dissatisfied with Shiro's sudden killing. Such a powerful Zabuza died because of Shiro's sneak attack. For this reason, Uzumaki Naruto felt worthless for the other party. Coming to the black frame Naruto, it really is not so easy to talk. Ninjas of Konoha Village. But I didn't expect that his identity as Kirigakure Umbu would not fool Uzumaki Naruto. He also watched the whole battle carefully. The yellow-haired Uzumaki Naruto in front of him seemed to have something special. At least, it is unwise to head on now. This is our Kirigakure's own business. We are arresting our Kirigakure's betrayal. Do you Konoha Village want to stop it? Are you not afraid that Konoha Village will cause unnecessary trouble with our Kirigakure? Oh, Bai's words aroused Uzumaki Naruto's interest. Are you talking about Ninja Village for us? Don't you know that our Konoha Village is the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world? Our third Hokage is the strongest Hokage, and in the same way, our third Hokage is the strongest ninja in the ninja world. You negotiate terms with us. Are you worthy? Besides, if you don't kill him, we will definitely defeat you. This attitude is really tough. The audience was also taken aback by Uzumaki Naruto's actions. Since the other party has raised the issue to a level between the two villages, under normal circumstances, there is no great gain or loss. No one would choose such a rivalry. However, Uzumaki Naruto's attitude was tougher than expected. Anoki, how do I feel what Uzumaki Naruto means? Kurumi Mei, is he praising third Hokage? Fourth Raikage, I feel like he's deliberately trying to trouble Konoha Village. Shimura Danzo, humph. That kid is obviously trying to use this to stir up a rift between Kirigakure and Konoha Village. Senju Tobarama, what a terrible guy. He thought of this way at a young age. Fortunately, Shiro and Zabuza are in the same group. If the other party is really Umbu from Kirigakure, it will indeed cause unnecessary trouble. Because every ninja village has the ability to use corpses to obtain certain information. If the undecapitated body is obtained by Konoha Village, it will leak a lot of information about Kirigakure. Recycling the corpses of traitors or ninjas who died due to missions is the basic operation of Ninja Village. Naruto, stop arguing with him, give him the body. Huh. Hatake Kakashi's words made Naruto unbelievable. Hey, Mr. Kakashi, you can't be fooled by this masked guy. What are you afraid of? Are you really afraid that their Kirigakure ninjas will come to trouble us in Konoha Village? This is too spineless. I can't swallow this breath. You can leave if you want. Leave the big knife that doesn't cut anymore. He is already a corpse. It's useless to keep it. Uzumaki Naruto gets more and more angry. Obviously, they were the ones won by Class 7, so why let others pick up the ready-made ones? What's even more annoying is Kakashi's attitude, as if afraid of Kirigakure. It seems that Konoha Village is too easy to bully, really useless. While pretending to be dead and not beheading again, Uzumaki Naruto wanted his own beheading sword. He was so angry that he almost didn't hold his breath. Damn kid, I really want to jump up and give him 2 knives right now. No, Naruto, it's not that I'm afraid, it's because... Hatake Kakashi is sweating coldly. His eyes have become blurred. It's because I'm dying. Plop. A soft sound behind him. Naruto turns around abruptly. Mr. Kakashi, what's wrong with you, Mr. Kakashi? Haruno Sakura looked at Kakashi, who fell to the ground, and ran over in panic. This is... Naruto is taken aback. Seeing this, Bai hurriedly seals the seal. The next second, a gust of wind passed by, and he disappeared without a trace with Zaibujan. Sharingan uses his eyes too much. I may have to rest for a while. Leaving a sentence, Kakashi fell into a coma on the spot. Staring at the fallen Hatake Kakashi, Uzumaki Naruto was shocked. What exactly did Mr. Kakashi do? Just using Sharingan to release 2 ninjutsu. The whole person can't do it. Is this too imaginary? Due to Kakashi's fall, the 7th class can only temporarily live in Dazna's house. Uzumaki Naruto is a little depressed. A good opportunity wasted. If it really caused Kirigakure and Konoha Village to disagree, it has nothing to do with him. Also, isn't Konoha Village the strongest ninja village? In Naruto's view, if they can really take down the body that will not be beheaded again, and most it will bring some diplomatic troubles to the senior management of Konoha Village. Unfortunately, at the critical moment, Hatake Kakashi was not up to the mark. This also makes Uzumaki Naruto understand that without the blood of the family, it is indeed impossible to control the power of other families. However, Kakashi's words after waking up left Naruto speechless. I feel like I might still be alive if I don't cut it off. Kakashi looked at the terrified Dasna and smiled apologetically. But it's okay, I think he was seriously injured, and it will take a long time to make a comeback. Uzumaki Naruto didn't say much. But this experience, he secretly recorded it in his heart. In the future, when encountering an enemy who can't stand on the ground, the most reliable way is to go forward and make up a few more knives. Audience, same thing happened. The Naruto in the white frame and the Naruto in the black frame are different in terms of reaction and learning. On Oki, I remember when I went out to collect herbs, I seemed to meet Naruto, who was practicing. Fourth Reikage, yes. This encounter is extremely important for Uzumaki Naruto. Terumi Mei, are you saying that in order to protect others, you will become extremely powerful? Luo Sha, with the practice attitude of Naruto in the black frame, these two people will definitely meet. Meet him and preach to him. When the audience thought of this scene, they couldn't help but want to laugh in advance. It's impossible to tell him. After a while, Hatake Kakashi is on crutches. Grinning, I found the 3 members of the 7th class and wanted to teach them how to use chakra to cover the soles of their feet to climb trees. This time, Uzumaki Naruto is suffocating. Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, neither of them know how to do it. This kind of thing, he was able to run on the lake when he was 6 years old. Well, this class 7, he can't stay any longer. However, thanks to Kakashi's teaching, Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke found something to do, and Naruto, who was quiet, could finally find a place to practice alone. This morning, Uzumaki Naruto meditates early. This trip to the Kingdom of Waves cannot be said to be fruitless. At least let him see through what the ninja world really looks like. A world where the strong are respected. Even if you want the other party's life, it's only in a flash. Even if someone like Cardo has a little force in his hands, he can control a country. There is nothing to consider. As long as you are strong enough, you can do whatever you want. Time passes by little. I don't know when Uzumaki Naruto's ears moved, as if he heard someone approaching. Are you a ninja? I think you look like you're practicing. The soft voice made Uzumaki Naruto slowly open his eyes. What caught his eyes was a long-haired man in a pink kimono. Beauty, who are you? Uzumaki Naruto was stunned for a moment and asked vigilantly and looked him up and down by the way. Looking at the clothes on the other side, he doesn't look like the people in poor places like the country of waves at all. Expand the perception and scan around, but no one else is there. Only this person in front of him. The chakra in his body gave Naruto a familiar feeling. It's the guy who claims to be Kirigakure Umbu. It turns out that the guy who ran away with Zabuju's body that day was actually a girl. While Naruto was surprised, he suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Momochi Zabuzan is still alive, and that Umbu from Kirigakure who was wearing a mask back then is his accomplice. That is, the girl in front of him. Anoki, I just guessed that Uzumaki Naruto would definitely be able to see through the other party's identity. This is very strange. Even if he has the ability to perceive, why can he sense the chakra breath on my body? Fourth Reikage. Don't forget, he is a member of the Uzumaki clan. In addition to the sealing technique, there are many ninjas in the Uzumaki clan who are naturally sensitive to perception. Tao D will not be beheaded again. Don't brag about him. I thought he was so powerful, he has the ability to see through the body of a white man. Hatake Kakashi. If you don't cut it again, is this kind of thing important? Have you been confused by Naruto? I'm here to gather medicine for my family. Shiro said casually, and squatted in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto wrinkled his nose. I have to say, this woman smells quite fragrant. When gathering herbs, it is presumably to prepare for the injured. It's like this, well, I have nothing to do anyway, so I'll help you. Uzumaki Naruto wanted to find out Shiro's purpose, but he didn't reveal his hidden identity. The two are just like this, quietly collecting the herbs in front of them. After a long time, Bai asked, "You're a ninja. You must be very strong." "Not at all. I'm stupid. Otherwise would I practice so hard?" It turned out to be like this. "It seems that you must have important—" Uzumaki Naruto heard the words and thought about it for a long time, repeatedly recalling in his mind, shaking his head indifferently. "Not at all." "Why?" The seemingly simple 1 or 2 lines of dialogue have already shown Uzumaki Naruto's attitude towards the so-called companions in the world over there. He doesn't need companions or anything. It might even feel like a burden. But Bai didn't feel discouraged by this. She quietly recalled her past. "During my tragic childhood, I met Rong, who never left. Even if the other party treats him as a tool, he will not hesitate. It can be said that this is the value of his life." Uzumaki Naruto sees the white silence and glances at the other party, looking at the other party's dejected look. Naruto instantly understood that the guy in front of him was a man with a story. Bai's eyes trembled slightly, and he returned to reality from a memory, with a firm expression, and he seemed to be confiding in Uzumaki Naruto. People will become truly powerful when they protect important things. After saying this, she did not forget to force a smile at Uzumaki Naruto. By watching Naruto's battle, this kid, it's not as easy as imagined. "All right, I have to go now." Bai said what was in his heart, got up, and wanted to leave. "Let's meet somewhere again when we have a chance." Unfortunately, just as Bai took a few steps, he heard a chuckle from behind. "Are you planning to meet me on the bridge built by Uncle Dazna, Big Sister, Nanny?" Naruto's chuckle made Bai Roof face the enemy. The fact that the other party can say this proves that he has already seen through his identity. "If I'm not wrong, when the time comes, will you come with Zabuza?" Bai turned around suddenly, with a little panic in his vigilance. He paid attention again and again, but still underestimated the guy in front of him. "When did you discover my identity?" "From the first time I saw you. I don't know if you know that the country of Bo is a very poor country, and the clothes of the people here are all tattered and dirty. People, it inevitably made me suspicious. This guy." Bayu became more and more frightened when he heard it. He hadn't seen him for a few days. The Uzumaki Naruto in front of him was so much more mature than when he was fighting for the corpse. Bai looked Naruto up and down. Could it be that he had seen through my identity long ago, because Kakashi fell to the ground otherwise? "Are you going to do it here?" "I think Mr. Kakashi hasn't fully recovered either." Bai put down the basket of herbs and took a defensive posture. However, Uzumaki Naruto shook his head. "It's interesting to chat with you, and I think your story should be very exciting. I think Tao Di Zaibu-Zhan is the so-called important person in your mouth. You should be lovers." "Tao Di Zaibu-Zhan, shut up. If you want to fight, fight in an upright manner, but who can seal his mouth first?" "Bai, hey, looking at it this way, Naruto over there is actually quite cute." But at this time, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly changed his subject. A surge of chakra immediately enveloped Bai. Chakra's aura was so overwhelming that Bai couldn't even move. Bai's heart was full of turmoil, as if he was being stared at by a monster. "This is the chakra release I learned in the battle with Kakashi. I just want you to feel how much chance you have to win against me." Bai heard the sound and remained silent. He had no idea that chakra in Uzumaki Naruto's body was so terrifying. Just the released aura can suppress myself to death. In this situation, he has absolutely no power to fight back. "I don't care what you've been through, and I don't want to hear you say something innocuous to me here. I only know that the strength that can defeat the opponent is the real strength. And the person who hits the stone with the pebble is quite stupid. This world is inherently cruel, isn't it?" After speaking, Uzumaki Naruto puts away the released chakra. The moment chakra disappeared, Bai seemed to be reborn, breathing in fresh air. His back has been completely wet with the sweat from shock. Go away. I have no interest in people who are weaker than me. But I can tell you responsibly, if you and Zabuza come, I guarantee that the two of you will become two corpses. The world in the black frame. Uzumaki Naruto's performance left everyone dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Uzumaki Naruto in the other world had been digesting the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza during the rest time after experiencing the attack of Zabuza. Not only has his combat experience been improved, it also made him learn the burst of chakra and the locking of the enemy. The most obvious is the contact between Uzumaki Naruto and Shiro. I couldn't resist the power erupting from his body. It can be seen that the current level of Uzumaki Naruto in the Black Frame world is at least Jonin, and even surpasses Jonin. I didn't expect that Mr. Naruto and I in the world over there are not ninjas of the same level at all. No more beheading. Why is that little devil so powerful? Isn't it just 7 years of cultivation? Terumi May, I'm also wondering about this matter. Who can explain it? Fourth Hokages. Practice from the age of 5 to the age of 12, almost all practiced in childhood. It has such a terrifying power. Anoki, maybe he used Nine Tails chakra, otherwise it doesn't make sense at all. Luo Sha. It doesn't make sense. Even if he is from the Uzumaki clan, this kind of thing is impossible. The rain was pattering. In the land of rain, a hidden room somewhere. Nagato's pupils quivered in surprise as well. Impossible. Is Jinchuriki of Nine Tails a genius in practice? Even with the legendary Rinnegan already in his possession, Uzumaki Nagato couldn't help being overwhelmed by Uzumaki Naruto's performance in the Black Frame world. Everyone is from the Uzumaki family, and the blood of the red-haired Uzumaki Nagato should be more pure. But I didn't feel that the Uzumaki family could behave so fiercely in their youth. This is definitely not the Uzumaki clan's problem. Dark Cave. A cold light flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes. It seems that we next door want to use the plan of the Moon Eye, and the difficulty has increased a lot. Black Zetsu at the side let out a long sigh of relief. I really feel sad for myself in the world next door, and the hope of saving my mother seems to be getting slimmer and slimmer. Pure Land World. Otsutsuki Hagoromo shook his head and sighed. It seems that the Black Frame Naruto will continue to develop its own sage body in the future. Otsutsuki Hagoromo was silent for a long time. Whether it's the world over there or the world here, no one knows what's going on with sage body. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto and the world over there thought that everyone would be like him. As long as he worked hard, he could reach such a height. If he continues to practice and dig out the sage body in a later stage, Otsutsuki Hagoromo couldn't guess what future Uzumaki Naruto, the reincarnation of Ashura in the other world, would have. However, he knew that at the beginning, the two Uzumaki Naruto belonged to kind-hearted people. Parting with Bai, a few days later, everything is calm. Hitaki Kakashi's body has also recovered, and the Bridge of Dazna is well built. Worthy of being a bridge expert in the Kingdom of Waves, he will soon be able to successfully build the Bridge of Hope in the Kingdom of Waves leading to the land. Hey Naruto, you said so many days have passed. Why hasn't that guy named Zaibujan come? Haruno Sakura moves closer to Uzumaki Naruto, slightly worried. As one of the few high school masters in the same period of Naruto, although Haruno Sakura is ninja level and loves brains, it has to be said that the brains of high school students are not in vain. Since Bujan is still alive, the masked ninja who threw Chinben back then is his companion. And judging from the way the opponent is still Chinben, the masked ninja is quite powerful. At that time, what they will face is Zabuza and the powerful, mysterious masked ninja. I don't know. Naruto shook his head. Anyway, Teacher Kakashi has recovered. Even if they come, we are not afraid. However, the voice just fell. There are bursts of noisy sounds outside. Soon, Dazna broke into the house with a scramble. His flustered action caused Uzumaki Naruto to frown. Ninjas are indeed a group of guys who are not afraid of death. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes showed a cold light. Last time it was because he felt that but I was quite honest when chatting with him, so he didn't do anything to the other party, and after reminding the other party actually followed him to make trouble. Then there's no other way. We can only send them to die together. Uzumaki Naruto began to think about it. Hatake Kakashi's strength is equal to that of Shiro, but he himself can completely crush Shiro. Plus Uchiha Sasuke, who is a bit more combative. There is no suspense in this battle. Uchiha Sasuke was a little fighting power. Mr. Dazner, is the peach land not to be cut again? Haruno Sakura stands up suddenly in fright. But Dazna shook his head and said, "It's more serious than this." Kato personally led his men down. Is it Kato? Hatake Kakashi's eyes were fixed, and his face looked uncomfortable. Cardo. Uzumaki Naruto was confused by Hatake Kakashi's ugly face. He remembered that on the way here, Kakashi had introduced Kato to everyone. The other party is one of the richest men in the world, but he is extremely vicious and ambitious. At least judging from the fact that the other party wants to control the land of waves, this guy's ambition is indeed not small. However, ambition often needs to be matched with one's own strength. Naruto strokes his chin, thinking a little bit. Mr. Kakashi, is Kato very powerful, at least at the same level as Zabuza, or even stronger than Zabuza? Tao D will not be beheaded again. What is the meaning of this be asterisk, 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 asterisk D? Looking down on me like this? How dare you compare me with that scumbag Kadwa? Anoki, but Kato is rich, and hiring us ninjas is considered a form of strength. Fourth Hokages. I remember that Kato appeared after Naruto's battle with Zabuzan and others. Why is he so anxious over there? Terumi Mei, is there a possibility that it's because you don't cut and run for nothing? Tao D will not cut again. Hatake Kakashi was stunned. Uzumaki Naruto's sudden question puzzled him. It was only later that I realized that I hadn't given them a specific explanation before. That's not true. Kato is just very rich. He is an ordinary person. By the way, Mr. Dazner, didn't they come with you if you don't kill me? Dazna shook his head. The ones who followed Kato are all his warriors. Taudi will not cut again. No way. The self in the world over there was really scared off by Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, the entire ninja world was fried. Uzumaki Naruto's meeting with Shiro directly caused Bai and Zaibu to both run away. This is an eye-opener, and the title of Ghost Man will be greatly discounted. Anoki, I didn't expect Zabuzan and Bai to really run away. Terumi Mei, I think this is a wise choice, because Naruto has already leaked his own strength, and when Bai returned, he told him not to kill him. No matter from any angle, they have no chance of winning. Hatake Kakashi, if you don't cut it, sometimes you take a step back. It's really a bright future. Jiraiya, speaking of it this way, it seems that Zabuzan and Shiro's ending is pretty good, at least they didn't die. Since it's ordinary people and a group of warriors, there's nothing to be afraid of. Uzumaki Naruto got up and stretched his waist. I thought Kato was just a rich man after all. We're going to get rid of them now. It's time to practice. Hearing this, Hatake Kakashi and Dazna glanced at each other, and both of them stared wide-eyed. Naruto, what are you talking about? What's the matter? Isn't that Kato so special that he can't move? Uzumaki Naruto looked suspiciously at Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi showed embarrassment. It's really difficult for us to do this kind of thing. After all, he is one of the richest people in the world. Definitely make good friends with powerful people in various countries. I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Our Konoha village is still the strongest ninja village in the entire ninja world. Is it wrong to kill an evildoer? We call it eliminating harm for the people. Okay, Mr. Kakashi, just deal with a group of stinky fish and rotten shrimps without samurai spirit. You don't need to take action. I will take care of it. Is it possible that this guy is really going to touch Kato? Everyone in the ninja world looked suspiciously dignified. In a ninja world, the status of a ninja is not transcendent. The so-called attachment is just for those common people. But when faced with powerful people from all sides, ninjas are at best a tool for them to satisfy their private desires. especially the ninjas in the regular ninja village, who are bound by various rules, dare not use violence against these dignitaries at all. Even if you're angry, hold back. Naruto, our mission is to protect Mr. Dazner and complete the construction of the bridge. The rest. Kakashi is very anxious. If it is the killer sent by Kadwa, then there is no problem at all. But if you move more cards directly, the problem will be big. At that time, the other party will definitely use their financial resources and power to put pressure on Konoha Village. Naruto, you're still young. You don't understand many things. Hatake Kakashi just wanted to speak out to dissuade, but Uzumaki Naruto responded indifferently. Everyone knows that if the cancer of Kado is not completely eliminated, the country of Naruto will have no future at all. After we leave, Kado will also kill Uncle Dazner's family and continue to persecute the people of Bo Kingdom. What's more, our task of protecting Uncle Dazner has not been completed yet. Naruto, Dazner is completely moved. Who would have thought that Uzumaki Naruto, who seems to be young, is so affectionate and righteous? Haruno Sakura and Sasuke were also infected by Naruto's rhetoric. All looked at Hatake Kakashi. Boy, have you changed your gender? Nine Tails asked curiously. What changed? I just want to use Kadwa's subordinates to experiment with my recent practice results. After this mission, I found that if I want to become stronger, I must have a real battle. Besides, I really hate these boring rules among ninjas. Audience, just when this F*CK was about to be moved to tears, Uzumaki Naruto's slap woke everyone up. As expected of Uzumaki Naruto in the black frame, his execution style is vigorous and resolute. Regardless of whether you're a dignitary in the ninja world or not, seeing how fearless he is, I am afraid that if the daimyo comes today, he will have his head twisted. So handsome, stands at the Chunin exam venue. Uzumaki Naruto looked at his own back in the black frame obsessively. It turned out that the really serious self was so attractive. Not to mention Haruno Sakura, when even Uchiha Sasuke seemed small under his own charm. Even Sasuke was deeply influenced by himself. Not just Uzumaki Naruto. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino blushed unconsciously. Although Naruto's purpose is not to really help Dazna, but the result of his next actions is to prepare to do something to Kado. Regardless of whether you are the richest person in the world, no matter how much influence you have on Ninja Village, since you want to affect the progress of my mission, you are a corpse. This emerging haki directly hits the girl's heart. Uzumaki Naruto just walked out the door and saw the densely packed black shadows on the opposite bridge. The leader is a short, middle-aged Mediterranean man wearing sunglasses and leaning on a walking stick. Kill them. Kill all the ninjas in Konoha Village today. Cut. I don't know what I'm afraid of if I don't cut it anymore. What kind of Kirigakure ninja? I think they are cowards. Ha. The samurai on the opposite side is wearing strange clothes. Samurai, at best, a group of thugs hired from a black market. Naruto. Kakashi frowned and walked out. Mr. Kakashi, don't persuade me. The other side is yelling and clamoring to kill us. Let me swallow my anger. This is impossible. Yes, Naruto, we are also here to help you. Haruno Sakura and Sasuke stood beside Uzumaki Naruto on the left and right. We are a team. At this time, the three of you are showing team cohesion in front of me. Hatake Kakashi was stunned. Quickly said, the group of black market thugs deal with it casually, but Kado, Naruto, when you finish the wave mission, you have to teach me the ninjutsu you used when you rescued Kakashi. I remember it's called Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Uchiha Sasuke has a serious expression. I will help you defeat a few more enemies later. Obviously, Class 7 didn't pay attention to Hatake Kakashi, who was messing around in the wind. Uzumaki Naruto became impatient when he heard that Sasuke was going to compete with him for the head. This group of thugs is not enough for me to fight. Uchiha Sasuke also kindly ran to help me win favors. He's afraid you want to fart. As long as you're a little brother with peace of mind, ninjutsu can be taught to you, but the experience during the practice period cannot be given to you. Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto patted Sasuke on the shoulder and said earnestly, I will teach you Shuriken Shadow Clone when I return to Konoha Village, but now you and little Sakura wait a little bit. If I can't do it, you can do it later. Sasuke heard the words. Naturally, he didn't know Naruto's plan, but when he heard that there was ninjutsu to learn, he agreed without thinking. Shadow Clone Technique. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura were on the spot in a daze. Dasna also stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene in front of him. Kakashi even has a dead fisheye hanging, and he has nothing to love. In the face of hundreds of Uzumaki Naruto standing neatly, an inexplicable pressure made everyone silent. Is it more than people? I can form an organization by myself. Everyone follow me. The guy on the opposite side will not stay. Killed. Uzumaki Naruto in Black Frame World really kills Kato. Accompanied by Cardo's death. The screen with black borders slowly ended. Everyone couldn't help sighing. Uzumaki Naruto in the world over there is really cruel. He doesn't care about the rules of your ninja world at all. He is simply a clean stream in the ninja world. At this time, everyone remembered Uzumaki Naruto of their own world. It also seems to be a clear stream. When Baijan died, Naruto cried a lot. I am sad for Bai's sadness, and I am sad for the cruelty of people in the ninja world. Uzumaki Naruto in the Black Frame world. Just the opposite. He accepts the cruelty of the ninja world, but does not blame the ninja world for the cruelty of the ninja world. Instead, based on the attitude that being weak is the original sin, I want to keep making myself stronger, until it is so strong that no one dares to speak loudly in front of itself. No doubt. In terms of character, audiences in the ninja world are more likely to accept Naruto in the white frame world. And Uzumaki Naruto in the black frame world is too scary. He dared to kill a person like Kadwa. Wouldn't it be true that he would not even pay attention to big names in the future? However, Uzumaki Naruto in the black frame seems to have been aiming at personal selfish desires, and his unintentional actions have helped Dasna and the Country of Waves. For a while, everyone didn't know how to evaluate the black frame world Uzumaki Naruto. But compared to the sentimental world of Naruto, with a white frame and Naruto with a black frame, Shirakawa survived. Tao D will not cut again. I didn't expect to survive in this form. It is really too shameful. If you don't kill Mr., isn't it the best result to survive? Hatake Kakashi. There is no one who is not afraid of death. I think if he didn't kill you at the beginning, you knew you would die this time, and maybe you wouldn't come. Kakashi was right. Zabuza knew in his heart that at the time, he thought that Uzumaki Naruto and Sasuke could not be opponents of Shiro who had blood succession limits. Get rid of the two of them, and Kakashi will be in chaos. Who would have thought that Uzumaki Naruto's special Mew was Jinchuriki, and Nine-Tails chakra hit by without any power to fight back? If you don't kill him until you die, you don't have the heart to give away the head. Onoki, looking at it this way, the black-framed world seems to have a better ending compared to the two wave kingdoms. Fourth Hokages. It cannot be said that the ending of the black frame world is good, at least in the white frame world. Uchiha Sasuke opened 2 Tomo Sharingan. Terumi Mei. Fourth Hokages is right. With this comparison, Zabuza in the black frame world was scared away. Sasuke failed to fight Shiro, but lost the opportunity to open 2 Tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku. After all, everything is fine, except that he, Uchiha Sasuke, has become the unlucky one. The most hateful thing is that in the black frame world, I licked my face and ran to Uzumaki Naruto to ask for advice on Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. It's just ridiculous. Also, Uzumaki Naruto has to treat himself as a younger brother. Is this something that humans can do? Uchiha Sasuke rolled his eyes and almost passed out. Fortunately, Uzumaki Naruto in his own world was led astray when he was a child, if he is the same as Naruto in the black frame world. The picture now must be very funny. I remembered the scene where I and Haruno Sakura followed Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke wished he could take out his kunai and stab himself a few times. From now on, 7 days later, on July 1 St. The Chunin selection test has officially begun. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice suddenly awakened the ninjas who were still thinking about it. Only then did they realize that the black frame screen had turned into a white frame. Oomph. Is it finally here? Orochimaru's eyes were burning. I want to see what the real situation of the Chunin exam is like. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked nervous. Not only his own world, but what he cares more about is what will happen in the black frame world. Best not to affect Uzumaki Naruto of their world. Konoha Village joined forces with Ninja Village Sunagakure to launch a Chunin selection test that several villages participated in. The new generation of genin from Konoha Village collectively participated in this exam selection. When the three of the 7th class went to the classroom, they saw through the illusion of Goko Tetsu and Kamitsuki Izumo. The three meet for the first time with Squad 8, led by Might Guy. Before entering the classroom, Rock Lee had a one-on-one fight with Uchiha Sasuke, but Sasuke had no strength to fight back. However, Sasuke was not discouraged when he learned that there were many strong candidates in this exam, but became more and more excited. In the written examination, Uzumaki Naruto, who handed in a blank paper, relied on his personal forbearance, which greatly appreciated Ibixi. Dead Forest, the 7th squad ushered in the strongest enemy, the legendary Sannin Orochimaru. 3 lost. Uchiha Sasuke became the prey in Orochimaru's eyes. After the Battle of the Dead Forest, Uchiha Sasuke's neck had an extra seal of the Curse of the Sky. In the qualifiers before the 3rd match, Uzumaki Naruto defeated the strong enemy Inuzuka Fong with his personal will and sudden fart. He was very excited, and at the same time he also started to look at him with admiration. Unfortunately, under his cheering, Hyuga Hinata was severely injured by Hyuga Neji and was almost killed by Neji. Naruto got annoyed and decided to make Neji look good in the final official match. The battle between Rock Lee and Gaara was the most intense, but Rock Lee, who opened the 8 inner gates domain, still returned in a disastrous defeat with serious injuries beyond imagination. The qualifiers are over. During the 1-month rest period, Naruto met his teacher, Toad Sage Jiraiya. Using Chakra of 9 Tails, he summoned Mount Mayaboku Gamabunta and got the other party's approval. This is also the first time Naruto met 9 Tails. Oomph. You've been in my body for so long. Just take some chakra as rent. Be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. The meeting between Uzumaki Naruto and 9 Tails was not harmonious. At the beginning of the race, still with the help of 9 Tails chakra, Uzumaki Naruto defeated Hyuga Neji and threatened to change the Hyuga clan after becoming Hokage. At the same time, Uchiha Sasuke brought the new ninjutsu Chidori to the stage and defeated Gaara. With the thick smoke rising from the stands, Orochimaru launched the Konoha Honkai plan, and for a while, Sunagakure and Inin Village jointly dispatched. Orochimaru is even more foul. First Hokage and second Hokage strangled Sarutobi Hiruzen in the barrier. The content on the screen made all the viewers gasp suddenly. Sunagakure and Orochimaru's Odanin village went so far as to start a war against Konoha Village, and he actually used the forbidden technique to summon the dead undead. The future. This is actually the picture of the future. Orochimaru, this is what I want to see, Sarutobi-sensei. Senju Tobarama, damn brat, you actually started a war against Konoha. Senju Hashirama, no matter what time it is, there is always war, and this kid is quite talented, and he actually summoned you and me. Uchinara, haha, I laughed so hard. Konoha's first Hokage and second Hokage attacked Konoha Village. Hashi is hot. What are you doing? Reanimation jutsu can control you. Orochimaru, the only bad thing about my ninjutsu is that I haven't fully mastered it yet, so the summoned person can't use their full power. Uchiha Madara, your boy is a talent, but this shabby ninjutsu still needs all your strength to undo it? Hashi, you won't be stupid in the Pure Land world, will you? The wounded Gaara escapes with the help of Kankuro and Temari. Uchiha Sasuke is in hot pursuit. Haruno Sakura, Shikamaru and Naruto are ordered by Kakashi to support. When a few people caught up with the two, they realized that Gaara had burst out the power of the tailed beast in his body, and Sasuke was no match at all. Haruno Sakura is also trapped by Gaara and is in danger. At the critical moment, Uzumaki Naruto burst out with unprecedented chakra with terrifying strength, instantly summoning 2,000 Shadow Clone. Little Sakura, let me protect you. Uzumaki Naruto even beat Gaara with 2,000 rounds of ammunition. Gaara doubted her life. Under anger, Gaara finally turned into a guardian crane. However, Uzumaki Naruto did not panic at all, and the results of his practice were fully demonstrated in this battle. Toad Bunta is here. Fight against the crane. Uzumaki Naruto head hammer attack, awakening Gaara in the dormant technique. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen summons Shinigami. The ghouls are sealed to 1 against 3. All families in Konoha village are dispatched collectively. Remember, Hyuga Hayashi told Xiao Xiaoji, "Our Hyuga family is the most powerful family in Konoha village." The final blow, Uzumaki Naruto collided with Gaara at high altitude. Uzumaki Naruto wins. Gaara has never seen such a powerful person, and he trembles with fright. The taste of being alone must be uncomfortable. But now I am different from you. I already have companions who are more important than life. With them, every day of my life is full of hope. If you attack them, I will definitely kill you. Naruto's heart was conveyed to Gaara, which changed Gaara's bloodthirsty problem. Third Hokage died in battle. What will happen to Konoha village? Uchiha Itachi's sudden return home instantly ignited the hatred in Uchiha Sasuke's heart. Facing his former brother and the hatred in his heart, Sasuke clenched Chidori tightly in anger. Unfortunately, as soon as Tsukuyomi was posted, Uchiha Sasuke laid down in the hospital with Hitaki Kakashi. For Konoha, for Sasuke, for Kakashi, and even for Rock Lee. Of course, there is also Rasengan, who is about to meet. Uzumaki Naruto followed Jiraiya on the road to find Tsunade. Learning Rasengan, the stronger Naruto beat the legendary Fat Sheep in a bet. Sannin War, the battle between Uzumaki Naruto and Yakushi Kabuto arouses Tsunade's will and overcomes empty blood. Until I become Hokage, I will never die. Rasengan, Tsunade returns. Konoha village is united. The big crisis has just been resolved. Uchiha Sasuke can't bear Uzumaki Naruto's progress, Itachi's stimulation, and Orochimaru's bewitchment. Sasuke defected Konoha into the arms of Orochimaru. Valley of the End, the former brothers stand on the opposite side. Why are you so obsessed with me? Because we are brothers. A guy like you who was born with nothing. What can he understand about me? Naruto, Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto failed, with a heavy heart and with great affection for Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto didn't feel depressed because of this. Cheer up and start again. Under the leadership of Jiraiya, the master and apprentice will go to practice for up to 3 years. When I come back, I will definitely become very powerful. The screen with white borders slowly came to an end. The audience also watched with horror. It turned out that in the near future, they would face such a terrible thing. Yamanaka Ino. I didn't expect that today would be the day when the ninja village outside would start a war against us. Yuahong. Hey Lord, third Hokage has died. Asuma. Fortunately, the viewing system appeared in time. Otherwise, we would have to face this kind of scene in the next step. Inuzuka Tooth. But Naruto is really cool, especially his battle with Gaara. How did he do it? Nara Shikamo. I feel like the gap between us and him is getting bigger and bigger. Tsunade. I'm dizzy. My empty blood disease has also healed itself under his influence. Tiantan. I didn't expect 5th Hokage to be Master Tsunade. She is my idol. Only the 3 of the 7th class did not speak. Up front, Uzumaki Naruto was still complacent, whether it was the Chunin exam or the fight with Gaara later. His performance is absolutely remarkable. Even learning Rasengan, Uzumaki Naruto doesn't care much. Because Uzumaki Naruto, with the black frame, also acquired Rasengan at the same age. However, Only Uchiha Sasuke's defection made Naruto feel nervous. Obviously, he failed. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the dark border that was slowly emerging in the sky with great interest. Since I failed, let me see what you will do in the face of this in your world. Ninja World. In the sky, the switching of the big screen immediately refreshed everyone. Speaking of the future, Uzumaki Naruto in the white frame is not bad. Not only that, his performance can be said to be very perfect. Ninetales, could he defeat Hyuga if he hadn't used my power? Could he have defeated Gaara if he hadn't used my power? If not, Uzumaki Kushina, Ninetales, you took the credit especially today. Do you think everyone doesn't know? You want Naruto to use your power to loosen the seal. Senju Hashirama, the 5th Hokage in Konoha village, is actually Azuna. Senju Tobirama, brother, as your granddaughter, Tsunade is also one of the legendary Sannin, the monkey's apprentice, and he deserves to be the 5th Hokage. Senju Hashirama, the Battle of the Valley of the End is really nostalgic. Uchiha, this time, but our Uchiha people won, it's spicy. Terumi Mei, I have to say that Naruto has done a very good job, except that he failed to stop Uchiha Sasuke. Onoki, regardless of the world's Uzumaki Naruto, it seems that they are all very powerful. 4th Hokage, I always thought that Naruto in the Black Frame world was a genius, but I didn't expect that Uzumaki Naruto on our side is also a genius. In less than a year, he has grown from a guy who can't even clone technique to such a guy terrible. Luo Sha. Now the pressure has come to the side of the Black Frame Vortex. 3 Vortex Naruto. Nara Shikamaru. In our world, Sasuke was deeply stimulated by Naruto's progress, and the appearance of Uchiha Itachi ignited his desire for revenge. Perhaps he saw that his progress was not high, so he took the initiative to seek refuge with Orochimaru. Aburame Shino. In the Black Frame world, in Sasuke's mind, he is not as good as Uzumaki Naruto, so he should not feel anxious because of Naruto's excellence. Yamanaka Ino. I understand when you say that. Sasuke in the world over there seems to be still learning ninjutsu from Uzumaki Naruto. Maybe seeing Naruto's strength, Uchiha Sasuke will think that living in Konoha village can still become very strong, so he won't defect. Orochimaru. Hey, what you said is just speculation. It all depends on how Naruto-kun over there does it. There's another possibility. Don't forget, he really wanted to make trouble in Konoha village before. Orochimaru's words suddenly awakened the Konoha village ninja. Indeed, Uzumaki Naruto of the Black Frame world has deep dissatisfaction with Konoha village. He won't feel that life is full of hope just because he has 1 or 2 more so-called companions around him. Thinking of this, they quickly looked at the big black frame screen in the sky. Konoha village, it is still sunny. It has been a long time since the completion of the Wave Country mission. As for Uzumaki Naruto's performance of killing Kato, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not pursue too much. After all, Naruto is the secret weapon of Konoha village, the secret weapon of the Land of Fire. The murderer who killed Kadwa finally fell on Taodi Zaibujan. It is truly the 3rd Hokage of Konoha village. Pure Land World. Taodi was no longer dumbfounded. What a shameless act. Taodi Zaibujan. No wonder the seniors in the discussion group have been talking about 3rd Hokage. You Konoha village are really good means. Terumi Mei. If the people in the world over there don't die, it seems that the future will not be easy. Anoki. I'm really laughing to death. Is this the result of escaping death again? Uzumaki Naruto took the blame. Sarutobi Hiruzen. You guys really don't feel pain in your back when you stand and talk. The world over there will never be cut, but you survived because of Naruto. How can you help him take the blame? 4th Raikage. 3rd Hokage. I really feel that the meaning in your words must not let you be grateful. Uzumaki Naruto naturally didn't care about these things, and he didn't even know that the bandage man without eyebrows in his mouth helped him take the blame for killing the world's richest man. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was stepping on the water surface to pick up trash in every possible way board. After a while, Sasuke came up and coughed lightly to attract Naruto's attention. I have learned the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Oh, not bad. As expected of Sasuke, genius is different. Uzumaki Naruto patted Sasuke's shoulder with a smile. Then his face became serious. Speaking of which, I haven't been exposed to new ninjutsu for a long time. Hatake Kakashi seems to have nothing to teach them except to lead them to complete the D-level mission. This makes Uzumaki Naruto a little upset. At this time, Kakashi didn't know where he was fooling around. In Uzumaki Naruto's heart, following Hatake Kakashi is no different from following Iruka. Hungry 9 meals a day. This kid, the feeling of Uzumaki Naruto's little adult in the black frame is always laughable. He seems mature, but his inner drama is so rich and colorful. Now, Hatake Kakashi is on the same level as Iruka. Iruka, Naruto over there, really, I can't possibly be on the same level as Kakashi-senpai. Hatake Kakashi, seeing him complaining in his heart, it doesn't seem unreasonable. Might Guy, for those who work hard, there is nothing wrong with great torture. Yamanaka Ino, so the current Naruto is dissatisfied with his inability to learn new ninjutsu? Hee. This feeling is just like Sasuke on our side. Sasuke? Haruno Sakura. No way. Uzumaki Naruto from the other world will run away with Orochimaru. Puff. On the high platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Take Uzumaki Naruto's attitude towards Konoha village and his previous curiosity about Momochi Zabuza. Maybe you will really be seduced by Orochimaru. Looking at Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen found that Kakuzu's proud mouth was about to grin to the ear. Orochimaru, you little girl, you are very good at talking. Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't be complacent. Naruto has nothing to do. Let's leave Konoha village with a good environment. He will follow you to the dark experimental base. His mind should be fine. The 7th class that completed the task. The 3 stand on the bridge and wait for Hatake Kakashi's next mission. Miss Kakashi is too irresponsible. Leave us here and leave us alone. Haruno Sakura complained and looked at Naruto by the way. Naruto, why don't we go for a walk, or it will be boring? As soon as the voice fell, the familiar lazy voice immediately made Haruno Sakura frown. Where you going? Re Sakura. B asterisk 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 D. He won't show up sooner or later, but now he pops up suddenly to scare anyone to death. Damn Kakashi-sensei. He will spoil girls' good deeds. This guy is destined to be single for the rest of his life. 1. Well, Hatake Kakashi squinted at the 3 of them and smiled. Now you're not bored. I have something to announce to you. Those who want to take the Chunin exam, sign their names here. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, come to classroom 301 of the school. Hatake Kakashi handed 3 registration cards to the 3 of them. Chunin exam. Uzumaki Naruto is taken aback when he hears this. After thinking about it, although I don't know what kind of improvement this test can bring to me, it is definitely more interesting than the daily D-level tasks. Are you going to participate? Uzumaki Naruto looks at Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. Uchiha Sasuke smiled triumphantly. What is the purpose of our practice? Of course it is to become stronger. I must participate, otherwise my level will not be tested. J. Haruno Sakura is trembling. But I heard that Sasuke is going to participate. If I don't participate, I will be despised by Uzumaki Naruto. Thus, puffing out his poor chest, Haruno Sakura pretended to be calm and said, Participate, definitely will participate. We are a team. Very good. Hatake Kakashi looked at the 3 with satisfaction. Then let's meet at the Chunin exam venue. On the way back, Haruno Sakura panicked as she thought about it. She is very aware of how much she weighs, so if she only knows the 3 body technique, if she takes this kind of exam, she will undoubtedly die ugly. What to do? Haruno Sakura looked at Naruto beside him with a heavy heart. Although there should be no problem following Naruto and Sasuke, what if we act alone? Haruno Sakura became more and more frightened when she thought about it. She finally realized how weak she is. After Uchiha Sasuke finally left, she finally stopped Naruto. Naruto, Can you also teach me the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique? A black line appeared on Uzumaki Naruto's face. By the way, all these troublesome things are attributed to Kakashi's inaction. First Uchiha Sasuke, then Haruno Sakura. Is it really as simple as the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique? Naruto recalled that when Sarutobi Hiruzen gave him ninjutsu, he probably tried to learn it because he saw that his shuriken throwing technique was strong. However, Uchiha Sasuke's shuriken throw is equally strong, but Haruno Sakura. Uzumaki Naruto looked up and down at the wiggly pink hair and refused. No, your shuriken throwing is too bad. You can't practice it. Murder. Looking at Haruno Sakura's distraught appearance on the screen, no one expected Uzumaki Naruto to refuse so simply. Haruno Sakura must have been hit with a 10,000 crit hit. Haruno Sakura. Damn Naruto, he's putting on too much. Yamanaka Ino. TSK. I think this kind of Naruto is more attractive. And little Sakura, you seem to have masochistic tendencies no matter which world you are in. Looking at Haruno Sakura's half-dead look, Naruto fell into deep thought again. I have to say that the current Haruno Sakura is not a grandmaster except for ninjutsu. He is also capable of other things, and his brain is considered smart. 4.2 What Naruto likes the most is that this guy is really obedient. Uzumaki Naruto pondered in his heart. Such an obedient guy might be useful in the future. Haruno Sakura. Hey, it's too much to deceive people. What is the place where such an obedient guy will be useful in the future? Yamanaka Ino. I laugh so hard. Little Sakura, you in that world are almost becoming Naruto's slave. Little Sakura. Yes. Hearing Naruto call his name, Haruno immediately stood up straight. I have another very simple trick. I think you should be able to learn it. What kind of trick? Haruno Sakura suddenly became energetic. It is what I found that if we concentrate most of the chakra on one point, whether it is the fist or the foot, the power exerted is more powerful than ordinary blows. If you have nothing to do, you could try to study it. Tsunade, a tavern on Pamphlet Street. Tsunade was dumbfounded, as if she couldn't believe her ears. What Uzumaki Naruto taught Haruno Sakura was the strange power he used in the first place. Shizen, is that kid? Did he just say that this move is very simple? Shizen was speechless, looking at the wine bottle in Tsunade's hand. She smiled awkwardly. Master Tsunade, you drank too much. The next day, Uzumaki Naruto had breakfast and stood in front of the mirror for a long time. Well, I'm quite satisfied. Every time he goes out, he will pay attention to his appearance. Boy, pay attention to the fact that these things are useless at all. Do you think you're going on a date or a trip? Ninetales said slightly jokingly. However, it agrees with Uzumaki Naruto's philosophy. Even if anyone looks down on us, we have to look down on ourselves and maintain a good appearance at all times. This is an attitude towards life. By the way, Big Fox, since you have lived for so long, you should know about the Chunin exam. No, I don't have any interest in the activities of bedbugs. This Ninetales is simply too presumptuous. The audience gritted their teeth in anger. Since the Ninetales in the black-framed world looked down on their ninjas so much, they wanted to do the same for the Ninetales in their own world. You still advise me not to judge people by their appearance. Your arrogant attitude is really bad. Naruto rolls his eyes. Such a pull. No, it is still sealed. Recently, my practice has entered a bottleneck. I can't keep refining chakra and practicing physical fitness here. Do you have any other way for me to have new development? Out of the door, Uzumaki Naruto set off towards the meeting place of the 7th class. While walking, he continued to communicate with Ninetales. As long as you can lift my seal and fully use my power, there will be no existence in this ninja world that could defeat you. It's better to be cautious. Your strength may not be invincible. And you think, wouldn't it be a waste to use your massive chakra without ninjutsu? Naruto's words made Ninetales' quivering ears stand up suddenly. Is this kid praising me? Thinking of this, Ninetales is still a little excited. Ahem. With a cold snort, Ninetales said arrogantly, I thought you were so smart, but now I feel that you are really stupid. Your Rasengan 25 and the big spiral wheel you are made of pure chakra without attribute. These two ninjutsu alone are enough for you to study for a long time. Ninetales talked more and more vigorously, and his huge body slowly sat up. Do you remember the chakra attribute you studied before? You can combine these attributes with your Rasengan or big spiral in you. Once successful, it will not only increase the offensiveness of ninjutsu, but may also produce different ninjutsu. The words of Ninetales inspired Uzumaki Naruto like a treasure. But in the next second, his face became a little embarrassed. I don't know other ninjutsu, so it seems that I haven't refined chakra with attributes. Ninetales. Cut. Is this Konoha village created by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? What are the teachings? You stupid. Actually, every ninja is born with his own chakra attribute. Some people have one, and some have two. When the time comes, you can go and test whether your own talent, chakra, belongs to the wind, fire, thunder, earth, and water. Complete Rasengan and the chakra nature transformation of the big spiral wheel first, then consider practicing other attributes. If you can't even do this kind of thing, as my Jinchuriki, you are the one with the worst talent. Pure Land World. Namake's Minato was almost caught by Ninetales, and Ray's outside was scorched and inside was tender. What is it doing? Is it actually teaching Uzumaki Naruto to develop Rasengan's chakra nature transformation? Moreover, this practice is not as simple as Ninetales said. As the developer of Rasengan, Namake's Minato tried to study the chakra nature transformation about Rasengan for a long time, but ended in failure. Now, in that world, Ninetales actually used his research back then to fool his son? Namake's Minato. Ninetales, isn't it a bit too much for you to say this? You know how difficult this practice is. Ninetales. Aha! Damn fourth Hokage. Over there, I actually became your son's teacher. Isn't it surprising? Uzumaki Kushina. Why are you laughing, Stinky Fox? What about your pride as a Ninetales? You must have rewoven Minato's research for me and told it to Naruto. Jiraiya. Rasengan's chakra, a nature transformation? Neither Minato nor I can study the completed ninjutsu. And that guy for Ninetales actually said that if Naruto can't complete it, it's because of his talent to stretch his hips. Turumime, a 12-year-old child, is it going to start studying the chakra nature transformation of ninjutsu? In the stands of the Chunin exam venue, Uzumaki Naruto listened to the conversation between himself and Ninetales in the Black Frame world, and he was filled with envy. The self in that world can actually have such a harmonious relationship with the Ninetales in his body. However, the current self and the big fox are in dire straits. The reason is that when I met Ninetales, I didn't treat it as a partner. As for himself in the Black Frame world, from the very beginning, he seemed to have only the big fox in his body. The relationship between one person and one fox can become so harmonious, or because of his own choice. One person and one fox finished talking. Uzumaki Naruto is refreshed. At least he has a new goal of practice. When they came to the meeting point, the three of them quickly walked toward the destination classroom 301. Today, Haruno Sakura seems to be in a much stronger mood than yesterday. Last night, she had a taste of the practice method taught by Naruto, and she could obviously feel that the power of her punches had improved a lot. Unfortunately, because of its limited chakra, the effect has not reached a very powerful level. However, Haruno Sakura is already very satisfied. She didn't dare to expect Naruto to have such an attitude toward her. The three of them also encountered the temptations of Goko Tetsu and Kamizuki Izumo on the way to classroom 301. Uzumaki Naruto didn't stop here, but walked straight to the third floor. Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke were stunned when they saw this, and then they discovered that there is an illusion barrier here. Here, it is still on the second floor. The classroom 301 in front of you is actually 201. Wait for us, Naruto. Haruno Sakura called softly. Together with Uchiha Sasuke, immediately followed Naruto's pace. Uzumaki Naruto, Gongzi Tai, and Shun Yueyun, as the perennial guards of Konoha Village, they naturally know the identity of Uzumaki Naruto. Beyond their imagination, Uzumaki Naruto, who just graduated, has already seen through the tricks of the two and did not waste any time. This kid, there is something. Shen Yueyun and Gang Ziti glanced at each other. Judging from the actions of the three, Haruno Sakura and Sasuke, behind Naruto, also found something wrong. Without even saying a word, he followed Naruto and left. The ninjas at Konoha village were dumbfounded. What surprised them wasn't that Uzumaki Naruto saw the illusion early on. They were surprised by the behavior of Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke. The two just saw that Uzumaki Naruto did not stay, and immediately felt that there was a problem here. They didn't even have the idea of asking. They completely believed in leader. Uzumaki Naruto's unabashed charisma is on display. Silly. Chunin examination venue. Uzumaki Naruto's contemporaries were collectively dumbfounded. Yamanaka Ino. No, I know that Naruto in the Black Frame world is powerful, but I didn't expect. If Haruno Sakura is obedient, why even Sasuke? Nara Shikamaru. Is this still the proud boy Uchiha Sasuke? Haruno Sakura was even more dumbfounded. She couldn't imagine the scene where she followed behind Uzumaki Naruto. But now, she has to believe that the self in the world over there has been completely controlled by Naruto. And the other party did almost nothing. Teaching her strange powers is just a casual thing. Inuzuka Tooth. Damn it. Why is it Uzumaki Naruto? Uzumaki Naruto. That's right, I really envy him now. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto, you can't envy him. Don't forget, you will go out to practice with Jiraiya for 3 years in the future, and you will definitely be better than him when you come back. Is this the genin who took the Chunin exam? Walking on the road, Uzumaki Naruto muttered secretly, and looked at Nine Tails behind him by the way. Big Fox, I think they are so stupid. You can't even see through such a simple illusion. Well, even if they can't see through, if I go upstairs carefully, I can see through the tricks of those two Chunins. I found 2 people standing at the door of the floor transformed with illusion enchantment, so I thought it was the destination of the exam. This group of people not only don't believe in their own feelings, they don't even believe in their thoughts. They can only go with the flow. Hey, it seems that the opponents in this Chunin exam are just like that. Maybe they are not even as good as Bai. However, at this moment, a voice breaks the chat between Naruto and Nine Tails. Please wait a moment. You are Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing the sound, the 3 of the 7th class all turned around. But I saw 3 ninjas with Konoha village forehead protectors on their heads following behind. My name is Rock Lee. I heard that in your class, Uzumaki Naruto is an ordinary ninja who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the genius boy Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke took a breath and looked at the watermelon head in front of him. Where did this strange guy come from? Sasuke's nervous heart is pounding. Uzumaki Naruto calls him a genius. He can recognize it, but others call him a genius in front of Uzumaki Naruto. He can't recognize it. Sasuke still remembers the previous battle on the Naminokuni Bridge, where Uzumaki Naruto really slaughtered everyone, including Kato. According to his words, the world of ninjas is so cruel, and it was the other party who first troubled him. If the opponent is not dead, the 7th class will be used. The scene of corpses lying all over the field made Sasuke feel uneasy for a long time. On a certain night when he came back, he thought of that night again. He suffered a serious emotional blow, but Sharingan unintentionally evolved into Urgyu. Although I don't know who the watermelon head is in front of me, but he suddenly blocked the way, obviously looking for trouble. The picture in Uchiha Sasuke's mind was even more shocking. I thought Uchiha Sasuke was Nami, the victim of the national mission. He did not expect that he also benefited, learned the Shuriken Shadow clone technique taught by Naruto, and also evolved Sharingan. No wonder Sasuke followed Naruto so honestly. It turned out he was frightened. Tian. Really, the information about Naruto is hidden too tightly. Shally doesn't even know that he is such a ruthless person, but he took the initiative to provoke a contest. Inuzuka Tooth. I originally wanted to cheer for Rock Lee, but now that I think about it, let it go. He is definitely not Naruto's opponent. Hyuga Niji, hey, Uzumaki Naruto in the black frame doesn't look like a ninja since he came back from Namano. This feels like a Konoha village bully. Hyuga Hinata, it can't be said like this. The people Naruto-kun killed were the ones who wanted to kill him, and he didn't do anything to others. I'm not a genius. Uchiha Sasuke ruthlessly responded to Rock Lee. No, Sasuke, I know you. 927. But now, I am more interested in Naruto. He let me know that ordinary ninjas can also stand shoulder to shoulder with geniuses. So, I want to have a competition with him. Rock Lee poses. Tiantan on the side looked up and down Uzumaki Naruto with a smile. This junior is really cute. Only Hyuga Niji dismissive. In his eyes, only Uchiha Sasuke, who is also a genius. Help! You are Uchiha's genius. Why don't you admit it? Uzumaki Naruto chuckled. He can probably guess what happened to the watermelon head in front of him. I think it's the crane tail of the ninja school, but it belongs to the kind of very hard-working existence. A person who envies a genius but does not have the talent of a genius. So he redoubles his efforts and gets rewarded. Uzumaki Naruto is not this kind of person. However, he couldn't let go of Rock Lee's provocation. Could it be that you're interested in me? So I will accept your challenge. Are you sure you want to do it? Uzumaki Naruto's voice became cold, and his eyes became extremely sharp. In an instant, an invisible chakra surrounded Rock Lee tightly. At this moment, Rock Lee seemed to be under heavy pressure, and his legs were a little weak under the pressure. If you really want to do it, you will get hurt. Maybe you won't be able to take the Chunin exam. Uzumaki Naruto still has a warm smile on his face. But in Rock Lee's eyes, the look in those eyes seems to have killed him. His voice trembled a few times, and he smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I was the one to be abrupt. You are right. It is more important to take the exam. That's right, if you want to perform, the exam is the best place, and you don't need to be so anxious. Uzumaki Naruto showed a bright smile and waved to the third class. Let's compete in the exam. Hateful. In the Black Frame world, Uzumaki Naruto's domineering made Konoha Village ninjas very unhappy. Not only the ninjas of Konoha Village, even the ninjas of other ninja villages in the ninja world can't understand Uzumaki Naruto, who is so arrogant at the age of 12. Terumi Mei. The problem now is obvious. There is no one in this batch of genin who can fight against Uzumaki Naruto. Anoki. It's a pity that no one told them about Uzumaki Naruto's current strength. Even Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and even Hitaki Kakashi don't know his real strength. Fourth Raikage. Don't worry, there's Orochimaru in the Death Forest, so it's a good show. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Do you think Naruto will kill Orochimaru directly in the Dead Forest? Orochimaru. Old guy, are you kidding me? You'd better pray that Naruto-kun won't turn his back on this Konoha Honkai plan. With the Black Frame world, Uzumaki Naruto is getting stronger and stronger. The ninja audience was full of displeasure with some of his actions. Now, everyone is looking forward to his encounter with Orochimaru's Death Forest. At least, you can see him suffer a lot because of his arrogance. On the high platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru have their own ghosts. Seemingly calm on the surface, in fact, the two of them could not maintain peace in their hearts. Orochimaru worried that he would end up being tortured by Genin because he really looked down on Naruto carelessly. With his status in the ninja world, he is no more embarrassing than someone who escapes. Sarutobi Hiruzen is equally worried. I am afraid that Uzumaki Naruto will take advantage of Konoha Honkai's war and deal a devastating blow to Konoha Village. The 7th class comes to the classroom. At this time, Classroom 301 was already full of people. Just as soon as he entered the classroom, the lazy voice of Nine Tails came from Naruto's mind. Naruto, watch out for the guy with the gourd in front of you. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes froze slightly. This is the first time Nine Tails reminded herself. Curiously, Naruto looked at the person carrying the gourd in front of him. It is Gaara of Sunagakure. Seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto was even more taken aback. Good guy. Another guy without eyebrows. Gaara. Temari. Damn, does he really think he is invincible? Don't forget, Gaara's level is not comparable to that of ordinary ninjas. Kankuro, Uzumaki Naruto, this be asterisk 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 D. He will be scared to death by Gaara's Shikuru. Yamanaka Ino, but Naruto on our side is not scared to death. Are you sure that Uzumaki Naruto next door is really afraid of that big civet cat? Haruno Sakura. Yes, he is not even afraid of Nine Tails. How could he be afraid of this big civet cat? You kid is thinking about something. I'm telling you, don't be too inflated. That guy is the same as you. He also has a tailed beast inside him. It's the breath I hate, that damned raccoon cat. Nine Tails flaps its big tail. Even though the existence of the 8-sign seal makes his power greatly reduced, the connection between this tailed beast is still very strong, especially under the same roof. They are easily aware of each other's existence. However, the relationship between Gaara and Shikaku doesn't seem to be very good, at least not so good that Shikaku will inform you intimately. This is totally cheating. There was a storm in everyone's heart. In the hearts of ninjas in the ninja world, there are very few people who can become true friends with tailed beasts. When Nine Tails was teaching Naruto Rasengan, he deliberately didn't reveal important information, wanted to see Naruto make a fool of himself. But the performance of Nine Tails recently is comparable to Uzumaki Naruto's nanny. With such a strong presence to his court, Uzumaki Naruto can save a lot of intelligence. Shoha, who are you talking about, raccoons? You damn fox. Nine Tails. Aren't you convinced? Don't forget the scene where you were beaten up by Naruto after you came out. I think you will be even worse in the world over there. Shizuru, damn it. Gaara, you must teach such an inflated one-man fox a good lesson and crush that stinky brat Naruto to death. You mean he's the same as me? Uzumaki Naruto's heart twitched. It was the first time he met other people from Ninja Village. In the mood that everyone might be the same kind, Uzumaki Naruto took a few more glances at Gaara. The conclusion is that this kid is too hostile, and there is a little undetectable ferocity in his indifferent expression. It is expected to be good. It is a ruthless character. How about it? Do you feel that he is the same kind of person as you? Nine Tails' point of view, but Naruto shook his head. I don't know the details, but my intuition tells me that I am completely different from him. 1. Naruto. Then, Jiao Didi's voice interrupted the conversation of one person and one fox. Accompanied by bursts of tangy aroma, Naruto only felt his arm being bumped against. Turning around, it was Yamanaka Ino. Uzumaki Naruto doesn't know what's going on with this woman, but he didn't make any gesture of rejection. After chatting with his contemporaries for a while, he found the seat for the first written test according to the registration card in his hand. Seeing Naruto leave, Zhong Xiaoqiang also found his seat step by step. Uzumaki Naruto just sat down and found that the person next to him was his classmate of the same period. Hyuga Hinata. Yo, Hinata, what a coincidence. Naruto offered to say hello. In his impression, Hyuga Hinata is a very quiet girl. It's so quiet that you don't take the initiative to look for her. She seems to have disappeared. Yamanaka Ino. Hey. Uzumaki Naruto actually greeted Hinata. Haruno Sakura. Don't forget, that guy likes things to be quiet and hates noise. So Ino, someone as noisy as you has no chance. Yamanaka Ino. Broad forehead. What the F asterisk asterisk K are you talking about? Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino couldn't be more angry. Don't they all say that free things are delicious? It's not good when it's the girl's turn. In the stands of the venue, Hyuga Hinata immediately buried her blushing face. Naruto-kun, the Naruto-kun from the world over there actually greeted you on his own initiative? It's just unbelievable. Consider Uzumaki Naruto here, and Hyuga Hinata almost looks like a deflated ball. During the written test, he even suspected that he deliberately let him plagiarize and was caught and eliminated. Naruto-kun actually took the initiative to talk to me. Hyuga Hinata can't help herself with excitement. What should I do? What should I do now? Unfortunately, Hinata is not ready to communicate with Naruto yet. A burst of white smoke suddenly rises from the classroom platform. It's been a long time, you genin. With a loud shout, the thick smoke dissipated. The leader Ubixi let a group of invigilators Chunin to appear on the podium. I now announce that the first round of the Chunin selection exam has officially started. 1. The content of the first test is a written test. This is beyond Uzumaki Naruto's imagination. He thought he would just sit in the classroom for a while and then start fighting in groups. However, the time for the written test is very fast, 1 hour. The 9 questions on the test paper are extremely easy for Uzumaki Naruto. After a while, Naruto put the completed test paper on the table and climbed on the table by himself. This operation also caused the invigilators present to look at each other in dismay. This kid can't just scribble on the test paper. Ibixi walked forward and carefully looked at Naruto's answer, only to realize that the other party's answer was actually completely correct. Sharp! Uzumaki Naruto once again suffocated the Konoha village ninjas, especially ninjas who took the first Chunin exam. It feels incredible, because the 9 questions on the test paper are beyond imagination. No one would have imagined that Uzumaki Naruto in the world over there, even the culture class, is so good. Inuzuka Tooth. I remember that it was because of Naruto's roar that the whole atmosphere of the scene was relaxed. Yamanaka Ino. Yes, that's when answering the 10th question. Haruno Sakura. But do you think Naruto over there would say that again? Even if I am a genin for the rest of my life, I will also become a Hokage for you to see. No. Everyone dispelled this idea. They would rather believe that they are Hokage from Konoha village than Naruto next door would take the case. Time passed quickly. When it came to the 10th question, Uzumaki Naruto was speechless and helpless, with Ubixi's trembling and trembling. In the end, the appearance of Mitarashi Anko completely saved the suffering Uzumaki Naruto. Here we go. This time, everyone's heart reached their throats. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, is about to meet Uzumaki Naruto. Anoki, is it finally coming? This time, I think Uzumaki Naruto dare not keep his hand. 4th Raikage. With his character of not being bullied, I think this fight will be very interesting. Terumi Mei. I don't think Uzumaki Naruto has a chance of winning. After all, he is only a 12-year-old boy, even if he has practiced for 7 years. Sarutobi Hiruzen. That's not necessarily the case. After all, Naruto has a very good relationship with Nine Tails. Maybe he killed the incoming Orochimaru. Orochimaru. There may be other possibilities, such as Naruto-kun and I teaming up to bring a devastating blow to Konoha village. All the ninjas in Konoha village were shrouded in an inexplicable tension at this moment. Judging from previous viewings, Uzumaki Naruto seems to be waiting for some kind of opportunity that could spell disaster for Konoha village. In the eyes of everyone, he just wanted revenge on Konoha village. The so-called making the village more intelligent is nothing more than his excuse. Pure land world. Uzumaki Kushina tensed up at the same time. As Naruto's mother, she was actually very worried that Uzumaki Naruto would impulsively do stupid things. Kid next door, don't do anything stupid. The world of ninjas is not as simple as you imagine. The second test of the Chunin exam. Scramble for the Earth Coiling Axis. The content is very simple, a 5-day circle axis competition in the Death Forest. Before the time limit, those who can successfully collect the Earth Coiling Axis and enter the Central Tower will be considered to have successfully passed and entered the next competition. During this period, life and death matter. Dinner has finally begun. Not far away, a ninja of Chaoyin village wearing a bamboo hat couldn't help licking his tongue. Looking at it, it is the back with the Uchiha clan emblem on its back. However, when the 7th class led by Uzumaki Naruto signed the life and death contract, Naruto showed an imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. Did you laugh just now? Nine Tails looked at Naruto's back and suddenly felt that Uzumaki Naruto became a little strange at this time. Judging from the trembling body of the opponent, he seems to be in a state of abnormal excitement. Nine Tails has never seen Uzumaki Naruto like this, so I don't know what happened to him. Big Fox. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly spoke. The trembling voice made Nine Tails stunned on the spot and hurriedly asked, Naruto, what's wrong with you? Are you sick at the critical moment? Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, said with a smile, I have a proposal. I don't know if you'd like to play with me. Play. Uzumaki Naruto's so-called proposal made Nine Tails even more confused. That is, after all, you and I have been bullied for so many years. It's time for us to take some action. Let's give Konoha Village some interest first. Taking advantage of this Chunin exam, we hunt those Konoha Village ninjas in the Death Forest. Even if you don't kill them, you must make them unable to pass the Chunin exam. After all, the rules were made by the invigilator wearing fishnets in Konoha Village. We can only reluctantly accept them. Listen to Nine Tails. Momentarily sluggish. It knows that Naruto has not forgotten the time when he was excluded and cursed, but it never imagined that Uzumaki Naruto can endure until now, and sees this excellent opportunity to fight back. Hey, why are you silent? Big Fox, you're not going to back down at a critical moment, are you? I have already thought about the name of this planned operation. Chunin Exam Dead Forest Hunting Konoha Plan. Isn't it cool? Seeing that Nine Tails was silent, Uzumaki Naruto pointed at him irritably and began to output. After half a sound, Nine Tails' two big eyes turned cunningly. Your boy is truly a genius. This plan is so cool. Audience, good noob how? Num. For a while, not only the ninjas in Konoha Village, but also the ninjas in the entire ninja world were stunned by Uzumaki Naruto's so-called game. This guy is really not kidding. What should come is coming after all. At this moment, the entire discussion group was instantly fried. Onoki, good boy, is the Forest of Death hunting Konoha Village ninjas? Terumi Mei, hey. Sure enough, Uzumaki Naruto finally decided to take action against the Konoha Village ninja because he was worried about something. Fourth Hokages. The scary thing is not that he hit the Konoha Village ninja. The scary thing is that Uzumaki Naruto took the opportunity to be able to hit Konoha Village. Luo Sha. Yes, and it's flawless. Even if he killed the ninja of Konoha Village in the Death Forest, it can't be judged that he took revenge on Konoha. Senju Tobarama. Evil Uzumaki. What does he want? Uzumaki Mito. Tobarama. I advise you to be careful with your words. Senju Tobarama, sister-in-law, he wants revenge on Konoha Village. Uzumaki Mito, he's just a kid, an ignorant kid. Didn't you listen to him? It's just a game, and he said he can kill the Konoha Village ninjas, but he will eliminate them all. Uchiha Madara, TSK. I see that even Mito can't understand the attitude of the people of Konoha Village towards Naruto. It really deserves it. Hashi is hot. Senja Hashirama. Hey, Madara, I'm so hard. Saratobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru. Teacher, don't worry. We still have Orochimaru. I remember that they will meet Orochimaru as soon as they enter the arena. By that time, Uzumaki Naruto must have no time to worry about his so-called plan. Orochimaru. Remember me at this time? If I knew that Naruto in the other world was so interesting, I would definitely join his camp. Yakushi Kabuto. Master Orochimaru. I remember that I was a spy with the Konoha Village Forehead Protector at this time. Orochimaru. Uzumaki Naruto. Spiritual space. Nine Tails sat upright and said seriously, there is still a little time to start. We need to prepare. Naruto, are you going to act alone? Or with those two oil bottles? Nine Tails' proposal made Uzumaki Naruto raise his eyebrows slightly, and then gave a smirk. I have to take the two of them together. It's more interesting, isn't it? Do Konoha Village ninjas beat Konoha Village ninjas? This picture is simply not too beautiful. Nine Tails followed with a smile and said, you're a really bad boy. In this case, in order not to delay the two of them too much, I will now teach you a way to share chakra with others. Temporarily improve the ability of their attributes. There is still this ability? Naruto looked at Nine Tails curiously. Big Fox, can ninjas still share chakra with others? I'm ignorant. However, if you want to do this, you must cooperate with your perception ability to sense the opponent's chakra and then adjust the chakra to match their chakra state. Then you can give and receive chakra. Nine-Tails' guidance made Uzumaki Naruto bewildered. He heard before that everyone has their own chakra attributes. Under such circumstances, how can one person's chakra be adjusted to match that of others? This kind of thing is simply a fantasy. Seeing that Naruto is at a loss, Nine-Tails added, of course your ninja's chakra is not good. Even if you don't mention the amount of chakra, the attributes are different, but the chakra of our tailed beast doesn't have such restrictions. Are you going to give your chakra to little Sakura and Sasuke? Naruto asked suspiciously. Nine-Tails nodded. In the past period of time, Uzumaki Naruto has been relying on the large spiral wheelyu to practice the controllability of chakra. During the period, he also mixed chakra from Nine-Tails into it. For Nine-Tails, this is a good thing. Naruto's long-term use of Nine-Tails chakra has accelerated the progress of releasing the seal. Nine-Tails doesn't know whether Naruto has feelings, but it has been restraining the overflow of its own chakra. In this case, how much can their strength be improved? It varies from person to person. Of course, if you can fully use my chakra, without the 577 overflowing with chakra, their strength can be increased by at least 3 times. If the overflow forms a chakra-tailed beast suit, the effect will naturally be stronger. And the outer tail coat can also protect them. Even if you can't use all my chakra now, you just need to pass my chakra to them a little bit, and their strength will be much stronger than before, but the time is limited. 1. After Nine-Tails explained, Uzumaki Naruto nodded understandingly. I see. Oh my god. The ninjas of Konoha Village couldn't accept the content of the black frame screen at all. Uzumaki Naruto and Nine-Tails. This 100.5 fox is secretly preparing to plot against the Konoha Village candidates. And, listening to the conversation between them, Uzumaki Naruto meant not only to count the candidates of Konoha Village himself, but also to pull Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke into the water together. Onoki, Uzumaki Naruto, this kid is really clever. Terumi Mei, he wants to drag the 7th squad into the water together, which is to find a shelter for his revenge. 4th Hokages, that's true. That kid's methods are even more terrifying than 3rd Hokage. The world over there will definitely be interesting with his existence in the future. Yamanaka Ino, the little Sakura in the world over there will definitely agree to Naruto's words. Even if she is 10,000 unwilling in her heart, she will choose to attack Konoha's ninja together in order to please Naruto. Haruno Sakura. Ino, I don't like hearing what you said, but Sasuke, will he mess around with Naruto too? Afterwards, Haruno Sakura felt like his question was pointless. Uchiha Sasuke in the world over there is still proud and cold. However, these emotions are only for other people, and for Uzumaki Naruto, he also showed no resistance. Uchiha Fuga could do it. Why don't you do it? I just want to see my son in the other world teach the ninjas of Konoha Village hard. Uchiha Sasuke, father. Jiraiya, why do I feel that you have such malice towards the village? Namikaze Minato, give and receive Nine-Tails chakra? Can Naruto really do this kind of thing in a short time? Uzumaki Kushina, Minato, don't forget that Naruto has never forgotten to use Shadow Clone to practice chakra's control over the years. I guess it's not difficult for him. While the long line was still signing the death pact, Uzumaki Naruto called Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke together. By the way, he shook the scroll of heaven that he received in front of everyone and stuffed it into Sasuke's hand. Sasuke, I will let you keep the scroll. Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback for a moment, never expecting that such an important thing would be given to him by Naruto. I'm a careless person, so I'm not suitable for keeping such things. 1. Naruto waved his hand, motioning for Sasuke to take it. Uchiha Sasuke was even more confused after hearing this. Are you still careless? But seeing Naruto being so tough, Sasuke didn't refuse. And Haruno Sakura nervously reminded, Naruto, they found our scroll. The 3 of them looked around and found that many people were staring at them with malicious eyes. This kid definitely did it on purpose. The audience immediately blushed. I prayed silently for those guys who were eyeing Uzumaki Naruto. Don't be stupid, don't look at your age. You're still genin at best. not Naruto's opponent at all. Uzumaki Naruto also found that several groups of senior Konoha village ninjas, like the people in other villages, had a hint of unkindness in their eyes. I'll get you under the knife first, Naruto thought to himself, and by the way used his perception ability to record the chakra of several people. By the way, before the exam, I have something to discuss with you. Uzumaki Naruto changed the subject, brought Haruno Sakura and Sasuke together, and whispered his plan to them. However, as soon as these words came out, the two of them froze in place in shock. Naruto, you said we're going to start with the Konoha village companions first. You plan? Haruno Sakura covered her mouth in fright, with an expression of disbelief. Naruto, many ninjas from ninja villages have come to Konoha now. No matter what, I think it is right to attack ninjas from other villages first. Uchiha Sasuke also can't understand Uzumaki Naruto's brain circuit. Unfortunately, Naruto waved his hand to indicate that they didn't understand anything. Help! The invigilator wearing the fishing net just now also said that in the forest of death, life and death matter. Jay, you also know the cruelty of the ninja world. Except for the three of us, the rest are enemies. I want to set a restriction for our team. Become stronger. Just like when we were in school, our competitors were only those in our class. Now we are facing the same period of Konoha Village, the seniors of Konoha Village, and people from other villages. During school, we probably had a winner within the same period. The following order is to compete with Konoha seniors. 1. If we win, it's time to attack the other ninjas of Ninja Village. You are right. The order cannot be messed up. Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura heard this, and they looked at each other in dismay. They don't know what Uzumaki Naruto wants to do, but what the other party said still sounds reasonable. A few seconds later, Sasuke showed a sudden realization surprise. I understand, this is like the principle that Genin is promoted to Chunin, and Chunin is promoted to Jonin. When we were in school, after the same period, we had to compare with other participating ninjas in Konoha Village. Comparing them means that we have no opponents in Konoha, and then compare with the outside forces. As expected of a genius, help. If I say this, you can understand CFDG clearly as long as you can understand. Uzumaki Naruto gave Sasuke a thumbs up and praised him wildly. It made Sasuke feel a little embarrassed and hurriedly said, "Actually, you don't need to tell me. I also know that everyone here is an enemy. After all, it is a matter of life and death. No one can take it lightly." Uzumaki Naruto clapped his hands and smiled. Yes, you are very correct. Come on, I have researched a new trick here. I can share chakra with you and temporarily improve your various abilities. Afterwards, we will show our talents in the forest of death. Hiss. On the screen, Uzumaki Naruto's fallacies almost shattered the three views of ninjas in the ninja world. A ninja who wants to count Konoha Village is a ninja who counts Konoha Village. He was actually able to describe his own plot so fresh and refined. Moreover, it is indeed possible to make uninformed people unable to see any flaws. This Uzumaki Naruto really has the means. The ninjas in Konoha Village were even more speechless. Apparently, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura believed it on screen. The two were ready to take on the Konoha Village ninja with Uzumaki Naruto. Namikaze Minato. Naruto actually made it. He really shared Nine Tails chakra with Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Kushina. Yes, Minato. I knew that kid had succeeded by seeing the horrified faces of Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke. Fourth Raikage. Amazing. Uzumaki Naruto in the world over there is so talented. Bye. Can you discuss with Eight Tails? Eight Tails. Fourth Raikage, of course I can share my chakra, but I can't adjust chakra synchronization more than he has no way to perceive each other's chakra. Fourth Raikage. Killer Bee. Yo. Fourth Raikage. Hey, you're so big. You don't have to learn to sing and dance in the future, so why not study the control of chakra if you have the time? Orochimaru. Good guy, Mr. Naruto has really succeeded. It seems that I'm not as relaxed as I am in the world over there. All candidates are ready. Konoha Village deserves to be the largest ninja village in the 5 major countries, and the number of ninjas participating far exceeds other villages. Anko looked at the watch on her wrist. When the time came, she immediately shouted. From now on, the Chunin selection exam, the second round officially begins. 1. As Anko's voice falls. Suddenly, the proctors simultaneously open the entrance gates around the Death Forest. All candidates gallop away like sharp arrows. The goal is determined. Just find those 3 little devils. Orochimaru leads the 2 younger brothers. The excitement is indescribable. At the same time, the 7th squad, led by Uzumaki Naruto, started instantly like everyone else. Sasuke, little Sakura. Follow my steps, let's go this way. Come on. After Haruno Sakura and Sasuke gained strength, their speed was significantly faster than before. Naruto, have you already selected your target? Ninetales couldn't bear the excitement in her heart and asked repeatedly. Of course. Uzumaki Naruto laughed. Early after he leaked the Sky Scroll of Squad 7, he found several teams of Konoha Village ninjas giving them unkind looks. Presumably those guys are holding another scroll of land. Also, looking at the new faces of the 3 of them, the other party must have taken them as targets. With the help of Ninetales' chakra, the 3 quickly found their target. Hey, aren't these the 3 newcomers? It's really lucky. When the 3 of Uzumaki Naruto landed on the ground, they immediately aroused the vigilance of the Konoha Village ninjas. But immediately, when he saw the person coming, the other party showed a smug smile. Humph. It's exactly what I thought. Naruto's eyes instantly turned cold. Looking at the 3 guys, he didn't regard them as Konoha Village's companions. However, in the next second, Naruto suddenly let out a strange cry of surprise. You should be the seniors of Konoha Village. We are so lucky. To meet fellow villagers in such a dangerous place, seniors, you have to take us juniors with you. Fight for us to pass the test together. Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura suddenly froze. What is this guy doing? It's completely different from what he said before. However, when the other party heard Naruto's suggestion, the 3 of them glanced at each other and then burst out laughing. Hey, did you make a mistake? Are these newcomers here to be funny? Little ghost, do you know what you're talking about? This is the Chunin selection exam, and this is the Forest of Death. We all signed a life-and-death contract, and there is no so-called fellow villager here. However, if you hand over the scroll of heaven in your hands, we can let you go. Hey, Uzumaki Naruto pretended to be taken aback. Senior, we are all Konoha ninjas. Shouldn't we help each other? Okay, stop talking nonsense with them. I remember that the scroll of heaven is on that brat. We just grab it right now. If they dare to resist, it doesn't matter if they are killed. One of the Konoha shinobi practitioners pointed at Uchiha Sasuke and said coldly, in the words, he had already taken out the pressure. But the next moment, a contemptuous snort came from Naruto's nostrils. Is this the senior ninja from Konoha Village? See? Sasuke, small Sakura. The 3 seniors in front of us not only wanted to take our scrolls, but even threatened to kill us. It seems that they don't have the concept of the will of fire in their hearts at all. They're simply the scum of Konoha Village. Since this is the case, there is no need for us to hold back. Uzumaki and Naruto glanced at each other, and the 3 of them realized that the yellow-haired boy in front of them was not as simple as imagined. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Naruto ignored the surprise of the 3 and simply said, kill them. On the high platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen feels old and hot. Especially Uzumaki Naruto's will to open his mouth and keep his mouth shut. This is simply rubbing the treasures passed down from Konoha Village on the ground like garbage. He used the rules to secretly take revenge on Konoha Village. But the actions of the ninjas in Konoha Village were helping Uzumaki Naruto to grow his revenge mentality. Orochimaru. As an apprentice of 3rd Hokage, I have memorized the idea of the will of fire by heart. What's the result? Anoki. It really makes sense. Uzumaki Naruto is so impressive to me. Terumi Mei. According to the will of fire, The senior ninjas of Konoha Village should think of their juniors first, and the result. Fourth Reikage. Is this murder wrong? Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobarama. Don't mess around here. Uzumaki Naruto in the other world is obviously an evil brat. Uchihamadara. Tobarama. You pretend to be the think tank of Hashirama. Uzumaki Naruto in the world over there could have killed them at will with the help of rules, but he still gave them a chance. Why don't they cherish it? Fart. Pure Land World. Senju Tobarama almost broke ground by Uchiha Madara's teasing. Uzumaki Naruto had already grasped the opponent's mind when he showed the Scroll of Heaven to everyone. The reason why he performed with each other was just for Haruno and Uchiha Sasuke, so that they don't feel guilty when they shoot the Konoha Village ninja later. He even tried to subvert the will of fire in their hearts. This brat is too scary. Although it is not his own Konoha Village, Senju Tobarama is still trembling with anger. Damn brat, you dare to kill us. I will let you see the cruelty of the Genin world right now. Go to hell. The leading ninja is attacking with kunai in his hand, and when he is about to approach Naruto's face, Uzumaki Naruto strikes. He raised his right arm with a movement so fast that he couldn't see clearly and instantly grabbed the opponent's wrist. Hey, I said senior. Since it is not the first time to take the Chunin exam, you should learn to be humble. It's not appropriate for you to be so weak and yelling like a brat. In other words, only a light click is heard. Uzumaki Naruto crushed the opponent's wrist as soon as he exerted force. The other party's heart-wrenching pain directly scared the two companions behind him into a cold sweat. Impossible. Why is this newcomer so powerful? You. Stop it. We are your seniors, the ninjas of Konoha Village. We are from a ninja village. The two behind him yell loudly. This shout completely angered Uzumaki Naruto. If I wasn't strong, I would have been beaten at this time and the scroll was taken away, or a corpse at worst. Special mention that everyone is a Konoha Village ninja, which adds fuel to the fire. Boom! Then, Naruto punched the opponent hard on the back of the head. At the same time, the screams stopped abruptly. Die? Do you die? Seeing this, the remaining two couldn't help but trembled and took a few steps back. Dead, Uzumaki said casually. Sorry, seniors. I accidentally used too much force. I didn't expect seniors to be so careless. One punch and die. Uzumaki Naruto smiled indifferently, and a devil-like face appeared in front of the two of them. You actually attacked the ninja in Konoha Village and killed him. I will report this to Lord Third Generation, and you'll be punished. The remaining two left a harsh word, turning around and fleeing. Unfortunately, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. A pair of scarlet eyes made the other party suffocate in fright, and then he felt a chill on his neck and blood spurted out suddenly. Humph. It's not the time for you to kill us. Sasuke, who turned on the Sharingan, looked extremely indifferent. Killed, this is the first kill in the true sense. Also, he is a ninja from the same village as himself. Devil. There's only one person left, continue to choose to escape. But because of the panic in his heart, the speed of his escape was far slower than before. Looking at the fleeing Konoha Village ninja, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke did not move. Haruno Sakura on the side swallowed nervously. She is very smart. She knows that the last person is reserved for her. But Haruno Sakura hesitated for a few seconds. After remembering the other party's initial attitude, she gritted her teeth. Whether it's Naruto or Sasuke, they trust me so much, I absolutely can't drag them back. Thinking settled, Haruno Sakura suddenly jumped up high. Go to hell! Accompanied by a loud shout, Haruno Sakura wrapped Chakra's foot and kicked Chakra's back. Wow! The body was hit violently, and the opponent spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Although there is no trace of explosion on the ground, this kick is enough to make the opponent's soul return to the Pure Land. Very good, the task is completed. Seeing that the three of them have lost their breath of life, Uzumaki Naruto gives Sasuke and Haruno Sakura a thumbs up. Call. This is the first time for me. This feeling is really scary. Haruno Sakura has lingering fears. You will get used to it after experiencing it a few times. Little Sakura. The subject changed, and Naruto said earnestly, "This is a ninja. You should be very clear. Skills are not as good as people. That's what happens." Uzumaki Naruto is right. Haruno Sakura is just suspicious. And Naruto said before that it was just to verify that their strength has surpassed all Konoha candidates. I didn't say that I really wanted to kill the other party. But soon, Haruno Sakura was relieved. After all, the other party also wanted to kill them. "Yes, I see. Thank you, Naruto." Haruno Sakura nodded quickly, expressing his attitude. At the same time, Uchiha Sasuke flipped the ninja bag on the waist of the leader ninja. "Naruto, it is the Scroll of Earth. We've got all the Earth coiling shafts." "Scroll of Earth? So lucky." Haruno Sakura couldn't believe that God favored them so much. The first team they met possessed the Earth Scroll. But then, Haruno Sakura suddenly remembered the scene where Uzumaki Naruto handed the Sky Scroll to Sasuke. Naruto has already seen the intentions of those malicious people at that time. I think the target is the Scroll of Heaven. Those who can focus on the Scroll of Heaven must have the Scroll of Earth in their hands. It turned out that all of this was within Naruto's expectations. Uzumaki Naruto is really handsome. Haruno Sakura instantly forgot the horror just now, and now she is looking at Naruto with stars in her eyes. "Okay, put away first. Our purpose is not to collect scrolls, but to take advantage of this rare opportunity to increase our strength. Practice, all of this is practice." "Yes," Sasuke and Haruno Sakura said in unison. The two then stood beside Uzumaki Naruto left and right. "Let's go, let's continue to look for the next opponent." The three left at a faster speed and continued to look for the next team. With the help of Nine Tails chakra, this physical strength is nothing compared to chakra. However, shortly after the three left, a figure suddenly appeared here. Looking closely, it is Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, who is wearing the exclusive bamboo hat of Chowing Village. Strange, could it be that those three brats did this? Looking at the dead body on the ground, because of the snake holding the area with a serious expression. Judging from the other party's age, they are definitely much older than the three of the 7th class. Impossible, are those three brats so powerful? The running speed is also very fast. The more Orochimaru thinks about it, the more he becomes speechless. He originally thought that he would soon meet Uchiha Sasuke, who he had been thinking about since he was staring at Class 7. But I didn't expect the opponent's team to act like the wind, Tian Min like thunder, quickly and ruthlessly end the battle and then leave. As a result, Orochimaru has not been able to catch up with the three of them until now. Suddenly, Orochimaru seemed to think of something and laugh coldly. "I understand. After all, that child is the descendant of Uchiha and the younger brother of that person. Only by being able to achieve this level can he show his ability." A few seconds of silence again. Orochimaru closed his eyes and licked his long tongue excitedly. "Wait for me, Sasuke. I will catch up with you soon." Sarutobi Hiruzen. That, on the high platform, the master and apprentice looked at each other silently. After Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly, he pointed the finger at Orochimaru. "You trash. Why didn't you meet Class 7 in the first place?" Those Konoha village ninjas died tragically. Orochimaru was immediately taken aback. He couldn't understand what the old immortal guy in front of him was talking about. "Mr. Sarutobi, are you mad by Naruto-kun? If you have something to say, what are you talking about here? Is this my problem? The 7th class in the world over there is not like the 7th class in this world. Their speed of action is much faster." Turning his head and thinking about it, Orochimaru suddenly felt that something was wrong, and then set his eyes on Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Why do you say I am wrong? You Konoha village ninjas died at the hands of Naruto-kun. You deserve it. Miss my business." At this time, in the stands of the Chunin venue, Konoha village's ninja, Uzumaki Naruto's contemporary, can't help but be terrified by what's on the screen. Killed. The 7th class in the world over there really killed a ninja from the same village. Even Haruno Sakura got involved. Yamanaka, Ino, Little Sakura. Haruno Sakura was shaking, but she didn't know whether to be excited or frightened. Asking for flowers. It's unbelievable that she actually killed the ninjas of Konoha Village. Uchiha Sasuke said disapprovingly, "Even if I am in the other world, I am on Naruto's side because there is nothing wrong with what he said. If it weren't for their strength, they would definitely die." Naruto Uzumaki. Hearing the sound, the body trembled suddenly. He envied Uzumaki Naruto, who was unrestrained in that world. Whatever the other party wants to do as much as possible. Although the method is a bit despicable, but Uzumaki Naruto looked up to the sky. On the big screen, the trio from Squad 7 once again quickly took down a team of Konoha Village ninjas. But their faces were collectively filled with joy. It's like taking the cruel trip to the Death Forest as a game. Uzumaki Naruto hung his head sadly. He thought that with his personality over there, he would never have friends and companions, but he was wrong. The other party not only has Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, but they also obey him, and the degree of recognition is completely beyond what I can match. Not to mention the relationship with Nine Tails. The big fox that made him suffer, took care of him like a nanny over there. Hey, the self over there is still amazing. Whoosh, a few more crackling sounds. The thrown kunai immediately made people let out a painful roar. Squad 7 led by Uzumaki Naruto walked through the Death Forest at an extremely fast speed. According to his previous perception lock, what he passed turned the Konoha Village team upside down. However, they did not stop too much. 0. Sneak attack at an extremely fast speed, and then dodge away at an extremely fast speed. Uzumaki Naruto will not consider whether the Konoha Village team that was attacked can survive, or whether they will be killed by others because of this attack. Point 1. Life and death. He, Uzumaki Naruto, is a very well-behaved person. And for all this, Uzumaki Naruto will not feel any guilt at all. Konoha Village will pay back everything he has suffered. If not for his father, if not for him to be the container of Nine Tails. Perhaps these people should have died long ago, and there is no chance to show off everything they have here. And, while enjoying peace, don't forget to trample Naruto Wolf under your feet. Uzumaki Naruto can't control other people's thoughts, but for him, there is no such reason in the world. Not far away, there was another miserable scream. Uzumaki Naruto heard the sound, curiously took Haruno Sakura and Sasuke to join in the fun. However, when everyone met, Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback. The person opposite is none other than the 8th class of their same period. Inazukiya, Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino. Hiss! The 3 people in the 8th class took a collective breath. Even when the sun was red, Maisie trembled violently. This! Inazuka pointed at the screen tremblingly. You say Naruto won't kill us, right? Yamanaka Ino. Don't worry, it won't happen. The rule that Naruto told Sasuke and little Sakura at the beginning is that we are not included in the same period. Inazuka Tooth. Why? Aburame Shino. Because it's too weak. Inazuka Kiba. Well, as expected of Naruto. See Naruto attacking. Inazuka Fong quickly stopped in front. Hey, Naruto, we defeated the enemy this time. You can't grab a scroll with us. Uchiha Sasuke arrogantly snorted coldly. My god, we have already gathered the earth-coiling scrolls. If you really want scrolls, we have gathered several sets now. Haruno Sakura laughs at the same time. After all, before this, Mingzu had already surpassed his peers in school, so the goal of practice this time was not on his peers. Haruno Sakura originally wanted to remind Naruto that even at the same time, he must have improved after graduation, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. As expected of being our number 1 and number 2, and the top student in the cultural class, I now suspect that Mr. Irika was biased when he divided the classes. Separate the 3 of you together. Inazuka gathered all the earth-coiling shafts and smiled. But we also worked hard after graduation, and we will definitely open your master's eyes when the time comes. Wait, first but I found that Hyuga Hinata carefully looked at herself with her eyes, and after being discovered, She lowered her head in fright. Hey, little Sakura, what's going on with Hinata? Is she afraid of me? Naruto asked softly. Haruno Sakura touched his chin and said innocently, No one is afraid of you. I only know that most girls like you. Speaking of this, Haruno Sakura blushed suddenly, exactly the same as the opposite Hinata. Am I so attractive? Naruto froze for a moment, but then an unusually terrifying chakra was captured by his perception. This person's chakra is not quite right. Orochimaru. Yes, Orochimaru. Orochimaru is finally here. In an instant, the ninjas in Konoha village suddenly seemed to see a savior. Judging from Uzumaki Naruto's dignified expression, the person coming must be very powerful. At present, the only person who can make him show such a serious expression is the legendary Sannin Orochimaru. Senju Tobarama, I'm so P********** D off. What's going on in Konoha village now that Uzumaki Naruto is in such a mess? Is it possible to rely on Orochimaru to contain him? Uchihamadara, this is the funniest thing I've ever seen. If I'm alive, let alone the unsealed Nine Tails, I can't even see the full Nine Tails Jinchuriki in my hands. Senju Hashirama, Madara, you and I are already dead, so it's useless to talk about it. Pure Land World. Uchihamadara looked at all this with contempt. Who the F*** K, and you are dead. The old man is waiting for resurrection. Thinking of his infinite Tsukuyami plan, Uchihamadara didn't panic at all. From the current point of view, Uzumaki Naruto is completely silly and sweet in the white-framed world he lives in. As long as he is not affected by the black-framed world Naruto, Madara thinks his plans should be fine. Instead, it's the Uzumaki Naruto of the black-frame world. Too cautious and clever. Obito in the other world wants to get Nine Tails, and he may have to pay a heavy price. Naruto, the visitor, is not kind. In the spiritual world, Nine Tails raised its huge fox head. Judging from the chakra in the human body, the opponent and this group of genin are not at the same level at all. Moreover, he seemed to come alone, without any companions by his side. I know, Uzumaki Naruto has been vigilant. It's a pity that Sasuke, Hinata, and others did not notice the danger coming. Naruto, let's go to the central tower first. Do you want to go to 190 together? Inuzuka said, pointing to the towering steeple in the distance. No, Tooth, you guys go first. Uzumaki Naruto withdrew his nervous look and smiled. But at this time, Hyuga Hinata, who has always been shy, said, Naruto-kun, let's go together. Everyone can take care of me on the way. Hinata pointed her fingers at each other. Her voice was like a mosquito. Inuzuka Fong stretched out his ears and listened hard, and finally understood what Hinata meant. Naruto, do you want to be together? However, he still set his sights on Hinata, who behaved strangely. Turning his eyes, Inja seemed to see something. Don't blot. I found that there seems to be a very powerful guy approaching us. Sasuke, small Sakura, you follow the teeth, and they go first. I will help you block the coming people. Uzumaki Naruto can't stand the ink of these guys. He's not afraid that something will happen to him, but Naruto can't guarantee these people. What? Everyone panicked when they heard the sound. Uchiha Sasuke frowned even more. He knows very well that the guy who can make Naruto feel powerful must be very powerful. Wow! At this moment, Injaya also started to yell indiscriminately due to the clinging on top of his head. It seems to have been frightened. Akamaru's body has already started to tremble. Akamaru. Inuzuka was stunned. What? You mean that Naruto is right? Is there really a powerful force coming towards us? Uzumaki Naruto. Then we can't go anymore. Hinata didn't know where the courage came from, and his voice became louder. Then it became soft again. Master Daishin once said that you can't leave your companions behind. Naruto, speechless. Didn't the old man tell you that in the face of absolute strength, all so-called emotions are nothingness? Third-generation old man is really harmful. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ahem. You see, many of my educations have been very successful. Fourth Raikage. Successful? I think Naruto is right. You're doing a lot of harm. Terumi may. Indeed, it's really unwise for the enemy to go up and deliver it tomorrow. Anoki, and it will drag you down. Terumi may. Probably not. Orochimaru is the legendary Sannin no matter what. If he didn't peep at the power of Sharingan and want to get Sasuke, he probably wouldn't care about the juniors. Luo Sha. That's not necessarily the case. That insidious smelly snake can even kill his master. What else can he not do? Yes, knowing that the opponent is very strong, we should join forces. Inazuki is hot-blooded boy possessed, patting his chest and saying, Naruto, I can't let you show off alone this time. Mr. Inazuka Kiba will help you. Uzumaki Naruto feels suffocated. Now is not the time to show kindness. After all, they will only get in the way. But then I thought about it. Forget it, if they're really killed by then, you can only blame yourself. Audience. Silence. Speechless. I don't know why. For a while, everyone didn't know how to evaluate Uzumaki Naruto's mental activities in such a showy manner. The 8th class obviously wanted to stay and help him out of good intentions, but he actually thought that people were tired of living a long life. Inazuka Fong. Damn it. Naruto over there is too pretending to belittle my uncle's kindness so much. Aburame Shino. Hey, calm down. You are right. The opponent is Orochimaru. We are really in the way. Shirihome. Hey, I really don't know how to evaluate that child. This is completely a villain. Nara Shurgio. Maybe they can't imagine that they will meet one of the legendary Sannin when the Chunin selection exam is full of genin. Hyuga Hinata. No. Even though Naruto thinks so, I don't think he will really die. Shimura Danzo. Innocent. Humph. Allah. I didn't expect so many people to gather here. What a surprise. At this time, a gloomy woman's voice came into my ears. Orochimaru with disheveled hair appeared in front of the 6 people. It indicates that even if they want to leave, they will not be able to leave. Naruto, are you talking about her? Uchiha Sasuke took 2 steps toward Naruto, his eyes fixed on Orochimaru in front of him. The moment Orochimaru saw Sasuke, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This appearance is also a handsome skin. If he can resist the cursed seal of the sky that I bestow, he will definitely be my perfect container. It's him. Naruto responded briefly. It's him. Several people were stunned. Seeing that the person who came was a woman, Inazuka was wondering if he was going to ask Naruto if he was wrong. Akamaru's trembling in his arms was even stronger than before. This also made Inazuka feel terrified. Sure enough, he was right. Allah. Orochimaru takes out the earth scroll from his ninja bag. He's not sure if Uzumaki Naruto and others have already got the earth coiling shaft together. But in order to get off the stage, he has to go through the process. I hold the scroll of earth in my hand. Although I don't know if you have all the scrolls in your hands, I remember that the scrolls in your hands are the scrolls of heaven. Exactly the scroll I need. So let's start now. 1. The battle for the scroll that is desperate for life. I saw Orochimaru open his own bags under the eyes, and the terrifying eyeballs moved impressively. An invisible, murderous aura hit everyone in an instant. Boom! The next second, everyone's heads just fell to roar. They seemed to have seen the picture of their tragic death. The majestic, murderous aura immediately paralyzed the 3 people and 1 dog in the 8th class to the ground. Impossible. Uchiha Sasuke felt his legs go limp, and he almost fell to his knees in front of this strange woman. Not an opponent. Only a murderous aura makes Sasuke tremble with fright. The gap between the strengths doesn't need to think about it at all. They're not on the same level as the person in front of them. He reluctantly turns his head to glance at Haruno Sakura. At this time, Haruno Sakura has already slumped on the ground with both knees on the ground. Fortunately, I have experience in killing people before. Otherwise, just relying on the murderous intent of the other party can make our hearts stop. Sasuke, who was terrified, did not forget to thank Naruto for his practice in advance. Thinking of Uzumaki Naruto, he realized that the other party had also stopped moving. Sasuke looked with difficulty from the corner of his eyes, only to find that Naruto was also trembling at this time. Orochimaru is very satisfied with the reaction of the crowd. It is Uchiha Sasuke who can resist my murderous aura. This kid is really talented. At this time, Orochimaru is full of Uchiha and doesn't care about Naruto besides Sasuke. Oh, what's the matter with you? Is it impossible to move? Orochimaru walks towards the crowd holding kunai. Move! Move! Naruto! Uchiha Sasuke couldn't believe it. Even Uzumaki Naruto was stunned by the guy in front of him. He wanted to shout, but found that he couldn't be born anyway. Orochimaru advances step by step. Oops, he said contemptuously. I thought you guys would let me play a few more times, but now it looks like it's a pity. After speaking, Orochimaru stopped suddenly, raised his arm and wanted to throw a kunai at the crowd. However, suddenly, a voice quickly stopped his behavior. Wait a minute, what's going on? Don't you mean you don't plan to move on? I see that you like to lick your long tongue. Shouldn't you come to us with kunai? Then lick your long tongue to tease us, and rub kunai on our face, by the way. Let us feel the fear from you. Did you wipe your neck in fear in the end? Seeing Orochimaru stop suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly became anxious. I wanted to grab Orochimaru's tongue and give him a few good punches when he leaned over to lick his tongue. But now it seems that the plan has been ruined. Nanny, you kid is actually pretending. Uchiha Sasuke was dumbfounded, completely forgetting the fear that Orochimaru had brought to him just now. Naruto, you almost scare me to death. 1. Sasuke roared, and the next second, he suddenly felt a lot lighter. Orochimaru, if you do this, I will lose face. But I have to say that he is indeed the Uzumaki Naruto of the world over there, and he is very clever. However, Uzumaki Naruto's operation also left other ninjas speechless. With mixed feelings, they don't know how to express their inner thoughts at this moment. What is this? And the plan that emerged in his mind also made everyone feel extremely broken. It really is that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. If you know that the opposite is the apprentice of third Hokage, it is infinitely close to one of the other legendary Sannin at Kage level. I'm afraid Uzumaki Naruto would not dare to have these strange ideas. Senju Tobirama. I'm P***********D at his cleverness. Senju Hashirama. Tobirama, don't say that because I think what Naruto did is funny. Uzumaki Kushina, should I say it or not, my own son was not afraid of Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. So no matter which Naruto, Orochimaru is not so scary. The presence. Orochimaru. Kushina, you can't say that. Back in the Forest of Death, I thought that the big snake would solve Naruto. I didn't let him kill him. Jiraiya. What do you say so much? Orochimaru, you and the world over there are ashamed to bully Genin, and you're almost tricked by others. Anoki. I suddenly found that Uzumaki Naruto and Orochimaru in the other world seem to be able to really work together. Luo Sha. Both of them are scheming ninjas. You really are a very powerful ninja. So vigilant. Uzumaki Naruto looked seriously at Orochimaru, who had a dull expression on the opposite side. This. Yosuke. Is Uzumaki Naruto too swollen? He's praising Orochimaru? The legendary Sannin, does he need to be praised? And looking at Orochimaru's bewildered expression, everyone could understand his mood. No one can accept this kind of thing. U1.9. Suddenly, Orochimaru forgot how to organize his next speech. The yellow-haired boy in front of you is Genin, right? According to his age, he should be Genin, who is in the same class as Uchiha Sasuke. This guy actually ignored the murderous intent just now. What background? Orochimaru's eyes suddenly closed, and he looked up and down at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him. This looked these big piercing eyes. Orochimaru felt as if he had seen it somewhere. Suddenly, he remembered, and then said with a smile, "Who am I?" It turned out to be you. Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback. We know each other? No, I don't know. Orochimaru's words made Uzumaki Naruto puzzled. At least in his memory, he doesn't seem to have any impression of the ugly woman in front of him. Is Ninetales an imp? Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru looks at Naruto in front of him with a smile. The opponent actually formed a team with Sasuke, who owns Sharingan, which he never expected. Even according to the information given by Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru is not sure that Konoha high-level officials like Sarutobi Hiruzen dare to put Naruto and Sasuke together. It seems that the current Konoha village has really fallen to a certain point. Looking back on the past, for Konoha, Jinchuriki has always been just a tool to keep Nine Tails from falling into the hands of other ninja villages. After all, Konoha was full of talents in the past, and there was no need to use the so-called Jinchuriki at all. 10 years in Hedong, Tian, and Hushi. Orochimaru despises in his heart. The old thing in third generation seems to be really anxious. Today's Konoha village has fallen to the point where it can, on the high platform. Orochimaru was satisfied with what was going on in his own mind in the world over there. At least, this feeling can severely hit the face of my dear teacher. The propaganda of the will of fire is overwhelming. Since Senju Tobarama helped the younger generation of Konoha executives stop the pursuit of Jinjyo, keeping the fire of Konoha village. As a result, these high-level Konohas are getting older and older, while the younger generation of Konohas are constantly making sacrifices. If it wasn't for the Third Ninja World War, when the young fourth Hokage was born, Konoha village would have been almost beaten into Konoha village by Inoki's Iwagakure. Unfortunately, fourth Hokage died young, and after the Uchiha clan was wiped out, the current Konoha village looks stable and peaceful on the outside, but in fact it has already lost its former status in the ninja world. Under the leadership of the teacher, Konoha village is really declining, Mr. Sarutobi. Even if you're going to be old and buried, you can't find a new Hokage successor. Is it a hunger for power? Or is Konoha village down to the point where no one is available? Oh no, after you die, that guy Tsunade becomes fifth Hokage as well. Orochimaru smiled sarcastically. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that he felt a tightness in his chest. When did Orochimaru, who used to be taciturn, become so talkative? You! Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Shut up. Using half-life strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled at Orochimaru. Ka. Uzumaki Naruto's clenched fist crackled. Orochimaru was taken aback when he saw this, thinking that not only was this kid not affected by my murderous intent, but looking at him, could it be possible that he still wants to fight me? Aren't you running away? Orochimaru asked subconsciously. This question stopped Uzumaki Naruto. He never expected that the female ninja on the opposite side would be so confident. Is this the aura exuded by masters? The other party's soft-spoken conversation is several times stronger than Zaibu Zhan's original feeling. Naruto raised his eyes and saw the forehead protector on the other side's forehead. He remembered seeing it in magazines and books. It was the forehead protector from Chaoyin Village. That is a very weak ninja village. Sure enough, the children of the poor have long been in charge of their families. Perhaps it is because of the smallness of the village that some people are reluctant to work hard. He, the so-called prey, should maintain a high degree of tension and runaround, especially 25 in front of predators. However, the feeling of fighting trapped beasts like you guys can arouse my excitement to kill you all the more. Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and licked it twice. His gloomy eyes became chilling. My dear old man from Konoha village, third generation. Naruto was so surprised that he uttered obscenities. Big Fox, do you feel that what the ugly monster in front of you says has a philosophy in it? Although she is ugly, she is the most reasonable person I have ever seen. So cool. Kong bang bang. Nine Tails tapped the sealed door with its sharp claws and made a loud noise. Be more serious, boy. This guy is unusual, at least several times stronger than the Touty Zabuzen I met back then. You can't be negligent. If you are killed, it will be over. I know. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists. Let's just use him to test the achievements of the past few years. 1. How funny. Uzumaki Naruto's series of operations once again made the audience feel ashamed. Now is the time of life and death. Where does the other party's self-satisfied self-confidence come from? Perhaps, as everyone thought before, self-confidence often comes from ignorance. But you regard the legendary Sannin as a training partner. Isn't that a little too much? Onoki, it's such a crisis. Naruto is so relaxed. He is also a hero. Terumi Mei, Sanin sparring partner, I still can't think of it. Fourth Hokage. Okay, let's see what Uzumaki Naruto over there can do. Inazuka Tooth. It's a pity that we are present, which may hinder Naruto's performance. Aburame Shino. Tooth, be confident. Our existence may not affect him at all. Yamanaka Ino. Shino, do you mean he doesn't care about you at all? Haruno Sakura. It's so embarrassing, after all, because he said that if we don't leave, we won't be able to control it if we die. Maybe he really won't care. Orochimaru. You juniors, do you really think I'm interested in you? Although you are ugly, you are the guy with the best mouth I have ever seen. It's a battle between trapped beasts, prey, or hunter. Only after you've played it will you know. Come on, let me feel your power. Uzumaki Naruto waved to Orochimaru and looked at Uchiha Sasuke by the way. Sasuke, you and little Sakura, let's go aside and watch. Sasuke nodded, looked at the others, and found that they had also relieved a lot from the murderous aura just now. Be careful. Orochimaru looks at Sasuke with a little amusement on his face. I didn't expect that the guy who took the lead was Uzumaki Naruto. Re-examined Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru laughed secretly. Minato is a guy who doesn't talk too much. This kid is just the opposite of him. He looks more like his mother in character. But no matter what, Orochimaru knows very well that if he wants to have a good talk with Sasuke, he must first pass the hurdle of Uzumaki Naruto. Oh, then I'm coming. The voice fell. Orochimaru turned into several phantoms and left suddenly. So fast, everyone was shocked. No matter how they imagined, they never expected that the action speed of the person in front of them could reach such a level. Boom! Two fists collide. Uzumaki Naruto successfully caught Orochimaru's first attack. This is unexpected. Orochimaru didn't expect Naruto, the vortex, to be able to see through his attack. Bang bang. Bang bang. The two body skills collided, and they were evenly matched. In an instant, Orochimaru speeded up again, and his body turned into an afterimage, moving back and forth at high speed around Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at everyone dumbfounded, I can't grasp Orochimaru's trajectory at all. Boom! The sudden loud noise will suddenly attract everyone. Looking closely, Orochimaru got out of the ground at some point and threw himself at Uzumaki Naruto. Fortunately, Uzumaki Naruto reacted in time and jumped out of the way in an instant. Shadow Clone Technique. Accompanied by bursts of soft noises, and after the thick smoke passed, hundreds of Uzumaki Naruto appeared in the eyes of everyone. This is Clone Technique. Aburame Shino was horrified. He didn't expect Naruto to release such a level of clone technique in an instant. But in the next second, he dismissed his ridiculous thoughts. Because every avatar is holding a shuriken in his hand and throwing it outward. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, countless shurikens were densely packed like Aburame Shino's bugs. The sky and the sky are overwhelming and they shoot towards Orochimaru, who is still half in the ground. Shuriken Shadow Clone. This scene caused Orochimaru to stare. The old man actually taught Uzumaki Naruto this ninjutsu. Could it be that you want this kid to inherit Hokage in the future? Snored. Thinking of Hokage, Orochimaru suddenly felt a tinge of anger in his heart. If Namake's Minato hadn't been born, perhaps Hokage's position would have been his own long ago. Now, this ninjutsu has actually been passed on to his son. Whoosh! Just when the shuriken was about to shoot in front of him, Orochimaru's whole body plunged into the ground again. Why is this guy like a bug, especially drilling into the fields? Are you always doing sneak attacks? It's really despicable and shameless. Uzumaki Naruto felt speechless for a while. He thought the other party was a master, but he didn't expect it to be a mole. Boom! However, in the next second, due to the snake's attachment, the snake emerged from the field. The figure quickly wrapped around the trunk and climbed up the branches. The speed is so fast that it makes people's scalp tingle. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever Orochimaru passed, the shadow clone was scattered by his fists, until the two fight against each other again. Orochimaru smiled lightly. Oh, I found the main body. Yeah. As expected of a master? Uzumaki Naruto also responded with a chuckle. Does catching your attack prove that you are the real body? Nanny! Orochimaru's pupils trembled in shock. The next moment, a white smoke suddenly rises from before my eyes. The Uzumaki Naruto just now disappeared suddenly, and before Orochimaru could react, a leg pierced through the thick smoke and struck him. Boom! Heavy kick directly kicks Orochimaru from the tree to the ground. Before he adjusted his body, Naruto's voice came from above. No, it's my god. You must think so. Orochimaru was speechless and raised his cold eyes to Uzumaki Naruto. Aren't you afraid of death? I just feel that you didn't come here to snatch the scroll. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head disapprovingly. From the battle just now, I noticed that your eyes couldn't help looking in the direction of Sasuke. Give me a feeling that you seem to want to show something in front of him. If my guess is correct, the purpose of your trip is to come for Sasuke. He found out about this kind of thing. Orochimaru is unavoidably surprised. As Uzumaki Naruto said, during the battle just now, Orochimaru looked at Sasuke intentionally, as if to see how the opponent reacted. I didn't expect such a subtle move, but it didn't escape the observation of the young man in front of me. Orochimaru chuckled, but was a little shocked. It seems that I was negligent, but this kid has inherited his father's observation ability. Orochimaru is not so much fighting Uzumaki Naruto, but the opponent's more attention is on Uchiha Sasuke. It's just unimaginable that Uzumaki Naruto actually discovered the opponent's move. In other words, during the confrontation between the two sides, Uzumaki Naruto did not fully meet Orochimaru's attack. He had time to carve. Grinding Orochimaru came here for the purpose. Scary imp. Already able to face Sannin alone at the age of 12? On the screen, Naruto's behavior really stunned everyone. Onoki. It's amazing. If Naruto in the world over there is allowed to continue to develop, there will be no one in the ninja world who is his opponent. Fourth Hokages. That's not necessarily the case. In fact, there will be young teenagers who have a flash of inspiration in the ninja world. Terumi Mei. Fourth Hokages, those people you mentioned, it seems that with the development, it is difficult to find an existence to compete with them. Stand at the Chunin venue. Uzumaki Naruto gets another crit. I thought that no matter how strong I am in the Black Frame world, I can't be Orochimaru's opponent. Unexpectedly, he didn't seem to be very threatened. Uchiha Sasuke saw the clue even more. He remembered that Uzumaki Naruto broke out with a violent attack, and that state obviously used Nine-Tails chakra. But looking at the appearance of Naruto in the black-framed world, it seems that there is no such thing. At least there is no big change in appearance. Hey, it looks like you like Sasuke very much. If this is the case, I can go back and ask you about the type Sasuke likes. Misunderstanding. This is a G big misunderstanding. I really don't know what it would be like if Uzumaki Naruto didn't think until Orochimaru on the opposite side was no longer his original body. It looks like you underestimated me, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru's deep voice made Uzumaki Naruto frown. He clearly felt that as Orochimaru's breath rose 357, the surrounding air became icy cold. After images passed by, boom! After a loud noise, Uzumaki Naruto saw the tree trunks in front of him keep breaking apart. Orochimaru actually regarded the thick tree trunks of the Death Forest as the earth, and kept shuttling through it. The next moment, a sharp claw suddenly stretched out from Naruto's feet, swiped straight at his face. Uzumaki Naruto was startled and dodged for a moment, but a wound was still drawn on his face if he didn't pay attention. That guy's speed has become faster than before, Naruto said to Nine-Tails. It seems that his level is more than that, but I don't know what he wants to do with Sasuke. Naruto, now is not the time to think about this. That guy is constantly improving his combat power. We also need to make some preparations. Nine-Tails said seriously. Naruto nodded. It seems that it's time to use your chakra. Boom! The trunk exploded again, and Orochimaru, in the form of a long snake, emerged from the trunk. With a long sword in his mouth, he seems to use his own power of rotation to pierce through and tear Naruto in front of him. Unfortunately, this time, Uzumaki Naruto moved slightly and easily avoided Orochimaru's attack. "You guy, don't you only do sneak attacks?" Naruto's low voice made Orochimaru startled, and when he looked back, he found that Uzumaki Naruto was staring at him with scarlet eyes. Funny, he actually used Nine Tails chakra. This kid grows so fast. Could it be that the old man from third generation guided it? Impossible. How can that old man have such abilities? Orochimaru's mind moved slightly, and he got out of the tree, trunk again holding the snake's tail. Uzumaki Naruto. Hiding around is really annoying. Boom. The sound of the trunk exploding again. This time, the position where Yinshuan appeared was closer to Naruto's body. Sinai. He rotated his body, and the Kusanagi sword in his mouth stabbed blankly at Naruto's heart. Rasengan. However, this time, the vermilion chakra ball resisted the spinning Kusanagi sword. Bang, bang, bang. Rasengan is in contact with Kusanagi's sword, and the two collide with each other, continuously making loud noises. Orochimaru snorted coldly. Rasengan? Too bad it's too small. Yeah, then make it bigger. Wouldn't it be good? Uzumaki Naruto's mouth moved slightly. In an instant, he gathered the chakra in his body towards the Rasengan in his hand again. Rasengan also began to grow gradually because of this. Nanny? Impossible, this brat. Orochimaru was surprised, but he couldn't escape. Rasengan has pushed towards his face while flicking the Kusanagi sword away. You're welcome. As the host of Konoha Village, let me treat you to a big red meatball. 1. Rasengan. That is. Jiraiya and Namake's Minato trembled in surprise. Big ball Rasengan? Shinigami space. Namake's Minato excitedly said to Nine Tails in his body. Look at the world over there. My son is doing well. Nine Tails. It's because the people in the world over there are stupid. Why does my dignified Nine Tails have such a good relationship with him? Namake's Minato didn't care about Nine Tails' complaints. Rasengan is a ninjutsu developed by oneself. A special and convenient feature of this ninjutsu is that the size of the Rasengan can be determined according to the amount of chakra injected. The larger the Rasengan, the more powerful it is, and the probability of hitting the target will be much greater. I really hope that Naruto in the other world can bring some spiritual inspiration to Naruto in my family. Namake's Minato squinted and smiled. What a genius he is. Boom! Rasengan makes a loud bang after hitting Orochimaru. The power of the instant explosion even blew up the position where Naruto was standing. The manic power dissipated in all directions. The scene in front of me was even more shocking. Inazukiya and the others immediately opened their mouths. That? What ninjutsu is that? What the hell did Naruto do? Uchiha Sasuke was equally astounding. Even if he turns on Urgyu Sharingan, he can barely keep up with Orochimaru's actions. However, the ninjutsu in Naruto's hand directly blows the bomb out. The process of flying, coupled with the power of the energy scattered by the blast, destroyed all the thick branches around. No matter who it is, if they take this trick, they will never return. Just when everyone was surprised, Uzumaki Naruto appeared in front of them. Naruto! Naruto! Are you okay? Seeing Naruto appear, everyone got nervous and came together. But what surprised them was that Uzumaki Naruto had a serious look on his face at this time, looking straight at a place not far away. Naruto, what happened? Haruno Sakura didn't understand why Uzumaki Naruto didn't show a trace of relaxation on the face of the other party who had already been attacked by such a terrible ninjutsu. If I'm not wrong, that guy shouldn't be dead. Uzumaki Naruto said vigilantly. What? Impossible. How can I survive after being hit by that kind of ninjutsu? Inazuka Tooth is dumbfounded, then hurriedly said, Naruto, stop joking here. However, Uzumaki Naruto shook his head. He vigilantly perceives his surroundings, and not long ahead, Orochimaru's chakra is very obvious. There is no sign of weakening at all. When I hit his face just now, I felt like my strength was gone. Although I don't know what that guy did, but I know very well that that guy didn't do anything. Impossible. Uzumaki Naruto's words made everyone's hearts startled and missed a row. Where's the other party who is so sacred? It is not a problem to accept such a terrible ninjutsu hard. However, compared to Uzumaki Naruto's vigilance, behind a tree not far away, Orochimaru broke out in a cold sweat. Naruto, this kid, is he so scary? Is this the power of Jinchuriki? Recalling the blow just now, Orochimaru has lingering fears. Fortunately, before being hit, he had already cast the Big Snake Flow body replacement technique. Even if the previous body was smashed, he still has a brand new body by relying on the Orochi Flow body replacement technique. Orochimaru let out a sigh of relief. This Nine-Tails brat, you should pay more attention in the future. Come out, stop hiding. You were like a loach in the battle just now. What are you doing hiding behind a tree now? Are you spying on a handsome Sasuke? Naruto adjusted his mentality and returned to the original relaxed appearance. Although it is not clear what the other party did just now, but based on his strength just now, Uzumaki Naruto is not very worried. Besides, that guy's purpose doesn't seem to be to fight. Can you even do perception? What a scary kid. Orochimaru, who was still in fear, also adjusted his state, then appeared in front of everyone from behind the tree with a sneer. I didn't expect to be discovered. However, Orochimaru, who recovered his real body, surprised Uzumaki Naruto and others. Naruto, what's going on? Everyone is in the circle, but Uzumaki Naruto is also in the circle. The chakra breath on the other party has not changed, but why the body has changed from a woman to a man. Transformation technique? Naruto pointed at the other party. Maybe he thinks Sasuke likes men, so? Uchiha Sasuke. **** hole. Now is not the time to joke. Are you really sure they are the same person? Sasuke gave Naruto an angry look. Orochimaru was extremely speechless, thinking in his heart that next time when he sees Naruto, he will slap him on the mouth first. This man is... However, at this time, Nine-Tails' voice made Naruto stunned. Big Fox, do you know him? Nine-Tails thought a little bit, sorting out his memories of Konoha Village. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Orochimaru. 1. Orochimaru, yes. I remembered. Orochimaru? How do you know him? Humph. Nine-Tails snorted softly. I know much more than you. This guy is 3rd Hokage's apprentice, and he is also known as the legendary Sannin along with your father's master. 1. It is indeed a very powerful guy. Legendary Sannin. Uzumaki Naruto's face changed slightly. It was true that he was attracted by this title. Since the other party's title carries the word legend, it is not comparable to a ghost, a replica ninja, etc. This kind of lame ninja. Hatake Kakashi. I advise you to be kind. Momochi no longer chops. Kakashi, we should have teamed up to take this kid's sacrificial knife first. Not to mention that he is as famous as Dad's master, and also Hokage's apprentice. But after thinking about it, Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his chin in doubt. Could it be that this guy is here to test us? However, since I was sealed in your body, I have turned a deaf ear to many things in Konoha Village. No one can guarantee what this guy wants to do when he appears at this time, let alone what he wants to do by using his identity as a ninja in Choin Village. At this time, Nine-Tails' reminder interrupted Naruto's thinking. Your purpose? Naruto asked calmly. Don't you already know? I'm here for Sasuke. After all, Orochimaru is not going around in circles either. He has wasted a long time from chasing Squad 7 in the Death Forest to fight Naruto. It is expected that Konoha Village should have discovered their traces before this, and will send people here soon. Although I really want to see Sasuke's strength, and whether he can withstand the seal of the sky that he bestowed. Unfortunately, all of this was messed up by Uzumaki Naruto. It's not too late to study in the future. Orochimaru thought about it, and then said, Avenger, Uchiha Sasuke. I originally wanted to test your strength and give you strength. But now it seems that we can only wait until we meet later. I think for revenge, You must need me and the strength I give you. While speaking, Orochimaru's body sank into the ground. Also, I am very happy to see the strength of Konoha village Jinchuriki. Leave a sentence. Orochimaru slowly disappears from everyone's sight. Avengers Jinchuriki. The three people in the 8th class looked at each other, completely unclear about the meaning of each other's words. What is this Orochimaru guy trying to do? However, for the Sasuke Avengers, Naruto and Haruno Baby are clear from the day they introduced themselves. Uzumaki Naruto doesn't care at all about what happened. Spiritual world. Uzumaki Naruto shakes his head in distress. Naruto, what's wrong with you? You seem to have something on your mind. Are you worried about that kid in Uchiha's house? Ninetales' question immediately caused Uzumaki Naruto to sigh. Big Fox, I am still too weak. Facing Sannin, my attack will not be effective at all. Ninetales was taken aback when he heard the words, and after a while, it showed a smile. You don't want to say that either. You didn't make full use of me. If you could use more of my chakra at that time, you should be able to form a tailed beast suit on your body. Continue to practice hard. Yes, you still have to work hard to practice. The next second, Uzumaki Naruto revived on the spot, cheering up again. Audience. Numb. Everyone is numb. They couldn't tell whether Uzumaki Naruto really felt weak or whether he was here in Versailles. Who is the opponent? The opponent is Orochimaru. Just like what Naruto thought, the legendary Sannin has a legendary person in his title, and his level is naturally not comparable to ninjas like Zabuza or Kakashi. Onoki. He. Is it another beautiful misunderstanding? Fourth Raikage. I feel like Naruto did it on purpose. Terumi Mei. He beat Orochimaru and gave up his body. What else does he want? Haruno Sakura. Hey, I thought Naruto over there was really worried about Sasuke at first, but now it seems that I think too much. Inuzuka. As expected of Uzumaki Naruto in that world, he doesn't care about other things except wanting to become stronger and making trouble for Konoha village. Yamanaka Ino. You reminded me, Naruto in the world over there wants Konoha village to be a mess so much. What do you think he would do if Uchiha Sasuke defected? Nara Shikamaru. Especially Sasuke over there trusts Naruto so much. I guess he will come and tell Naruto if he defected. Aburame Shino. Don't say Sasuke wants to defect. I guess even if Sasuke doesn't want to defect, Uzumaki Naruto will have to persuade him to defect to Konoha village. Senju Tobarama. The evil Uzumaki Naruto, with his character, will definitely do this. Fortunately, Ninetales didn't tell him that Sharingan can control tail beasts. If he knows, Sharingan was able to control the 9 tails inside him, and I guess he killed Uchiha Sasuke first with a backhand. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Makoto. In the stands of the Chunin venue, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke looked at each other for a few seconds. Both of them lowered their heads. Uzumaki Naruto was originally interested in seeing how he in the other world prevented Sasuke from defecting. After the speeches of everyone in the discussion group, he realized that he was still too naive. Naruto in that world is someone who absolutely does not allow anything that threatens him. Even if it's facing Sasuke, won't you show mercy? What will I be like in the future? Shao Organization. A group of guys in black and red cloud clothes fell silent. According to the future of the organization, Lee's good to set lofty goals. Everyone standing here is the biggest threat to Uzumaki Naruto. Pain. Haiden. Boss. Why are you silent? Deidara. It must be intimidated by Uzumaki Naruto's strength. Hoshigaki Kisame. Dices. After all, given the current situation of the organization, the boss's primary purpose is to make money. We are still making money aimlessly. It is not enough to make so much money. Know where the flowers are. Kakuzu. What's wrong with making money? Does making money bother you? Even if you don't spend it, it's comfortable to put so much money there. Conan. I understand what Kisame means. He wants to say that we are here to make money and give Uzumaki Naruto more time to practice. When the time comes. Deidara. When the time comes, we will go and give away the head. He ran away with the stinky snake at the age of 12. Who knows what the future will look like? the red sand scorpion. Humph. You worthless thing. Don't you forget that you were only 14 or 15 years old when you joined the Akatsuki organization. Hoshigaki Kisame. Mr. Itachi seems to be joining the organization at this age. Uchiha Itachi, the red sand scorpion. So what's the point of beating off a stinky snake at the age of 12? However, with the words of the scarlet sand scorpion falling to the ground, the original discussion came to an abrupt end. For a genius, 1 year is enough to make a qualitative change in his progress. Especially with the special status of Uzumaki Naruto, he has almost nothing to do and spends most of his time practicing. No one can guarantee how strong the opponent will be when the Shao organization wants to take action. Datara. Okay, sure, our death in that world must be miserable. Pain. Datara. Datara, huh? What's the matter with the leader? Pain. Pain is invincible, Shunluo Tianzhong. After the Orochimaru incident, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly lost his hunt for the Konoha village ninja. He felt that with the strength of that group of trash, he would have to die in this death forest without him taking action. Class 7 and Class 8 prepare to go together and enter the central tower early. Perhaps the battle between Orochimaru and Uzumaki Naruto was too exciting and shocking, and everyone had lingering fears all the way. Inuzuka Fong looks at the back of Uzumaki Naruto, his body trembling uncontrollably. Looking at it now, why is this guy's back like a mountain insurmountable? Recalling the murderous aura exuded by Orochimaru, Inuzuka was frightened for a while. How strong is Uzumaki Naruto? Who can take advantage of that monster by fighting it? No, this guy's a monster among monsters. Hey, look, there are people. Suddenly, the nurse's voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. Following everyone's gaze, a red-haired girl is crouching with her head in her arms and counting. The detonating talisman explosion roar not far away made her tremble. Would you like to see it? Naruto, Sasuke asked softly. He didn't think much about Orochimaru's matter, and even felt that the other party was a psychopath. If you can't even defeat Naruto, why should you let yourself go to him? What kind of strength can he bring to yourself? Funny. Orochimaru. Damn, there's something wrong with how things are going. There is nothing to see. The Chunin exam is a very cruel thing. 1. Uzumaki Naruto shakes his hand and refuses. There is no way. The ninja world is so ruthless, and lack of strength is the original sin. If you have the time to take care of others, why not take the opportunity to find some food? Uzumaki Naruto rubs his stomach. Just as everyone was about to leave, a loud roar sounded to drive them away. A huge black bear suddenly broke into the sight of several people. Its target is the trembling red-haired girl under the tree. However, the appearance of the black bear made Uzumaki Naruto's eyes brighten. Sasuke, hurry up and help that red-haired girl. As expected of Uzumaki Naruto, it seems that he doesn't care on the surface, but seeing that the other party is in danger, he still can't help but want to help the other party. At the same time, the ninjas all showed admiration. Lion bombardment. Just when the red-haired girl thought she was dying here, several consecutive loud noises shocked her. Looking up, the black bear has been shot dead on the spot. There will be a bear's paw to eat 777 soon. Uzumaki Naruto was eager to fight, secretly proud, and then led several people towards the direction of the red-haired girl. Speechless. This is definitely a moment that makes everyone feel helpless. They couldn't figure out whether it was Uzumaki Naruto's luck or the world over there. He was surrounded by idiots at the same time. Does this make them feel Uzumaki Naruto's warm heart? The other party obviously chose to help the red-haired girl only because he wanted to eat a bear's paw. Inoki, Naruto's luck is really good. No matter what he does, the same period around him will brainstorm in a direction that is beneficial to him. Terumi Mei, is this a brain supplement? This is because Uzumaki Naruto is strong, so what he said is convincing. Fourth Raikage. Otherwise, Sasuke will ask him if there is anything, and Sasuke will F***K him as soon as he speaks. Uchiha Fugaku. Damn it. What about my son's proud personality? Uchiha Makoto. Hey, maybe it was bought by the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, but this is very good. Being friends with the strong is a very good choice in the ninja world. See the black bear being killed. Uzumaki Xianglin's nervous heart just calmed down, but he saw the Konoha village forehead protector on his forehead. She became more nervous. What are you looking at? Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Xianglin, who was squatting on the ground trembling, and said, by the way, you saved Vice Admiral from Black Bear's mouth just now. Don't expect us to help you with anything. No, no, thank you for saving me. Uzumaki Xianglin felt the powerful aura emanating from Naruto's body, and was so frightened that his legs became weak that he couldn't even stand up. At this time, her panicked mood reached the extreme. She has never felt such a powerful chakra from anyone, and she feels that the chakra in the opponent's body is so huge that it is about to overflow. Naruto, the forehead protector on her forehead, is exactly the same as the one called Orochimaru before. Inazuki Yu went to see Kairin's forehead protector and immediately became vigilant. No, I don't know anyone named Orochimaru. I am not with him. In an instant, Xianglin became anxious. From the mouth of a ninja with a dog, she could clearly feel that the other party had a dispute with the ninja from Chaoyin Village just now. It's over. This is over. Tooth, you are too nervous. Chaoyin Village is the same as our Konoha Village, but it doesn't mean that they are in the same camp with the same forehead protector. Haruno Sakura hurriedly explained, CFBJ, of course she would not be so stupid as to tell anyone about the 7th squad who killed Konoha Shinobi. Uzumaki Naruto didn't pay attention to these. He looked at the black bear's paw and sighed in his heart that the creatures in the Death Forest are huge. This bear paw is enough for many people to eat. After feeling Xianglin's fear, he casually asked, what is your name? Aroma. Uzumaki Aroma. I took the exam with 2 companions. They went out and haven't come back yet. Here is the scroll in my hand. If you need it, take it away. After speaking, Uzumaki gently placed the earth scroll in his hand on the ground. Afterwards, I went to the corner again. However, her self-introduction made Uzumaki Naruto's heart flutter. Others seemed to realize the seriousness of the problem, and Haruno Sakura opened his eyes wide and asked again, what's your name? Fragrant Phosphorus. No, I'm asking about the last name. Uzumaki Fragrant Phosphorus. Uzumaki Hongfos. Uzumaki Naruto. Impossible. Why do they both have the same surname? Could it be that the girl in front of me is a member of Uzumaki Naruto's tribe? Even Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but look up and down after hearing Xianglin's surname. Naruto. Hinata heard this and naturally knew what it meant. She looked at Naruto softly. I saw that Uzumaki Naruto had already started walking towards Uzumaki Kairin. Uzumaki Incense Phosphorus? The Uzumaki family? Naruto's simple question suffocates Kairin. She knows very well that among this group of people, the leader is the blonde brother in front of her. Really, I really didn't lie to you. I am indeed from the Uzumaki family. Uzumaki Xianglin was on the verge of crying, but she blurted out anxiously and regretted it on the spot. Is this group of people having any trouble with the Uzumaki clan? But in her memory, her mother told her that her clan had long been extinct. Would it be a coincidence that their enemies belong to the Uzumaki clan? It's over. My life is over. Pure Land World. Uzumaki Kushina felt a tingle in his heart. She knew that the girl in front of her should not have lied. But seeing how desolate the only remaining members of his clan are now, Kushina's heart hurts very much. Uzumaki Mito. Hey, think of me, the Uzumaki family. How glorious it was once. Uzumaki Kushina. Grandma, stop talking. The more you talk, the more distressed you will be. Uchiha Fugaka. Hey. Yeah, I can feel your pain right now. Uchiha Madara. So I wanted to take the Uchiha clan away, but none of them listened to me. I only expected that whoever has a relationship with Konoha would be unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Senju Tobarama. Madara. What nonsense are you talking about? Uchiha Madara. Don't let people talk about the reality. My dignified Uchiha clan disappeared in Konoha Village, and Mito's Uzumaki clan didn't have anything to do when they had nothing to do with your Senju clan. As a result, after the establishment of Konoha village, the Uzumaki clan gone too. Senja Hashirama, hey, Madara, do you think I was wrong? War destroys everything. But why was the war started? The big names of each country compete for resources in order to meet their individual needs. In order to grow stronger, Ninja Village also covets the secret arts of other clans. In the whole ninja world, there is really no peace to speak of. Only whoever has the biggest fist will be safe. In a dark cave, Uchiha Obito's eyes flickered fiercely. Only my ideal is the only way to save this world. In a dark room, Nagato's Rinnegan also flashed indifference. These people, as long as they have experienced pain, the world can find peace. I heard that the other party is the Uzumaki family. Uzumaki Naruto's mind suddenly froze. No, this girl is lying. With a flash of inspiration, Uzumaki Naruto's face suddenly darkened. How dare you lie about being an Uzumaki in front of me? The real Uzumaki, damn it. Speak. Uzumaki Xianglin suddenly felt that the surrounding air became cold. She raised her eyes tremblingly, only to find that Uzumaki Naruto was staring at her with a dark face. You are lying? No, I'm not lying. Look at my hair. The hair of our Uzumaki clan is all red. Xianglin felt that her mind was blank. She was frightened. She no longer knew what she was talking about, and tried to verify her identity incoherently. Uzumaki Naruto. Fart. The hair of the Uzumaki clan is blonde like mine. But seeing the other party's frightened appearance, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly realized that something was wrong. His father, 4th Hokage, is called Namikaze Minato, not Uzumaki Minato, and his golden hair is inherited from his father. Big Fox, you know a lot. Is she lying? The hair of the Uzumaki clan is red. Nine Tails, this girl shouldn't have lied. People with red hair are not necessarily Uzumaki, but Uzumaki. The words were on the verge of speaking, but Nine Tails got stuck. In the end, it still falters, but people with the blood of the Uzumaki family must have red hair. Uzumaki Naruto heard the words, the whole person. Dumbfounded. After making trouble for a long time, I found out that the fake Uzumaki family was the one who ed me up. So she's the real Uzumaki clan, and I'm fake? Naruto pointed to himself, stunned. No, although I don't know what happened, but your mother's indeed a pure-blooded Uzumaki family. You were named after your mother's surname. Bull Batch, 4th Hokage, Mighty Haki. Terumi Mei. As far as I know, no matter which race the Uzumaki clan intermarries with, the offspring will indeed have red hair. Anoki, well, this is common sense, and I know it well enough to show how terrifying the physique and blood of the Uzumaki family are. 4th Hokage. Then the question is, why is Uzumaki Naruto blonde? In an instant, the brains of the entire ninja world fell into a rocky state. I just don't know where to start with this question. Uchiha Mikoto. Didn't Naruto pop out of Kushina's belly? Uzumaki Kushina. What nonsense, Mikoto. Naruto must have been born from my stomach. Uchiha Mikoto. Then why is he blonde? Uchiha Fugaku. Does it need to be said? It must be that 4th Hokage Minato's blood suppression is stronger. Namikaze Minato. This, I really don't know very well. When I learned that the Uzumaki Xianglin in front of me was my own tribe, Naruto suddenly felt overwhelmed. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto pacing back and forth, Kaoru became more nervous, thinking that Naruto in front of him might be thinking about how to torture himself. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto stopped and just announced his name, but saw Xianglin's petite body tremble suddenly. Blurted, "Please don't make fun of me." Xianglin couldn't help but glance at Naruto's golden hair. Uzumaki Naruto, 1. Ahem. Things are complicated, but I'm indeed a member of the Uzumaki family. Forget it. Let's talk while eating later. Looking at Xianglin's nervous appearance, I'm afraid he won't be able to ask anything for a while. Uzumaki Naruto beckoned, and several people began to operate on the black bear. During the meal, Uzumaki Karen felt a lot more relaxed and told Uzumaki Naruto everything he knew. Moreover, Uzumaki Naruto also learned from Ninetales that his mother was the previous Ninetales person calendar. Big Fox, so we Uzumaki clan are at best a tool for others to use. Naruto's tone is indifferent. Thinking of what happened to Xianglin, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes flashed a hint of fierceness. Because the Uzumaki family has a special physique, Xianglin's body has to be used as a first aid kit to be bitten by people. The mother even died, tragically, in the process of saving others. The value of my mother coming to Konoha village is to act as a Jinchuriki. However, even so, the Uzumaki clan was still wiped out by other villages. Naruto, do you understand this feeling? The feeling of being under the fence. Ninetales slowly lying on the ground. There is no so-called freedom and no right to speak. It's just used as a tool by others. It's okay when the value is important. If it has no value, it can only end up being abandoned. Ninetales' words made Uzumaki Naruto fall into deep thought. Time passes by every minute and every second. Call! Ninetales was awakened by the sound of Naruto's long sigh. What were you thinking just now? Nothing, I just thought of something interesting. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto has a smile on his face again. Hey, Big Fox, I have an immature little plan. Do you want to play along with me? Let's listen. Ninetales immediately sat up energetically. It knows that as long as Naruto has a plan, it will definitely not be a good thing. But the target is the ninja that Ninetales hates. Are you trying to destroy Konoha village? Look at what you said. A broken village can be destroyed and rebuilt. The price must be paid by them. But after that, I want to control this village step by step. In any capacity. After speaking, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. Count new and old grudges together. Uzumaki Naruto's choice immediately shocked the ninjas of Konoha village into a cold sweat. This guy is really the opposite. Senju Tobarama. Hey, I can't speak anymore. Konoha village in the other world seems unable to escape this catastrophe. Anoki. Is the Jinchuriki in the village going to be reversed? This is indeed a very terrible thing. Fourth Hokages, not necessarily. With Uzumaki Naruto's scheming in the other world, it's not as simple as sabotaging Konoha village. Terumi Mei. That's right. Didn't you hear what he said? A small dilapidated village can be rebuilt even if it is destroyed. His goal is not Konoha village. Konoha village is a small broken village? Uzumaki Naruto really dares to say, if Konoha village is a small broken village, then what are the remaining Konoha villages? Doesn't he even count as scum in his eyes? In a daze, everyone suddenly understood what Uzumaki Naruto meant. The village is not important. The people in the village are important. So it's the people of Konoha village that he wants to destroy. This makes sense. After all, Uzumaki Naruto had to give wisdom to the villagers of Konoha village. Shimura Danzo. Damn Hiruzen, you see it, you see it. This is the ruin your naivety brought to Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen. What are you yelling at? Isn't there nothing to do in Konoha village now? Besides, Naruto over there is not stupid. He can't attack Konoha without preparation. On the high platform. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with interest. I have to say that the teacher's luck is really good. Elected as the third generation by the second generation project, Hokage has been sitting in the position for decades. Even if fourth Hokage sacrificed, Master Danzo did not beat you in Hokage's competition. It's another 12 years. When Uzumaki Naruto wants to take revenge on Konoha village, you'll be killed by me again. What luck! Even if he destroys Konoha village, you won't see it. Orochimaru's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen fly into a rage. You traitor, you're simply talking nonsense. Okay, stop pretending. You might be secretly enjoying yourself now. Orochimaru spread his hands. Goodwill of fire. All unlucky things were resisted by this junior. After you are killed by me, who will be the Hokage? Orochimaru thought to himself. With the current situation of Uzumaki Naruto in the Black Frame world, the other party will naturally not accept Jiraiya's way of coaxing children. Then, it is impossible for him to follow Jiraiya to find Tsunade. Chaos, Konoha village in the world over there, after this Chunin exam, will definitely be a mess. But that's the way it's fun. Orochimaru in particular was interested to see what Uzumaki Naruto could rely on to keep Konoha village in his hands. After all, as Uzumaki Naruto himself knows the truth, the village is nothing more than a village. If it is destroyed, it can be rebuilt naturally, and the important thing in the final analysis is the villagers. The stand of the venue. Naruto's contemporaries were dumbfounded. The villagers of Konoha village are talking about it even more. Uzumaki Naruto himself is not sure how to evaluate himself there. The other party's current behavior and thoughts have already had a serious impact on his thinking. He wants to destroy the village. Does he really not care about these companions walking with him at all? This feeling, unlike Gaara at the beginning, Sasuke who plunged into the darkness, they really seemed. Looks like, in the spirit world, Ninetales squinted at the dejected Uzumaki Naruto. Humph. He just did what he was supposed to do, or what he had to do. In the whole stand, only Uchiha Sasuke's mouth has an imperceptible arc. Uzumaki Naruto in the world over there must be able to understand his own mind. This kind of mentality of revenge or struggle for the family. Because he is his own tribe, Uzumaki Naruto did not leave Uzumaki Xianglin alone in the Death Forest. But my companion hasn't come back yet. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto is going to take her to the central tower, Xianglin said weakly. I went out for so long and didn't come back. I'm probably dead. Of course, if they come back, I will also send them to die. Uzumaki Naruto said coldly, remember your identity. I helped you bring you out of the forest of death because you are one of my few compatriots. What to do, I advise you to think clearly. Companion, you know better than anyone else whether those people are your companions. Taking advantage of the gap between the others walking in front, Uzumaki Naruto glared at Uzumaki Keru viciously. This makes Uzumaki happy and surprised. Happy that I seem to be able to walk out of the death forest alive. Surprised that although the compatriots in front of me are very strong, they seem to have a bad temper. Don't be stupid. If you do it again, you will be the first one I interrogate. Facing Naruto with a vicious look, Uzumaki Xianglin shuddered and quickly replied, yes, I know. Then, the two began to walk in the direction of the team. Spiritual world. Ninetales looks at Uzumaki Naruto with interest. Hey, if you care about your compatriots, you just care about it. Why pretend to be so vicious? Big Fox, you are wrong. What I said is true. If she really treats those ninjas from Hidden Grass Village as companions in her heart, I will deal with her unceremoniously. One less ignorant compatriot can save a lot of unnecessary things from happening. As one of my few compatriots, as the Uzumaki family who have suffered injustice, I am kind and want to help my fellow man. But if you are stubborn and don't take my words to heart, then I will send you to die. What arrogance is this? Everyone in the ninja world gasped. Uzumaki Naruto is going crazy. In the face of disobedient compatriots, he would take action, let alone others. It's over. Now let's pay a silent tribute to the villagers of Konoha village in the other world in advance. Shimura Danzo, huh? Uzumaki Naruto in the world over there is so inflated. Is it possible that he really thought that defeating one Orochimaru would make him invincible? Orochimaru, Master Danzo, what do you mean? What are you doing here? Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto is right. Since the people of Chaoyin village treat Xianglin like this, why do they still treat them as companions? Uchiha Makoto, I feel sad for that child. Seeing the mother was killed alive, I feel so much pain in my heart, and I regard them as companions. Uzumaki Kushina, that's right, I want to see the scene where they were killed by Naruto after they came back, but it's a pity that they died in the Death Forest. Senju Tobarama, Uzumaki Kushina, Yumito's sister-in-law, look at what you said. Uzumaki Mito, Tobarama, it's all for future generations. Since we are all dead, why should we bother so much? Senju Tobarama, big brother. Senju Hashirama, don't call me. I pretend I can't hear you. Senju Tobarama, soon, Everyone came to the central tower of the Death Forest. Since Uzumaki went to the tower alone, she was eliminated. After a while, a special invigilator will escort him out of the deadly forest. While Xianglin was waiting for the invigilator to come, Uzumaki Naruto handed over the key of his house to Xianglin. This is the key to my house. You are leaving Konoha village to go to my house with money. There's my wallet in the locker. You can take the money in it and use it. I don't need it anyway. The Kingdom of Fire is relatively stable. Don't go back to Chaoyin village. If I need you in the future, I will find a way to contact you. Uzumaki Naruto spoke and handed the note with his home address and the key to Keirin. However, just when Xianglin wanted to refuse, he suddenly felt that the surrounding air began to cool down. The frightened Xianglin quickly took the key and the note. Thank you, brother Naruto. Well, very good, promising. Just remember what I said, and you are a good boy if you are obedient. Uzumaki Naruto touched Keirin's head, then turned to say goodbye to her. Just passing the corner, Uzumaki Naruto found Uchiha Sasuke, crossed his arms, and embraced his chest, leaning against the wall, as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. She left. Sasuke finds a topic to chat with Naruto. But in the next second, Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand. You really can't learn Rasengan. Uchiha Sasuke was stunned, his eyes widened, and his eyes suddenly became erratic. It's really uncomfortable to be seen through by someone at a glance. I know I learned the Shuriken Shadow clone technique from you last time, and I'm already embarrassed. This time I plan to teach you the fire style, a great fireball technique of our Uchiha family. Let's change it. What do you think? Uchiha Sasuke deeply felt that he was wronged, and his voice was weak, as if he had no confidence. Help! It's not that I'm stingy. You also know that every family has the characteristics of every family. Asking for flowers, 0. Yanglin probably mentioned the characteristics of our Uzumaki bloodline before. Good physique and large amount of chakra. Rasengan is purely supplied by the chakra in the body. If the amount of chakra is not enough, the ninjutsu effect will not be achieved, and the damage to oneself will be very severe. If you have this kind of time to waste energy on Rasengan, you might as well refine your great fireball technique. Also, the Sharingan unique to your Uchiha clan. Speaking of Sharingan, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help looking into Sasuke's eyes. I heard that these eyes can get more powerful pupil skills as they evolve. Uzumaki Naruto is really curious. Uchiha Sasuke paused for a few seconds after hearing the words, then nodded slightly. What you said is indeed reasonable, but I'm a little anxious. Then let's wait in the tower rest area now. There's still a few days before we can enter the next assessment. Naruto nods. The two walked towards the rest area. When we came to the rest area, Akamaru seemed to be in a bad state, shivering in Inuzuka's arms. What's going on here? Naruto came to Hinata's side and asked suspiciously. Naruto feeling the hot body beside her, Hyuga Hinata blushed slightly. Naruto, Akamaru felt fear from that person. I think the other party is a ruthless character. Following Inuzuka, Ya's eyes signaled. Uzumaki Naruto looked not far away. It was the Sunagakure ninja with an indifferent face and a gourd on his back. 0, 0. The kid with no eyebrows. Vortex Naruto thought for a moment. As early as the reminder from Nine Tails, Uzumaki Naruto knew that Sunagakure's Gaara was a Jinchuriki with a tailed beast in his body, just like himself. Moreover, the tailed beast in the opponent's body seems to be incompatible with Nine Tails. As if feeling the attention of everyone, Gaara also turned his head to Uzumaki Naruto and others. When I saw that someone was able to pass through the Death Forest to the central tower at the same speed as them, Gaara's face suddenly showed a hint of excitement. The bloodshot eyes and lustful eyes immediately made Uzumaki Naruto feel uncomfortable. He suddenly remembered the scene when he first met Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. This look is like seeing prey. However, Gaara is different from Orochimaru. Orochimaru is a tempter full of wisdom, while Gaara is more like a ferocious beast. This is the difference between a hunter and a beast treating its prey. Naruto, it seems that one-tailed Jinchuriki has a big prejudice against you. Nine Tails was vigilant. Now the 8-sign seal cannot be lifted, and the power I can use for you is very little. I just don't know how much power the opponent can use now. I think you should pay attention. That kid is very dangerous. Danger? Dangerous is good. Uzumaki Naruto thinks for a moment. He is very familiar with people like Gaara. The other party can change into this man-eating appearance. It must be related to the crowding out of the village. However, he is different from himself. He seems unable to control his personal emotions and is controlled by hatred. If once he completely erupts this ominous emotion, run away. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly remembered the question about Jinchuriki mentioned by Nine Tails before. Once Jinchuriki goes berserk, it will be a very scary thing. Big Fox, I have a solution. Audience, what the hell can you do? Your solution will undoubtedly be to let Gaara go berserk and wreak havoc on Konoha Village. Despicable. The ninjas of Konoha Village are on pins and needles. Even if it's just watching a movie, no one wants to see themselves or their family members die on the sidelines in front of them. This feeling of knowing what the other party wants to do, but being helpless, is simply a kind of mental torture. Anoki. Sure enough, Uzumaki Naruto found the key point of implementing the plan. Terumi Mei. Now I don't know how Naruto angered Gaara, but I remember Gaara was defeated by Sasuke. Fourth Raikage. This kind of thing should be easy to operate. After all, Gaara's emotions are inherently unstable. Orochimaru. Haha, it seems that the plan I wanted to implement but failed to implement. I have to rely on Naruto-kun to help me realize it. I really want to see Sarutobi-sensei wearing the painful South Island calendar. Chunin exam venue above the stands. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't express his feelings at this moment. Is the self in the black frame really the villain who wants to destroy the village? Uzumaki Naruto is constantly trying to ask and answer for himself. The self over there treats the homeless and bullied compatriots not only to fight for the other party. It is to help with practical actions. Treat Uchiha Sasuke. Treat Haruno Sakura. He is also very generous. Only, he was full of anger towards the villagers of Konoha Village. Correct. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto seemed to realize the other party's true heart. Uzumaki Naruto in the black frame world is a typical person who dares to love and hate. He doesn't care about anyone's opinions. He only needs to feel through practical actions. As for evaluation, go with the wind. Waiting for the arrival of other teams in a few days. Uzumaki Naruto is still refining the spiritual chakra. This battle with Orochimaru made him realize that there are still many things he doesn't know about the ninja world. Unknown ninjutsu, unknown special ability. For example, Orochimaru transformed into a snake form, which makes Uzumaki Naruto not quite understand. At least he feels that the behavior of the other party is not like a normal human being. Naruto, when are you going to try to stir up Kid Sunegakure's mania? Nine Tails is very curious and looking forward to it. How many years it feels like it has finally met a normal Jinchuriki. Originally, Nine Tails imagined that after breaking through the seal, he would kill all directions in Konoha Village. But it's much better now. Uzumaki Naruto is such a wise head, and he can save a lot of effort. Then you have to wait for the opportunity. You can't let him run away quietly alone. At least there must be applauding audiences. 9331. Uzumaki Naruto laughs. By the way, he looks at the Nine Tails behind the gate. I also hope that his rampage time can be longer. To give me enough time to go to 3rd Hokage's house and the archives and scroll storage in the Hokage building to get the materials I want. Hey, this kid. Nine Tails is taken aback. Uzumaki Naruto not only wants revenge, but also becomes a robber. You don't want to wash the leaves and run away. Don't make trouble. That's so boring. Unless my strength is really invincible, I will just swagger and don't care about their hateful eyes. Based on my current level, I'm swaggering to be a rebellious ninja? Is it stupid? Not only Konoha Village, but also the guys who miss you will not chase me all over the ninja world. I want to find out a way to remove the 8-sign seal and completely remove the seal that binds you. Hearing this, Nine Tails froze suddenly. I used to think about how to break the seal and tear Uzumaki Naruto apart every day. But with long-term contact, it almost forgot about lifting the seal. The 8-sign seal left by my father. I think I should be able to find the corresponding unsealing method in the archive room of the Ninjutsu Scroll in Konoha Village. 1. Also, if you're not here, then go to the office and stay at home for the purpose of third generation. That's right. Naruto's eyes shot several times. I guess there must be a lot of good things in third Hokage's house. This kid, he's really cruel. No wonder looking for Gaara to destroy Konoha Village. This one hand borrowed a knife to kill people, and others helped him to take the blame, and he enjoyed watching the play from the sidelines. This kind of scheming is what makes Uzumaki Naruto truly terrifying. You think you're very powerful and prestige. Maybe Uzumaki Naruto deliberately induced you to do it. Being taken advantage of without knowing it is the saddest thing. Speaking of the unblocking of the 8-sign seal, Ninetales slowly sat up. Are you really sure you want to unblock me? I said, I want to tear you apart. By the way, the reason why I act like I'm on good terms with you is actually to confuse you and make you relax your vigilance. It's just to wait for the day when the seal will be unblocked to tear you apart and then regain your freedom. Ninetales' tone became hasty. Aren't you afraid of death? Uzumaki Naruto, who was sitting cross-legged, didn't even look back after hearing this. Facing Ninetales from the back, a voice rang out. Of course I'm afraid. Who in the world would hate that their tails are long enough? Also, I still have so many unfinished ideas. But the conversation turned sharply. Naruto turned his head slightly and looked sideways at Ninetales. But if I don't remove the 8-sign seal from my body, I can't exert my own strength to the maximum. 8-sign seal will eat away most of my chakra, and my ability ceiling will be seriously affected. Furthermore, as time goes by, the effect of the 8-sign seal will become weaker and weaker, and it will not affect you from breaking through the seal. 1. At this point, Uzumaki Naruto smiled. Occasionally, life requires a big gamble. If you really tear me apart at that time, it will prove that my ability has come to an end. What a state of mind in mind. For a moment, everyone was shocked by the conversation between Uzumaki Naruto and Ninetales. There is no such thing as emotion. Uzumaki Naruto didn't blame Ninetales for tearing him apart at this point. Didn't tell Ninetales, both sides have been together for so long. Shouldn't they be attached to each other? No, Uzumaki Naruto didn't mention all these things that should have been said. His choice is to let Ninetales choose by its own will. His choice is to respect the path chosen by Tail Beast himself. Snort, do you know what I hate about you so much? This is the feeling of being manipulated by you. I don't want you to really die, and I will be sealed in someone else's body. With those mentally handicapped ninjas, I will go crazy. Ninetales' lazy voice sounded. Uzumaki Naruto laughed. I didn't handle you well. Besides, you are a dignified Ninetales who can handle you. Whoa, this kid's mouth is really powerful. I can't hold it back. I'm very happy to be praised, but I can't show it. Oomph. It's good that you know I'm a dignified Ninetales. And to tell you the truth, damn 4th generation. When your lovely old man sealed me, he only sealed half of my chakra. The remaining other half, he was sealed in Shinigami's body together with himself. Shinigami? Uzumaki Naruto was stunned after hearing this. Although there are strange and intelligent-tailed beasts in this world, there are also very summoning dogs like Akamaru. No matter how you look at it, this is a well-regulated human world. How could a Shinigami suddenly pop up? Hey, there are Shinigami. Will there be ghosts? Thinking of the ghost, Naruto couldn't help but shiver a few times. He was really afraid of that thing. Then how do I know? I'm just telling you, if we have a way to get my other half chakra back from your father, you will be stronger. And according to my sealed memories, your father should have given the key to the 8-sign seal to his teacher. It is one of the Sannin who I told you before, as famous as Orochimaru. I remember that kid is called Jiraiya. Audience. If Uzumaki Naruto in that world doesn't have any skills, then his greatest skill is to be able to control people's hearts. That's Ninetales, the legendary absolute disaster Ninetales. In front of him, the domesticated ones are like dogs carried by Inuzukiya. Inazuka Toba. Our Inazuka family domesticated ninja dogs, and Uzumaki Naruto directly domesticated Ninetales? Why do I feel that the other party is more obedient than my Akamaru, Haruno Sakura? And Ninetales really poured out their heart and soul to Naruto, and they didn't hide anything they knew. Yamanaka Ino, didn't you realize something? Ninetales used to want to scold forth Hokage just now, but he changed his words because he was afraid that Naruto would be dissatisfied. Jiraiya, haha, it looks like it's my turn to play soon. I'm really excited. I don't know what beautiful encounter I will have with Naruto in the other world. Orochimaru, you are still the same. You are so stupid. You don't need to be so excited. I think Naruto-kun will also find you to unblock Ninetales. Tsunade, when Jiraiya is also domesticated by Uzumaki Naruto like Ninetales? Shimura Danzo, if Uzumaki Naruto really unblocks Ninetales, it will be a disaster for Konoha. Anyway, if Konoha village in the world over there is destroyed by Uzumaki Naruto, it will be Hiruzen and Hiruzen's apprentices. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. When did this blame man learn to tirelessly throw away the blame? That doesn't fit Danzo's identity. Naruto. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's voice reached Naruto's ears. The time for the Death Forest trial has come. All the teams that passed the assessment have gathered in the front hall. Let's go there together. Hearing the sound, Uzumaki Naruto nodded. For him, the most important thing right now is not to pass the Chunin exam before him and smile. Things like plans don't rush for a while. After all, this is not a joke. When we come to the martial arts arena in the front hall, everyone is lined up vertically according to the team. Naruto found that there are 7 groups of 21 people who passed the Death Forest exam. Original number 100 candidates were almost eliminated by 4/5. Next, Lord Third Hokage will introduce the content of the second round of the Chunin selection exam. Enko shouts loudly. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed and took a few steps forward. Uzumaki Naruto scans around the Jonin, standing behind him. They're the Jonin in charge of each team. It's just that the familiar breath immediately caught Naruto's attention. He looked to the far right of the team, a guy who represented In village as Jonin. Fair skin, orange pupils like snake eyes. I'm dizzy. Isn't that guy Orochimaru? Why did he become the person in charge of In village and Jonin got mixed into the crowd again? By the way, I must have come to see Sasuke. He is really fascinated by Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto thought that Orochimaru probably had a big problem. In order to get in touch with Sasuke, he didn't hesitate to talk about the other party's revenge. It can be regarded as a bloody expense. It can be seen that he really likes Sasuke. Orochimaru. Jiraiya. By the way, now I want to know, Orochimaru, do you really like girls? Orochimaru. Roll. Egg. Shut your mouth, you womanizer. Jiraiya. Don't be so indifferent. We are all third-generation apprentices. Where are the lustful apprentices from? Orochimaru. Naruto-kun is really a smart person, but when he comes to me, he starts to play dumb. Tsunade. He's not pretending to be stupid. What do you think about him? Recognize your identity, and then tell the old man on the podium. Orochimaru is here. Anoki. I think he's playing dumb. He must have guessed that Orochimaru has other purposes, so I sat and watched him act. Terumi Mei. Unfortunately, this play has to be performed in real life. Unlike us, we can watch it while drinking tea. Sarutobi Hiruzen is talking with a bong in his mouth, talking about the origin of the Chunin exam. To put it bluntly, on the one hand, it is to test the level of ninjas in the village, and on the other hand, it is to detect the level of ninjas in the allied country ninja village. However, the most important point is to show one's own ability to win the favor of the big names and dignitaries of various countries in the ninja world. They will give more delegated tasks. Okay, now for the preliminaries for the third Chunin exam. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished his speech, Moonlight Hate came out with a sick body. He is the invigilator of this exam. Uzumaki Naruto. Help! Look at that man. Why does he feel like he is going to die at such a young age? I don't know. How can such a person be a referee? Sasuke was also puzzled. And others are dissatisfied with this sudden qualifier. We all came here through life and death. What is this sudden qualifier? However, in the face of everyone's dissatisfaction, Kwang Gaifeng let out a few soft 5.7 coughs. Your Excellency, third generation, said it just now. There will be a lot of celebrities watching on the day of the Chunin exam. They don't have time to wait for so many people to compete in pairs. However, Moonlight Hiate's words made Aikido Uzumaki frown on the spot. He finally understands the essence of this preliminaries. The real purpose of this so-called preliminaries is to keep some outstanding genin to perform for celebrities from all over the world on the day of the finals. It turns out that while we're ninjas desperately, there are a group of people looking at us like monkeys. Uzumaki Naruto muttered inwardly. It looks like the main match will be after the qualifiers. At that time, there will be big names from various countries and celebrities from all walks of life to watch us fight desperately. In order to win their approval and then issue a commission to Ninja Village, Naruto shook his head, finally set his sights on Gaara. Brother, you must make it to the finals, and I will see your performance then. Nanny? Uzumaki Naruto is crazy. He is really crazy. He actually wanted to ignite Gaara's anger in front of the big names and celebrities from all over the world. The ninjas in Konoha Village's eyes jumped out of shock at the thought of Shizuru appearing at the venue of the Chunin exam. If a daimyo dies in Konoha Village will be destroyed. Yuzuki Shien, it's really disgusting. I used to say that no one wants me, but now I say that the wind is about to sink into the ground. Uzumaki Naruto. Anko. Shien, calm down. Don't draw your sword. Yue Hong. Fortunately, I have relatively few intersections with Naruto. Tsunade, hey, I'm really worried about you. The whole Konoha village has been tricked by that brat. If he really has a complete grasp of Konoha Ghost, he will know you guys. What'll be the end of it? The third preliminaries of the Chunin selection exam officially started. The electronic screen on the wall flashes the names of both parties. This time, the method of the exam has finally become a one-on-one test, and the time to test one's ability has come. Uchiha Sasuke took the lead and played first. Without any burden, he easily solved his opponent. The game continues. In the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto, such a duel does not arouse his interest at all. Boring. Haruno Sakura draws with Yamanaka Ino. She wakes up and looks at Naruto apologetically. Uzumaki Naruto also understood the meaning behind the other party's dodging eyes. Even though the two quarreled fiercely, Haruno Sakura couldn't beat Yamanaka Ino. Because she knows that the so-called surpassing Yamanaka Ino, the so-called strength growth, is not at all her own credit. Everything is your own hard work. No one has helped you, and no one can help you. Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand, but the soft response made Haruno Sakura cry bitterly. As time goes on, the number of remaining candidates is getting smaller and smaller. Uzumaki Naruto is a little nervous at this moment. Nimas won't let me and Gaara meet here. It's beyond the plan. He looks at the remaining groups of players. Gaara, Rock Lee, Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Niji, Inazuka Kiba, and myself. Finally, the names on the screen were fixed. It was Uzumaki Naruto versus Inazuka Fong. Inazuka Teeth won. When seeing Uzumaki Naruto's name, Inazuka Kiba and Akamaru, one person and one dog, suddenly felt dizzy. The experience of the Death Forest is vivid, and one person and one dog can arouse the desire to fight at all. Uzumaki Naruto leaned on the railing of the stand and jumped into the arena. Inazuka is holding on to the railing with both hands, trembling all over. No, this assessment is one-on-one. Third Hokage just finished speaking that this is a life-threatening examination. If you fight Uzumaki Naruto one-on-one, you'll be killed by him. 26. Whoa. Akamaru's low growl also caught Inazuka's attention. Akamaru, you noticed it too. As expected, surrendering and clinging to life is the right thing to do. Tooth, why are you standing there in a daze? Come down quickly. Uzumaki Naruto was in a good mood. As long as you don't meet Gaara here, everyone else is fine. Besides, looking at Gaara's appearance, I think none of the remaining people can defeat him. Nice, everything is moving forward step by step according to the plan. Oh, you wait first. Hearing Naruto calling himself Injaya said awkwardly. His behavior also aroused the doubts of many in-charge jonin. Tooth. Yuahong flashed her beautiful eyes and looked suspiciously at the trembling teeth. What's wrong with you? Are you uncomfortable? Aburame Shino on the side is wanting to laugh, put his hands in his pockets, and forcefully pretended to be indifferent. Chunin exams are sometimes held twice a year. If you don't feel well, don't go to the court. It's all about your body if you can't pass the problem and get hurt. It's not worth it. Thank you very much, Shino. Inuzuka, you suddenly had a flash of inspiration and immediately showed an uncomfortable look. Mr. Hong, just as Shino said, I have been feeling very uncomfortable since I passed through the forest of death. I abstained from this match. Inuzuka Tooth. Hey, what am I doing over there? Why am I so unambitious? Yamanaka Ino. However, it's better than hitting Naruto for half a day and being eliminated by a fart. Haruno Sakura. Besides, you really can't beat that guy over there. Naruto over there is no longer at the same level of strength as we are today. Even describing him as a monster is not an exaggeration. Aburame Shino. It really doesn't make sense. The reality is too different. However, in the crowd, Hyuga Hinata clenched his fists nervously. In the world over there, Naruto in the black frame will definitely not cheer himself up like Naruto in this world. Perhaps the match between myself and Brother Niji will also end very quickly. What? Hinata sighed leisurely. Huh? Kiba, are you injured? Hearing Inuzuka Ya's lame reason, the corners of Hong's mouth twitched slightly in embarrassment. However, as Jonin, who is in charge of the 8th class, she can't admit in public that Inuzuka Kiba chose to admit defeat because he couldn't beat Naruto. Hey, Teacher Hong, I'm sorry. Inuzuka Tooth is dejected, not daring to look directly into Yuhi Kurenai's eyes. Moonlight Hate coughed a few times and grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's arm. This competition, the winner is Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, what happened to Inuzuka Kiba? Was he really injured? When did it happen? I just thought about it once, and Uzumaki Naruto walked slowly towards the stage. Thinking about this kind of thing doesn't make any sense to him. What he wants is to enter the main match with Gaara, and try to ensure that I can directly meet Gaara in the main match. There are only 4 groups of 2 left. Uzumaki Naruto just stepped on the ladder to the stands when the next set of opponents appeared. Gaara Rock Lee. It was the guy who challenged me back then. Uzumaki Naruto looks at the excited Rock Lee. I thought Gaara should have no problem at all. But just as he was thinking and walking behind Hinata, he suddenly felt a sharp gaze from behind. Turning around suddenly, Naruto realized that Hyuga Niji was looking at this side with a wicked smile. Following the other person's gaze is Hyuga Hinata, who is trembling at the moment. Uzumaki Naruto glances at Niji, then at Hinata. Clap your hands and suddenly realize. Judging from Hyuga Niji's complacent and arrogant expression, Toichi should really want to fight Hyuga Hinata. After all, they're all Hyuga with white eyes. However, from the analysis of Niji's expression, Hinata should not be able to defeat him, and if he defeats Hinata, he will definitely get some benefits. I see. This guy named Hyuga Niji must be Hinata's suitor, but he definitely failed. That's why he showed such an angry and evil look when he met Hinata in the last group. If you can't get it, destroy it. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head. Then it wouldn't make such an evil expression. After thinking about it, Naruto came to Hinata's side and put his hand on Hinata's shoulder lightly. Hinata, I didn't expect you to be the last one to appear on stage. Come on. Feeling the encouragement from Naruto, Hyuga Hinata flushed with embarrassment. Even she didn't have the courage to look back at Naruto. Until feeling the departure of Uzumaki Naruto, Hinata didn't get a respite. However, in the next second, a slightly frightened look appeared on Hyuga Hinata's face. Chakra. The chakra in her body actually exploded. Not only that, but she also felt that her physical fitness has improved a lot. Even because of the fear of being intimidated by Niji's gaze just now, it disappeared inexplicably. Hyuga Hinata was shocked. This kind of thing must have something to do with Naruto slapping himself just now. Uzumaki Naruto gave her strength. This power seems to fill up the gaps in her body and fill up her deficiencies. There is a show. Suddenly, Hinata became full of confidence. With the addition of this power, maybe he can really defeat Neji brother. Nanny? Is this granting the power of the Nine Tails to Hyuga Hinata? Judging from Hinata's mental activity, she must have suddenly gained some kind of power. There is no need to guess about this kind of thing. It must be Uzumaki Naruto who passed the chakra of Nine Tails to Hyuga Hinata through the slap just now. Rock Lee, it looks like Neji's bad luck this time. Tion, hey, this is simply cheating. Yamanaka Ino, it's really unfair. Why did he take care of all the female ninjas in the same period, but he didn't take care of me? Haruno Sakura, you can eat indiscriminately, but you can't talk indiscriminately. The two of us fought against each other, and he didn't help me. The previous chakra giving and receiving has long passed the time. Yamanaka Ino, but he guides you spiritually. Haruno Sakura, please, if you ask him, he may not guide you. Yamanaka Ino, I'm just not convinced. Why should I stick to him? And he doesn't give me any benefits, but he gives you. Hyuga Hinata, Haruno Sakura. In the hospital, Hyuga Neji stared at the screen in front of him speechlessly. Before the movie viewing system came, he had just talked with Hyuga Hayashi about his father. I just relieved a lot in my heart, but I saw this scene again. Don't make fun of me, Neji's love. I pursue Hyuga Hinata, still rejected by her. Let's not talk about whether I will pursue Hyuga Hinata, but with the character of the other party. Do you know how to write the word rejection? Damn Naruto, actually thought of me as a heinous young master who committed evil. Hyuga Neji can't laugh or cry. As far as I'm a branch house, am I worthy to be this young master? Etc. Suddenly, Hyuga Neji suddenly remembered how Naruto in the world over there hated Konoha village. It's just that I don't know what he would think if he knew what happened back then. The battle between Gaara and Rock Lee can be described as twists and turns. It is also the most exciting battle of this assessment. Everyone watching is terrified. Especially the power that Rock Lee exploded after opening 8 inner gates made everyone say, impossible. Uzumaki Naruto is naturally more nervous than anyone else. The runaway Rock Lee really punched to the flesh, and Gaara was completely powerless to fight back. Uzumaki Naruto can even see Gaara's frightened and desperate expression. My old man from 3rd generation. Uzumaki Naruto prayed frantically in his heart. Gaara, hold on to the goddamn you. Who would have imagined that this guy who looks unique except for his eyebrows and hair is so fierce? Fortunately, the side effects of 8 inner gates were too great, and Rock Lee finally lost his leg and lost consciousness, but failed to defeat Gaara. Also, if Might Guy didn't break the rules and block Gaara's final blow, Rock Lee's life would be here. 4. In an exam, in order to prove yourself, do you have to explain everything here? Naruto looked at Rock Lee, who was being carried away, and shook his head. Life is not such a cheap thing. Audience, everyone is desperately trying, and this guy is actually here to understand life. Damn it. 040. Uzumaki Naruto of the other world looked too relaxed. Temari. Although he is praying for Gaara, but I would rather Gaara in the other world lose to Watermelon Head. Kankuro. Uzumaki Naruto in the other world is a completely emotionless demon. His silent cruelty is 10,000 times more terrifying than Gaara. Terumi Mei. It's useless, even if Gaara loses to that Rock Lee here. I think with Naruto's character, he will find a way to make him go berserk. Anoki. The best way to be safe is not to be targeted by Uzumaki Naruto over there. Shimura Danzo. Cold-blooded monster. Tion, hey, even if Shaoli works so hard, can't he be moved a little bit? Hyuga Neji. Actually, I think what he said is right. In order to prove himself, Lee opened the 8th gate. If Mr. Guy hadn't arrived in time, he would have died in the hands of Gaara. Dead man. Whereas the future, especially what Lee is now, it is still unknown what kind of recovery he will be. Rock Lee. Neji, I don't think you should worry about me. I think with Naruto-kun's participation, you may not be Hinata's opponent over there. In the stands of the Chunin exam venue, the ninjas of Konoha village have all eyes on Hyuga Hinata. Uzumaki Naruto was extremely nervous. He remembered what he had done before. Cheers to Hyuga Hinata. Let her not give up. Stand up persistently. However, the results were not satisfactory. The gap between strengths is always something that cannot be changed in reality, let alone something that can be changed just by talking about it. What if Niji really killed Hinata at that time? Uzumaki Naruto didn't dare to think about the consequences if Hinata really died at that time. But if this is the case, then the real murderer of Hyuga Hinata is himself. Can be changed? Naruto looked at the screen with trembling fists. Can that guy's method really make things develop in a better direction? The third preliminaries of the Chunin selection exam, the last duel. Moonlight Galewind said with all his strength, Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Niji. Both parties please play. Hyuga Hinata's emotions reached a tense peak. Not only nervous, Hinata at this time is also excited and doesn't know how to express her heart. Naruto from the world over there even offered to help him. Perhaps the self in this world does not enjoy such treatment, but Hyuga Hinata is full of happiness because of the self in the other world. She looked at the screen seriously with clear white eyes. It doesn't matter if you really lose. No, I will definitely not lose. This is the power given by Mr. Naruto. How can I lose? Hinata's opponent is Niji. This battle is too difficult for her. I'm afraid that the other party will retaliate against him now. Inazuka Fong looks solemn. His words stunned Uzumaki Naruto and curiously approached him and asked, What do you mean? Oh, it's Naruto. Don't you know? The relationship between Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Niji. They seem to have a brother-sister relationship, but Hinata is Hyuga's main family and Niji is the branch house. There seems to be an unresolvable contradiction between the Zong family and the branch house. Is there such a saying? This kind of thing is beyond Uzumaki Naruto's imagination. I didn't expect that there are such rules and regulations in the family. But it's reasonable to think about it. After all, as a family, there must be their own rules, and they are rules that Konoha village cannot interfere with. Under the signal of Moonlight Gale, the battle between Hinata and Niji is imminent. However, the two of them were not as tense as they had imagined. Hyuga Niji's eyes revealed contempt for Hyuga Hinata. Miss Hinata, you are indeed the eldest lady of the clan. What? Hinata didn't understand what Niji meant. Don't you understand yet? A person's ability will not change, so there will be a difference between the tail of the crane and the elite. Everyone judges the value of others and is judged by others based on various factors such as looks, brains, and abilities. A lot of things can never be changed, just like you're the master and I'm the branch house. The identity can never be changed. Hyuga Niji's chatter made Uzumaki Naruto frown into the word Chuan. Naruto, what's wrong with you? Ninetales asked curiously. No, I just feel that this Hyuga Niji is a little sick. He expressed his dissatisfaction with the Zong family so bluntly. Isn't he afraid of the Zong family's targeting? Uzumaki Naruto can't figure out what is the whole card that can make Hyuga Niji so arrogant. Unless he is already strong enough not to be afraid of the Zong family's targeting. Could it be that he is very strong? So strong that the family members of the clan will support this branch house for him. No, I was thinking too much. If he is really so strong, he would not be able to express his dissatisfaction here. The audience was ashamed, especially Hyuga Niji, who suddenly realized that there was absolutely nothing wrong with what Uzumaki Naruto said. At the beginning, I was really on top. Anoki, I understand what Uzumaki Naruto means too much. 787. He must mean that if he is the head of the Hyuga family, kill Yumu Niji. Fourth Rakage. I believe this guy can really pull it off. Terumi Mei. He clearly meant that Hyuga Niji's performance was stupid and he didn't know how to hide it. Luo Sha. This kind of behavior may really bring me trouble. Stupid idiot. The Xiaoqiang in Konoha village grinned unwillingly. Hyuga Niji was even more ashamed and hot all over his face. Among all the genins in Konoha village, most people recognized the existence of Hyuga Niji. the strongest and most gifted genius among them. Even as the branch house of Hyuga, in Niji's eyes, only Uchiha Sasuke, who is also a genius, could be admired by him. Unfortunately, in the world over there, in the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Niji is just an idiot? Several people looked at each other and then sighed softly. Hey, even Niji is an idiot, then we may not even be considered human beings in the eyes of Naruto and the world over there. However, in the face of Hyuga Niji's chatter, Hyuga Hinata was shocked. She found that at this time, she didn't care about everything Hyuga Niji said. It doesn't matter whether it's at the end of the crane or it can't be changed, even if you say that you will run away in the next second and so on. Nowadays, it is not worth mentioning in front of Hyuga Hinata. Sure enough, all this is because of Naruto-kun's help. Hinata's little heart is beating wildly, because Hyuga Hinata is very smart. The reason why she doesn't feel any pressure from Niji is that she believes that her current level is completely capable of fighting with Hyuga Niji in front of her, and even defeating him. All this is due to Uzumaki Naruto. It's useless to talk too much, Brother Niji. Let the two of us finish the game quickly. Hyuga Hinata rolled his eyes instantly, and he was already in a fighting stance. However, her behavior surprised Niji. Impossible. With her character, how can she withstand my spiritual devastation? But since Hyuga Hinata has already put on a fighting stance, Niji has no choice but to open his eyes and put on a fighting stance as well. That's Hinata. Inazuka Kiba was dumbfounded. Even Akamaru in his arms stared coldly. Yuhong was also extremely surprised, but he had heard about Hyuga Niji from Might Guy. The opponent is an absolute genius in the Hyuga clan. Hinata. Yuhi Hong's eyes are full of worry. What is the reason for you to suddenly be like this? Bang, bang, bang. Hinata and Niji, gentle fist kept colliding, leaving continuous light sounds in the air. The attack of the two, with both offense and defense, also caused the chakra between the palms to fly around. However, as time goes by, Hyuga Niji is getting more and more wrong. Hyuga Hinata's palm style actually surpassed his own, and the heavy palm technique made it very difficult for him to catch it. Damn it, what happened? Niji is terrified. Is this still the Hyuga Hinata I know? No, impossible. What exactly did she do? Boom! Another slap hit. Hinata hit Niji's arm right in the middle. Not good. Hyuga Niji's heart tightened. He clearly felt that a certain chakra meridian in himself was blocked. However, the momentary sluggishness caused Hyuga Niji to encounter a greater crisis. Hyuga Hinata followed closely and hit Hyuga Niji with several palms. Gentle fist, the blows are originally the internal organs of the body. With this palm, no matter who you are, you will suffer heavy losses. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurts out of Niji's mouth. How come? Might Guy, Kakashi, and Asuma were taken aback at the same time. Since they became Jonin, they have a little understanding of other classes. At least for the fact that Hinata was able to beat Niji to vomit blood and kill them, they would not believe it. Hinata, even the teammates of the 8th class can't believe that this is something Hinata can do. Boom! With another light palm, Hyuga Hinata knocked Hyuga Niji back a few meters. But looking at the injured Hyuga Niji in front of him, Hinata's pupils trembled a few times unbearably. I'm sorry, Brother Niji. I have a reason why I can't lose. Hinata tries to control her trembling arms as much as possible. About hurting Niji, she didn't want it, but she knew very well that her power was given by Uzumaki Naruto. The other party's meaning is obvious. They are afraid that they will lose to the other party. They are afraid that they will be hurt. So, absolutely can't lose. Hey, Naruto. Spiritual World, Ninetales suddenly asked with interest, do you like this little girl from Hyuga's family? Naruto was taken aback. I don't hate her, I think she's quite cute. No wonder you will give my chakra to that little girl. So you have taken a fancy to her. Of course, she is very important to me. Uzumaki Naruto said calmly. Not only her, but also these new generation of ninjas. They are all important existences of each family. If I want to control Konoha Village, They will all play a very important role in the future. Really? What you said seems to make sense. Nine-Tails half-knowledge made Naruto shrug his shoulders slightly. Big Fox, you have to remember that I am very friendly to our own people. Of course, I mean my own people. Despicable. CGFF. The dialogue between Uzumaki Naruto and Nine-Tails once again made the ninja world fry. Since Naruto intends to take Konoha Village into his own hands, everyone is still wondering what he wants to do. Unexpectedly, the other party has already started to act. Inoki, awesome. I didn't expect this kid to think so far. He actually understood that if he wants to control Konoha, he must first control the major families. Fourth Hokages. There is indeed no problem with this step, but now Naruto's contemporaneity has not yet reached the point where the family can speak. Terumi may. Sooner or later, they will succeed the family as the patriarch. At that time, it will not be the same as Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru, is it just a matter of time? It's too early for 12-year-old Naruto-kun to take control of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku. His greatness lies in laying all the foundations first while he is getting stronger, and then it will just be a matter of waving his hands. Shimura Danzo. I'm so funny. Do you really think that the senior management and elders of our Konoha village are all free? Yakushi Kabuto. Based on my understanding of Naruto over there, if you old guys object, there's only one word for the end. Die. Above the stands. Uzumaki Naruto's contemporary ninja couldn't help swallowing. Uzumaki Naruto in the world over there is much scarier than they imagined. Inazuka Tooth. Damn it. Is this uncle going to be Uzumaki Naruto's running dog? I'm really upset. Aburame Shino. Yin, this is watching movies. Look at the real you in the world over there, and you have begun to develop in the direction of Naruto's brother. Inazuka Tooth. Nonsense. The younger brother of Naruto in the world over there is obviously Uchiha Sasuke. Yamanaka Ino. It's over. I think in the world over there, Uzumaki Naruto doesn't have to do anything. I have already fallen. Haruno Sakura. Ugh. What use can I be? Narashikamu. Actually, if Naruto over there can really make everyone's lives better, everything doesn't matter. Akimichi Choji. Hey, can you please stop talking? Hinata has passed out. Poor Hyuga Hinata. Several people turn their attention to Hinata. Naturally, they see that Hinata in the other world also likes Uzumaki Naruto. Maybe I heard the other party say that I am very important, and I passed out from excitement for a while. However, the other party is also using all of them. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino looked at each other, looking at each other in distress. Are we over there so sad? Not necessarily. After all, Naruto over there is really good to his own people. The battle between Hinata and Neji is over. Hyuga Neji was lying on a stretcher in disbelief. As a genius, he lost to Hyuga Hinata. What exactly is this for? However, if you lose, you lose. No matter what you say, it will be so pale and powerless. The third preliminaries of the Chunin selection exam are over. Because there is time for the big names and celebrities from all over the world to watch the battle. Zhonglian is scheduled for 1 month later. However, the grouping situation made Uzumaki Naruto frown. His opponent is not Gaara, but Hyuga Hinata. Gaara's opponent is tossed from Inin Village. During the main competition, what will happen if the contestants don't show up? Does anyone want to have a bye or change the battle table? Uzumaki Naruto asked Moonlight Hate. This, Jonin, the person in charge of each team, heard the words and immediately understood what Uzumaki Naruto meant. After all, there was a month's interval in between, and no one could guarantee what will happen. Some people even use dirty means to eliminate their opponents within this month in order to win. Naruto, Kakashi was about to ask a question, but Naruto laughed and said, I want to fight the gourd man who defeated the watermelon head. I think he is quite powerful. However, as soon as these words came out, Gaara's sharp eyes suddenly shot at Uzumaki Naruto. He also remembered that this guy was the only one who scared the opponent into surrender without even making a move. Uzumaki Naruto! Gaara's dull voice resounded, and his face was full of excitement. I also want to tear you apart. However, The dialogue between the two caused Toss dissatisfaction. He immediately approached Uzumaki Naruto's face. "What are you? Why should you compete with me?" As Orochimaru's subordinate, Toth's ambition is not inferior to anyone else. His goal this time is to defeat Gaara and all opponents until he could defeat Orochimaru. Unfortunately, what greeted him was a heavy punch. Boom! Uzumaki Naruto punched Toss into the wall with one punch, and the strength was so great that he punched the opponent's body into the wall. I really hate people talking in my face. Things that don't open your eyes. Uzumaki Naruto glanced fiercely at Toss in the wall. Regardless of the shock of the others, he turned his face aside and smiled. "Sorry, I didn't suppress the anger in my heart for a while and solve Gaara's opponent. Look at this. I admit defeat." Suddenly, Hyuga Hinata twitched and said, I surrender. I won't fight Naruto-kun." In this way, Naruto-kun will be in a group with Gaara. Hinata. Seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto praised Hinata for being well-behaved and sensible. "I thank you so much. You are such a good person. I will treat you to dinner later." Hyuga Hinata's pretty face instantly turned into a monkey's ***. Seeing this, Inuzuka Fong hurriedly smiled and said, "That's just right. Let's go with the ninjas of the same period. It's time to celebrate." Konoha Village thought about it for a while and nodded one after another. "That's okay. Let's share my practice experience, by the way." Just as everyone was leaving, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly stopped, turned his head, and glanced at Gaara indifferently. "Boy, work hard this month. I'm very strong. Don't be killed by me." Good guy. What nice guy. On the black frame screen, people can see Gaara angrily try and tear Uzumaki Naruto apart on the spot. What is Naruto doing? He was provoking Gaara on purpose. Before, the content of the white frame has given the audience a certain understanding of all the content. Looking back at the ninja world in the black frame, they all have a certain degree of psychological preparation. Gaara obviously belongs to the kind of person who can't suppress his emotions, is easily impulsive and bloodthirsty. And the Iniing village ninja Toss, who was killed by Uzumaki Naruto, was also very ambitious and proud. Uzumaki Naruto deliberately said that he wanted to fight Gaara, ignoring Gaara in order to arouse the other party's unhappy emotions and make trouble for himself. He killed Toss on the spot before everyone reacted. Also, Uzumaki Naruto has been observing Jonin Orochimaru, who is in charge of Oto Geikure. Although it is not clear what the opponent is planning, seeing Orochimaru's behavior of leaving after watching Sasuke's game, it is easy to infer that Toss has no place in Orochimaru's heart at all. Even if Toss is killed, the other party will not say a word for him. All that's left is Hyuga Hinata, and that's easy. Even if Hyuga Hinata did not express his willingness immediately, Uzumaki Naruto will definitely be able to convince the opponent to give up the game within this month. If things go on like this, in a main match 1 month later, Uzumaki Naruto's opponent will naturally become Gaara. And the competition between the two of them was the first competition. For P*************G off Gaara. Just imagine, Gaara wants to tear Uzumaki Naruto to pieces right now. Based on everyone's understanding of Gaara, during this month, Gaara was dissatisfied with Konoha Village's search for Uzumaki Naruto, and his emotional control was already in place. Not to mention the irritability that had been suppressed for more than a month broke out in the race. It's scary to think about it. Senju Tobarama. And the most important point, when a main match, Gaara broke out and found that he couldn't beat Uzumaki Naruto. What will happen to him? Inoki, using the power of the tailed beast in the body, turning into a crane to tear Uzumaki Naruto into pieces. Senju Tobarama. Hey, where are the monkeys? Monkeys. As long as the people of Konoha Village can discover the abnormality of Uzumaki Naruto, or the abnormality of Gaara within this month's time, the disaster can be prevented. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sensei, you should know what we are busy with this month, right? We are all wary of Orochimaru. Tsunade, this must be a lie. Why is the Naruto kid in the world over there so scary? I don't want to come back to be 5th Hokage. I'm afraid I will become his pet after I come back. Uzumaki Kushina. Look at what Sister Tsunade said. How is it possible? Naruto over there is not a devil. Isn't this a devil? If he is attacked by the devil, wouldn't the whole ninja world be played by him between applause? However, Uzumaki Naruto in the stands at the venue thought otherwise. The guy did it again. With the way he handled it, Hyuga Hinata was not in any danger to his life. Although Hyuga Niji didn't say what happened that year, but after this failure, he should think about his own thoughts. Of course, for the Hyuga clan, the self in the world over there has already started planning. If he can really control Konoha village, problems like Niji may no longer be a problem. Uzumaki Naruto, kept adjusting his complex mood of being shocked and subverted. Sasuke doesn't seem to have any interest in Orochimaru anymore. That guy doesn't need to go after Sasuke. Maybe you can't even beat them. Uzumaki Naruto wrinkled his nose. It's completely incomparable. Konoha village in the evening. Hyuga Hinata and Uzumaki Naruto are walking on the road. This time, she has to thank Uzumaki Naruto, including the time when the other party helped him when he was a child. This is already the second time that he has helped him a lot at a critical moment. It's just that at the critical moment, Hyuga Hinata could only blushed, unable to speak because of nervousness. Hinata, you said you have something to do with me. We have been walking for a long time. Why don't you say a word? Uzumaki Naruto naturally guessed the opponent's mind, and it must be to thank himself for helping her defeat Hyuga Niji. That. Hinata is rubbing her little hands. Her legs are going to go limp from nervousness. By the way, what happened to you and Niji before? You were both of the same clan. Why does he hate the clan so much? In order to avoid embarrassment, Uzumaki Naruto intends to find a topic at random. Hyuga Hinata heard the words. Her blushing face looked a lot more lonely, because she told Uzumaki Naruto exactly what happened to the Hyuga clan. Uzumaki Naruto's expression suddenly became firm after hearing this. No, this is not right. Where's the strongest ninja village that we Konoha village promised? Why did the ninjas from Cloud Shinobi village come to catch their eyes on the excuse of forming an alliance? Is it our Konoha village's fault that Hyuga killed the other party? Do you want Hyuga Niji's father to be the dead ghost? What kind of bullshit is this? Uzumaki Naruto couldn't accept this matter from the bottom of his heart. Big Fox, did you hear that? I never thought that such a thing would happen to the Hyuga clan. This kind of thing that was supposed to be reasonable on our side was intimidated by the other party and let our own people take the blame. To be honest, I am very disappointed. Ninetales, the fox is numb. It is very clear that Uzumaki Naruto is the kind of master who does not suffer, and he is absolutely furious when he hears this kind of thing. However, Ninetales really didn't know how to comfort her, so she simply said, "Anyway, there's still a month left, and I have endured it for so many years. It's been a while, let's be patient." Black Frame World. Uzumaki Naruto was shocked. The audience watching the movie will feel their scalps go numb, especially Konoha Village. After all, there aren't many things that can shock Uzumaki Naruto. For example, Uchiha Extermination, Konoha Village Firewall Heretics, and our Konoha Village is the #1 village in the ninja world. They're all weird, or in other words, things that are not what they seem to be. Onoki. Poor Naruto, the cognition has been refreshed again. Senju Tobarama. I was watching the movie of our world, and I was angry when I heard Hyuga Niji say this, but I didn't say it at the time. Senju Tobarama. I really can't stand it now. Sarutobi. Come out and explain to me what's going on. Although Senju Tobarama is dissatisfied with Uzumaki Naruto's behavior against Konoha Village in the Black Frame world, it does not mean that he can tolerate these outrageous incidents in Konoha Village. As the second Hokage of Konoha Village, he acts in a matter-of-fact way. As long as Konoha Village is not damaged and you can contribute to the village, you are a good person in his heart. Otherwise, you're the evil guy. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher, the Third Ninja World War just ended, and after Minato became the 4th generation, I didn't expect the Ninetales Rebellion to occur. In 3 years, the village has not recovered to a certain level of combat power. I really dare not fight with you. There's another war at Cloud Shinobi Village. Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen, you are indecisive, you are cowardly. I said to start a war with them. Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, think about it. Once there's a war, more people will die. I made big things into small things in order to give the village a certain amount of time to develop. Orochimaru, for years later, the Uchiha family is gone. You know, it would be better to fight Cloud Shinobi Village and die on the battlefield. Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama. I'm speechless right now. Brother Ian, please tell me a few words. Senju Hashirama. Nanny, what did you just say? Could it be that Madara is not convinced and wants to fight with me? Uchiha Madara. Hashira, have you already started to escape? This is what you call not letting anyone hurt the village, not even your family? Orochimaru. First Hokage, if it doesn't work, I'll get you out of the dirt. How about you kill Sarutobi teacher on the spot? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shut up. Traitor, don't say a few words and no one will treat you as dumb. Uzumaki Naruto didn't know what to say after learning what happened to Hyuga Neji. But he knows that in this world, there are too many unfair things. If people don't experience something, they won't have empathy. Ask for flowers. Sure enough, in the face of any injustice, you still have to bear it silently and urge yourself to work hard. Only becoming stronger is the only spiritual harbor. Uzumaki Naruto shakes his head with a wry smile. By the way, Naruto-kun, at this time, Hinata flushed again. Thanks to you this time, I can avoid being humiliated in front of everyone. Thank you very much. Hinata bows deeply to Naruto. Naruto hastily grabbed her arm and helped her up. You are still excellent. I just patted you lightly, and you can feel the changes in your body. Besides, you fought the battle yourself, and the credit naturally belongs to you. It's not. Obviously, you are Naruto-kun. Hyuga Hinata doesn't dare to be greedy for credit. Seeing Naruto's politeness, she immediately expresses her attitude. The humble look is interesting. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head. Especially remembering how timid she was when she saw her at first, Naruto smiled and said, You anywhere is fine. Kindness and beauty, S**X. Only this kind of timid character that dare not express suppresses your ability. If you can become more confident, I think you can become even better. Besides, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes reveal infinite expectations. You are the eldest lady of the wealthy Hyuga family. That is an existence comparable to a queen. The more confident you are, the more dazzling the light on your body can illuminate the Hyuga family. Even the entire ninja world. Female queen. The moment he heard Naruto's words, Hyuga Hinata's heart was pierced by a sharp arrow. The pervasive sense of happiness made her unable to extricate herself. She never imagined that she was such a superior existence in the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto. Of course, the premise is that you have enough self-confidence. Show your own infinite light. Me. Hyuga Hinata was elated by Naruto's words, and at the same time, he was so happy, he summoned up his courage and said, Naruto-kun, I will keep your words firmly in my heart. I will definitely not let you down. However, Uzumaki Naruto shook his finger. You are excellent in yourself. It is my honor that you are willing to be my friend. Your changes are all for your own bright future. Right. Oh my god. Everyone knows that Uzumaki Naruto in the Black Frame world has a sweet mouth since he was a child. However, they have never seen someone who can use such language to encourage a person. In order to make Hyuga Hinata more confident, he directly compares Hyuga Hinata to a queen. Hyuga Hinata already liked Uzumaki Naruto. Even if he didn't like Naruto at first, he would be conquered by his sweet-mouthed and humble attitude. For a while, the female ninjas in the entire ninja world were so envious that they almost became nympho. Terumi Meo, that kid is so handsome. I started to itch when I heard it. Tsunade, ahem, is it still itchy? Yamanaka Ino, my god, Uzumaki Naruto said that, who can bear it, let alone Hinata, who has no immunity to him. Haruno Sakura, it's over. Hyuga Hinata is really going to have Uzumaki Naruto in his hands this time. Hyuga Hayashi, in the world over there, is it possible that our Hyuga clan is really about to change? Uzumaki Kushina. Hey, let me say hi, Ishii. We all know that you are old-fashioned and stubborn, but don't speak so harshly. What is changing the sky can only be said to be better and better. Temari. Damn Uzumaki Naruto. He is really too cunning. Even I almost fell into it in a trance. But he uses Gaara to achieve his own goals, and I will never allow it. Hatake Kakashi. Combined with Intimate Heaven, I suddenly realized that men with sweeter mouths are very popular. Jiraiya. Who would have thought that that kid would be a genius at flirting with girls? Countdown for 1 month. Uzumaki Naruto will definitely not let go of this period of practice. Last time, he still remembered something about chakra nature transformation. After dinner, he plans to go to the relevant ninja shop to find test strips for testing chakra attributes. Bang bang. Uzumaki Naruto was about to clear the table when he heard knocking on his window. As expected of a ninja, he never walks the right way. Looking up, the person outside is Uchiha Sasuke. Help! What's up? Uzumaki Naruto opens the window and looks at Sasuke. Generally, this guy never looks for him, so he must have something to do today. Kakashi asked me to practice. Do you want to come together? Uchiha Sasuke explained the purpose of coming straight to the point. However, it was rejected by Uzumaki Naruto. It's rare that Mr. Kakashi has done a personnel matter. You go, I have other things to be busy. Sasuke nodded in understanding when he heard the words, and then fled away. Hatake Kakashi. Am I really that unsightly? Haruno Sakura. Almost. Uzumaki Naruto. Never taught me anything anyway. Hatake Kakashi. Didn't you learn my 1,000 years of death? That's the mystery of taijutsu. Uzumaki Naruto. Bah. Who doesn't know that kind of thing? How can it be said that the cost is low? Stay until Sasuke has just left. The voice of Ninetales rang out from Naruto's mind. Naruto, there is something I must explain to you. For the sake of face, it was impossible to tell Uzumaki Naruto about Sharingan's other abilities, even if he was killed. But seeing that Naruto didn't take any precautions against Sasuke, Ninetales was really worried. I think you still need to pay attention to that kid from the Uchiha family. 397. Ninetales' words caught Naruto in a daze, and he asked slightly incomprehensible, What's wrong with Sasuke? Isn't he just like me, and the thing he pretends in his heart is to become stronger and take revenge? However, Ninetales' huge head rocks back and forth. He does, but what I want to say is something about his Sharingan. Sharingan, you can actually control the tail beast. In an instant, Uzumaki Naruto fell silent. The face becomes extremely ugly. I rely on you, immortal, to say such an important thing now. Puff. Uzumaki Naruto's sudden sluggish appearance made everyone laugh. It's always been a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to watch him scheme against others. Anoki. It's over, it's exposed. Kurumi Mei. It's over, Uchiha is in danger. Fourth Raikage. Help. Take off your Sharingan, and let me take a look. Kankuro. Help. I'm looking at this Sharingan for fun, I want it. Temari. Kankuro, what are you doing here? Why are you joining in the fun? Did you forget that he was plotting against Gaara? Uchiha Sasuke. Although the incident happened suddenly and the group was flustered, Naruto still looked calm and composed in front of Ninetales. Big Fox, let's stroke it. I finally understand the ins and outs of the matter. Recalling what Sasuke said just now, Naruto felt strange. The sun is coming out from the west. The lazy man Hatake Kakashi actually asked to take Sasuke to practice. Also, when they were divided into classes, the first and second in the class, and the top student, Haruno Sakura, were grouped together. As Inuzuka said, Irika is biased. No wonder I'm very surprised. We have a team of 4, and all the Sharingans of the whole village are here. I see the meaning above is to make Kakashi and Sasuke look at me. I'm afraid you and my body will run amok, so I can use Sharingan to control you. Clever. No matter how big the crisis is, Uzumaki Naruto's calm attitude remains unchanged. Even, he can analyze the whole story very quickly. It's a pity that this kind of brain is not used for business. Senju Tobarama. Hey. Uzumaki Naruto. Kid, I really don't know what to say. If fourth Hokage is not dead, if he is not excluded, and Sarutobi doesn't train him as a future Hokage, I will be anxious with him. Orochimaru, he, second generation, it's too late to say these things now. You should still look forward to the Chunin exam in a month's time. Root organization. Shimura Danzo looked scornful. A teacher's choice is always wrong. Uzumaki Naruto, the brat, shows off because he has a little analytical ability and only thinks one-sidedly. All the Sharingans in the whole village are in the 7th class. I think so. Nine Tails also stood up and seriously communicated with Naruto and analyzed. The above meaning of Konoha Village is to let Kakashi cultivate Sasuke. Two people can make learning progress on the problem of using Sharingan. The purpose is naturally to prevent you, or to control you when necessary. Naruto waved his hand, planning to talk about Nine Tails. After pondering for a few seconds, he asked, I remember you said that the Sharingan can evolve, and can the three Goyu control the tail beast? Combined with the bomb that Nine Tails dropped today, and what I said about Sharingan before, Uzumaki Naruto saw through its mind at a glance. If he didn't say it at the beginning, it seemed that he had been controlled before, and he couldn't hold back his face. It's a pity that Naruto is so smart. This kind of old injury can't be used as a joke. Sengoku naturally can't do it, let alone a mere Sasuke. Kakashi, not to mention, was originally not from the Uchiha family, but a one-eyed dragon. Nine Tails flapped her nine tails arrogantly. Thinking about it this way, there seems to be no danger at present. Even a hammer. Uzumaki Naruto gave Nine Tails a blank look. We don't need to worry about this matter now. If I find out that he is really threatening me, I will take action. 1. Don't worry. Uzumaki Naruto smiled. Suddenly, he seemed to think about Sasuke's Baojibwa bloodline again. By the way, Big Fox, guess why that Orochimaru is so obsessed with Sasuke? Is it for the other party's Sharingan? The only thing I don't understand now is if Orochimaru did it for Sharingan, why didn't he just snap Sasuke's eyes in the Death Forest? If it's because of the bloodline problem, then he can't have the bloodline of the Uchiha family or chakra, unless he has the ability to make himself own all of these. Facing Uzumaki Naruto's doubts, Nine Tails was dumbfounded. Things you can't even think about. You let me think for you. Understood. It looks like Orochimaru wants to lure Sasuke to Inin Village, and let him help Inin Village breed Uchiha. Thinking about it this way, Joie is really pitiful. However, I looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a look of regret. Nine Tails suddenly asked, Naruto, are you against Sharingan? But Uzumaki Naruto squinted and smiled. Of course, if I can, why don't I? Since I can become powerful, I have no reason to refuse. At this moment, everyone understood what Uzumaki Naruto was thinking. As for the Sharingan of the Uchiha family, it's not that he doesn't want it, but because of blood problems, he can't play the Sharingan's true ability and burden on himself. This makes Uzumaki Naruto not consider Sasuke's Sharingan for now. Jiraiya, this feeling, why do I feel that Naruto over there has the same thoughts as Orochimaru? Orochimaru, no, Naruto-kun is farther ahead than I thought. In fact, I now understand that even if I occupy Sasuke's body, I can't get the corresponding emotional stimulation, and I can't evolve the power of Sharingan. Tsunade, so, you mean Uzumaki Naruto waited for Sasuke to evolve the Sharingan before he did it? Uchiha Fugaku, fourth Hokage, the world over there, your son has gone completely astray. Namikaze Minato, Fugaku, I'm sorry I can't do anything. Orochimaru, but Naruto-kun said something wrong. I do have the ability to solve the blood problem. Uzumaki Kushina, living corpse reincarnation, I never imagined that the Lord embraced you to be so depraved. Come to the commercial street. Uzumaki Naruto didn't think about whether Sasuke would control Nine Tails through Sharingan. At least the current Sasuke can't do it. Hatake Kakashi is a member of the Uchiha foreign race, so it must be impossible to do it. There is absolutely no need to worry about this kind of thing. Boss, do you have any test strips here that can detect chakra attributes? Uzumaki Naruto, who used the transformation technique, was not driven by others. He quickly got what he wanted. Hey, have you heard? That kid killed the ninja in Inin village with one punch during the Chunin exam. I heard that, and it was because he wanted a duel with the other party's opponent. If he refused, he beat him to death directly. It's scary. That guy made a wrong decision to become a ninja. I really don't know what the third generation project is thinking, just in case. Don't mention violence. 1. The whispers in the ninja shop did not escape Naruto's ears. He walked straight out of the ninja shop without saying a word, didn't argue with anyone, and didn't seek any information. Because he is very clear that the so-called that person they're talking about is himself. Cut. These guys really haven't changed at all. Naruto, don't talk to them. Nine Tails was angry, but still chose to comfort the silent Uzumaki Naruto. Unfortunately, when I lower my head, Nine Tails saw that Uzumaki Naruto was studying the chakra test strip in his hand. The moment chakra emerged, the test paper was sliced in half, as if by a blade. This is wind chakra. Naruto, I think your chakra attribute is wind. Nine Tails hurriedly explained with a smile, and wanted to divert the topic just now. Naruto has no emotional fluctuations at all, he smiled. We will start to study chakra nature transformation later, and apply this change to ninjutsu. Besides, Uzumaki Naruto looked up and looked around for a week. The scene of Industry Street. They're right, third Hokage, making me a ninja, doesn't seem like a good thing for them. At least our current plan is a disaster for them. But Uzumaki Naruto's tone became quite firm, and his eyes also showed no confusion. If you want to completely change some ideas, you have to pay a certain price. Do you know why I chose Gaara? Nine Tails felt strange upon hearing this. I sent Gaara chosen because the tail beast in his body can bring more destructiveness. Big Fox. Gaara is Jinchuriki. When the people of Konoha village see the Jinchuriki from other villages doing damage here, how will they feel? I'm more afraid of Jinchuriki. Nine Tails replied in a timely manner. Of course, people are not afraid of you, and they won't take you seriously. But fear is not enough. You must let them know that they have to rely on you. Gaara, as a Jinchuriki, wreaks havoc in Konoha village, which is tantamount to war. Other people's villages use Jinchuriki to reach their doorsteps, and they know how important Jinchuriki is to opening a village. This group of pedantic guys really need to change their own concepts. Of course, I will also cause some trouble for the reinforcements of Konoha village at that time, and I must ensure that Gaara leaves Konoha village alive. These streets can just be used as experimental places to try the big spiral wheel. Nanny, is this something a 12 or 13-year-old child should think about? The audience turned pale with surprise at Uzumaki Naruto's plan. Not only Konoha village, but even the whole ninja world trembled with fear from what Naruto was thinking. Threat of force. As a senior executive of Ninja Village, I know exactly what Uzumaki Naruto is talking about. In particular, it was necessary to ensure that Gaara escaped from Konoha village alive. This sentence typically wants to tell the ninjas in Konoha village that the Jinchuriki from other people's homes are still alive and they may call again someday. As long as you're not stupid or stupid, worship and bless your own Jinchuriki every day to be able to perfectly control your own power zone as soon as possible. Also, Jinchuriki's emotional stability must be guaranteed. If it is like now, it can be said that it will be beaten if it is backward. Senju Tobarama. Do you think 2.6 will use other people's Jinchuriki to tell the villagers the importance of Jinchuriki in the war? Senju Hashirama. I don't know what to say about Uzumaki Naruto, whether he's taking revenge or helping the village. Uchiha Madara. Didn't you listen to his previous thoughts? People don't have empathy. Only when they're severely beaten will they understand the truth. Luo Sha. He is taking revenge to vent his inner dissatisfaction, and then laying the groundwork for controlling Konoha in the future. Terumi Mei. The younger generation doesn't understand very well. With the strength of Konoha village, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with Shizuru, so... Fourth Raikage. So Uzumaki Naruto is going to cause trouble for Konoha village's reinforcements, so they can't deal with Shikaku in the first place. Anoki. It's a very vicious plan, relying on the old monkey alone. I'm afraid it will be difficult, and this seems to be just the first warning, even if it doesn't work for Uzumaki Naruto. If so, you can still continue to try in the future. Orochimaru. Is this the so-called wisdom of the people of Konoha Village? Thanks to him, he thought of it, but he thought too much, and he will not be the only one who will involve the support of Konoha Village. Army, he. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru. Jiraiya. Hey, Naruto and the world over there. I really don't know how to evaluate it. I just hope that he will stop playing big and take over the village. Orochimaru, do you know? I'm looking forward to him, as I said before, taking advantage of the chaos to search for some esoteric materials, etc. If he finds out, my wood-style experiment will be successful. Case, do you think he will come to me and ask me to help him research Sharingan? Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yudatain Koharu. Shut your stinky mouth, Yinshawan. This is all your responsibility. Orochimaru. Hiske. I'm so angry. I defected after Naruto-kun was born, but I never bullied Naruto-kun. Chunin examination venue. Uzumaki Naruto rolled his eyes and almost passed out. What is the self on the screen going to do? The content of the discussion group is completely incomprehensible. It seems that what the other party is going to do is more powerful than what he imagined. Just because he doesn't understand doesn't mean other people don't understand. Hatake Kakashi, Kurinai Yuhi, and even Might Guy were all silent. Their expressions ranged from shock to seriousness, and finally froze directly. That kid, Shuffle Konoha Village? From the revenge mentality of crowding out and cursing the villagers at the beginning, I gradually became disappointed with the inaction of the whole Konoha village. What he did was not only to vent his hatred for the villagers, but also to make the whole Konoha realize the false peace in front of him with actions close to madness. Let them clearly understand what Jinchuriki is in a form that is almost close to massacring the village, and completely change their views on Jinchuriki. Hatake Kakashi, who had been through the darkness several times, shook his head slightly. He never thought that as a teacher's child, Uzumaki Naruto of the other world would come to this point. However, Kakashi is very clear that it is impossible for a person to undergo transformation without undergoing some kind of great change. Perhaps it is true, as he said, after this action, people in Konoha Village will undergo a huge psychological change. As well as, Kakashi looked up to the sky. To end the tragedy caused by high-level infighting in Konoha Village, maybe he can do it. A hotel in Konoha Village. This is specially prepared for the ninja team who came to take the Chunin exam. Sunagakure's leader, Jonin Baki, pushed the door open, and there were 3 Gaara siblings in the room. The plan seems to be going very well. Baki recalls the collaboration with Yakushi Kabuto that he talked about at Mount Kikyo. Inin Village will fully support them when Sunagakure launches a war against Konoha Village. As Sunagakure, which is poor in resources, 4th Kazekage Luosha had to attack its own alliance village due to the problem of military funds. When the time comes, 4th Kazekage will come to the scene in person and join forces with Orochimaru to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. These days, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, you all don't go out. As soon as Baki finished speaking, Temari's pretty face showed a hint of loneliness. Hey, after a few years of peace, are we going to war now? It's a pity that Baki didn't seem to hear her words. 26 directly shifted the topic to Gaara. Especially you, Gaara. You are the top priority of this operation. There must be no problems. Cut. The corners of Gaara's mouth trembled a few times, and the ferocious look on his face suddenly made Temari and Kankuro tremble with fright. Okay, Temari, Kankuro, you two take care of Gaara. Can you watch Gaara? Let's watch him not to go out casually. Do you F***CK want us to die? Kankuro's dissatisfied expression reveals a little fear. What surprised him even more was the front-end time. They passed by a certain street scene and happened to meet a few passing Konoha Village villagers who were discussing about Uzumaki Naruto with great interest. That kid Naruto is powerful. Yeah, as the tail beast Jinchuriki of our Konoha Village, he is the future of our Konoha Village. Yeah, that kid is really likable. I just hope that he can control the power of the tail beast in his body sooner and become the patron saint of our Konoha village sooner. He can definitely do it. This kid has been determined to protect Konoha since he was a child, and he takes protecting the villagers as his own responsibility. Even though he was once pushed out and cursed, he never became self-defeating because of it. Recalling what happened a few days ago, if it weren't for being in Konoha village, Kankuro would have wanted to arrest those people and kill them on the spot. Although the identity of Uzumaki Naruto is beyond the imagination of the three, when Gaara heard all this, he wanted to kill Uzumaki Naruto more and more every day. Hurry up to the game day. I am with Gaara, and he's going to drive me crazy. Kankuro prayed wildly in his heart. Senju Hashirama. Well done. Let me tell you that the villagers of Konoha village can't be a group of people who can't see the essence of things. You see? See what? What's there to see? Everyone was speechless, and maybe only a guy like Senju Hashirama with a single-cell head would be driven around by the pictures on the screen. Leaving aside whether the villagers of Konoha village are enlightened or not, when did Uzumaki Naruto in the Black Frame world ever say that he aspires to become an existence that protects Konoha village? What's more, these words are obviously only for Gaara. Onoki, Your Excellency Hashirama, the truth of the matter may disappoint you, and all of this should be done deliberately. Fourth Raikage. The purpose is to tell Gaara about Naruto. Terumi May. The two are used for comparison. Based on my understanding of Gaara before, if he knows all this, he will fight against Uzumaki Naruto. Luo Sha. When the crazy Gaara is incarnated as a crane, if Naruto is slightly down and down, Gaara will be even crazier. At this moment, everyone's memory was drawn back to the moment when Gaara fought against Uchiha Sasuke. When Sasuke lost to Gaara, who had turned into a tailed beast, Gaara's words were full of sarcasm. You don't hate enough, you are weak, etc. Sin. Senju Tobarama. That is, what would Gaara say if everything went our way? After thinking for a few seconds, there's only one answer in everyone's mind. Gaara will go crazy. He will laugh ferociously at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him. Protecting the villagers? Just because you have such a mind, you're so weak. Come on, Naruto. Hate, show off your true power to please me. Audience was counted again. Gaara and Konoha village were calculated to death by Uzumaki Naruto. They simply did not give any of them a chance to breathe. Temari. Horrible. Uzumaki Naruto and the world over there is so terrible that none of us can escape his clutches. Kankuro, help. Can someone suppress the blonde guy over there? Yamanaka Ino. Whether it is force or wisdom, we are not in the same dimension as him, so to speak. Haruno Sakura. There's a saying that is good. Those who know the current affairs are the best. If you really can't beat it, if you can't, just join. Konoha village. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen is sitting in the office with a sad face. The door opens. An uncle with silver hair and half-white face walked in. He is very individual. The forehead protector on his forehead is actually engraved with the word oil. Seeing the person coming, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face softened slightly. You are finally back. Jiraiya. Yo, old man, long time no see. You seem to be getting older. The improvement is not very good. Is it something that is overused through the escape? Jiraiya teased a few words. But Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily reprimanded. Now is not the time to joke. I think you should have heard everything. 1. Orochimaru. Jiraiya put away the nonsense just now, and his expression gradually became serious. Not just Orochimaru. Some time ago, I sent Moonlight Hate to track down that guy named Yakushi Kabuto, but the next day, I found Hate's body in Mount Kikyo. I doubt that Orochimaru really has a dark secret. Probably, his target is Uchiha Sasuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen looks gloomy. Once upon a time, their huge Konoha village was never like it is now. Just facing one Orochimaru will make a mess up and down. Sharingan. Jiraiya pondered for a while, then said, How about the child? Is everything okay now? Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly raised his head. Looking at his disciple in front of him, He naturally knew who the child Jiraiya was talking about. In short, not Uchiha Sasuke. Yeah, you really should pay more attention to Naruto. He's grown up now. It's time for you to help him. The back mountain of Konoha village. Uzumaki Naruto looks down at the leaf that Chakra cut off in his hand. Is this the effect of the display of the wind attribute Chakra? It can cut objects like a sharp blade. Uzumaki Naruto recalled the feeling just now. When Chakra transforms into wind attribute, the Chakra he cast seems to be split into two pieces, and then the two strands of Chakra are intertwined and rub against each other. The two strands of Chakra seem to want to rub each other into ultra-thin blades. This kind of practice really depends on the control precision of Chakra and controls the two divided Chakra to rub against each other accurately. Rub them thinner and sharper. This kid seems to have mastered the cultivation skills. For ninjas whose wind belongs to Chakra, this is indeed the essentials of Chakra nature transformation. It is to make your own Chakra thinner but sharper. However, this is just a basic operation. The difficult problem is how to apply the Chakra after nature transformation to the corresponding ninjutsu, and let ninjutsu realize the form change combined with nature transformation. This difficulty is not as simple as feeling nature transformation. The back mountain of Konoha village. Uzumaki Naruto stands in front of the waterfall. The act of cutting leaves is too easy, and it cannot reflect the fulfillment of one's wish at all. In the distance, two little heads stick out from behind the tree. Hey, little Sakura, what do you think Naruto is doing? What is he thinking about standing in front of the waterfall? Yamanaka Ino asked curiously. Haruno Sakura shook his head. How can I understand Naruto's behavior? You're on the same team as him, and with your smart head, don't you know what he's doing? Practice, idiot. Naruto must be practicing. It's not like the two of us. I feel like we're not doing our jobs right now. Naruto is so strong and working so hard. Practice? But I can't understand what kind of practice he can do while standing in front of the waterfall. Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura peeped for a long time, but they couldn't see the truth behind it. However, at this time, an uncle's voice sounded behind him. But the two of them were taken aback. What kind of practice? That kid must be standing on top of the waterfall looking at the young lady taking a bath below. Jiraiya suddenly appeared, scaring Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino back again and again. My God, where did this silver-haired uncle come from? It's really scary. He is a follower. He will come out without making a sound. Now behind the girl. No, you must hurry back and inform the teacher and send someone to arrest him. Jiraiya, W. Sure enough, the encounter between himself and Uzumaki Naruto in that world is completely different from here. The other party never thought of taking the initiative to approach him. Jiraiya thought of the encounter with Uzumaki Naruto, who was so crazy that he chased him to ask for practice. But the world over there, Jiraiya became curious about what it would be like if the two met. Hey, who are you? Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura looked at Jiraiya warily. Said Uzumaki Naruto was watching the young lady take a bath. The ghost would believe the words of the strange uncle. Even if you want to take a peek, no one stands in front of the waterfall to watch it blatantly. Besides, a big man standing there is so obvious. Who would take a bath underneath? Hush. I'm here for Uzumaki Naruto. I saw the two of you sneaking a peek at a situation. It seems that he is very popular in the eyes of your contemporaries. Jiraiya pointed to Naruto in the distance and murmured in his heart. The boy is amazing. He can actually let two little girls observe secretly. Humph. Of course, our Naruto is handsome, 387, and gentle. Strongness also reveals hard work, humility, and politeness. It's definitely not comparable to the uncle. Asterisk T. Did I let you two judge me? Cut. I don't know the so-called little girl. If I know my name, I'm afraid I'll scare you all on the spot. Blank Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino glanced, and Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto not far away. This kid, doing what? Jiraiya also became curious at the same time. According to Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, It seems that Uzumaki Naruto has grown beyond his imagination. That kid is clearly like the second, fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. If this is the case, then other people are indeed much inferior in front of him. Boom! However, at this moment, there was a bang from the waterfall. 3 people can look at it, only to find that the originally endless waterfall was cut off from the middle by Uzumaki Naruto. This is what happened. Haruno Sakura was so frightened that her pink hair exploded. Yamanaka Ino was even more panic-stricken, completely unaware of what happened. Jiraiya frowned. That kid, could it be that the waterfall was cut off with chakra? Experienced Jiraiya saw the truth at a glance. While surprised, she couldn't help but feel relieved. This is Minato's son, who is as good as he is. No, maybe combined with Gyo Exai, he will be even better than the door in the future. It was too late to think before Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino could react. A huge smoke screen instantly enveloped the two of them. When the smoke screen disappeared, Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino were dumbfounded. The strange uncle in front of him actually stood on the head of a toad the size of a hill. Ha ha ha, it's time to go over and say hello to him. Of course, you have to be cool on the stage, otherwise you won't be able to frighten that kid. Come on, Mrs. 1. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, no matter where you are, you will always be so stupid. Tsunade, is it because I am worried that I will lose face in front of geniuses, so I want to use the summoning technique to arouse the curiosity of the other party? It is really a child's idea. Jiraiya, hey, what do you know? Naturally, there are different ways to treat people of different age groups. After all these years, you are still so boring. Onoki, I remember Ninetales said that the key to unlock the 8 sign seal is in Jiraiya's hands. If you want to seduce Naruto, just take the key. Terumi Mei, I don't feel good. With Uzumaki Naruto's character, he will give you what you want, but if you don't give it to him, he will definitely find a way to teach himself. 4th Raikage, that kid because of his ambition. Chakra Wind Attribute Nature Transformation for Uzumaki Naruto today, it is not difficult to practice at all. After all, the foundation of so many years plus is hard work and maintenance every day and night. This kind of theoretical stuff is trivial to him. The rest is to integrate the wind attribute chakra into Rasengan, and then make it change shape. It's almost like developing a new ninjutsu. Longevity, you must stop being modest. Be confident that is developing new ninjutsu. However, just when Uzumaki Naruto wanted to leave, a breath as powerful as Orochimaru suddenly came from behind him. Orochimaru, Uzumaki Naruto turned his head subconsciously, but saw a huge toad falling from the sky. Boom! Toad Bunta, with a body the size of a hill, landed on the ground. Suddenly, the earth trembled. The surrounding trees were also broken by his sitting down. What? This is... Uzumaki Naruto was stunned in shock when he saw this. Especially seeing the man standing on top of the toad. Naruto said bluntly, Tailed Beast. Toad Jinchuriki, EXT, Orochimaru, Onoki. Heroes from all walks of life in the ninja world were speechless. Uzumaki Naruto's Toads Jinchuriki knocked them out of power. I thought the opponent was intimidated by Jiraiya who appeared on the stage, but I didn't expect. Well, it can be regarded as being frightened. After a long silence, suddenly, everyone in the ninja world burst into laughter. Terumi Mei, as expected of Naruto-kun, super cute. Tsunade, the Jinchuriki of the Toad. Jiraiya, I really didn't expect that you were also a Jinchuriki. Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard. Jiraiya, I'm Toad Sage. Immortal. What a Toad Jinchuriki. This kid will make fun of everyone. Killer Bee yo. Naruto Saigawa, I don't know Ninja Toad Sage. The joke is in place. Toad Jinchuriki, Sannin Jiraiya-san. 4th Raikage, shut up. Bye. You sing really badly. Shoha, this be asterisk 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 D is not only kind-hearted, but his mouth is also poisonous. Matatabi, I'm afraid that when the time comes, he can really make the enemy vomit blood and die with just one mouth. Isafu, Gyuki hey. Uzumaki Naruto in that world. I really don't know what will happen. Ninetales cut. This kid is really jumping back and forth between stupid and smart. Shoha. Stinky Fox, you have been manipulated. Ninetales. Ninetales. I'm too lazy to talk to you, you stinky civic cat. Anyway, you were about to be taught a lesson, but how dare that kid talk nonsense? Even a toad can be a mediocre beast. People. Toad Jinchuriki. The first time we met, Jiraiya almost choked on Uzumaki Naruto's words and fell off. Toad bumped his head. I am Toad Sage. Toad Sage, Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya flicks her hair and waves her palm. After the chic posture, he suddenly realized that something was very wrong. Jinchuriki. Where did Uzumaki Naruto know this kind of thing? Could it be that there's no time to play tricks? Jiraiya turned over and jumped and landed firmly beside Naruto. Hey kid, what did you call me just now? Toad Jinchuriki, facing Jiraiya with a serious expression. In the spiritual world, Uzumaki Naruto made a yes gesture to Ninetales. How are you, Big Fox? In this way, we can talk to him about the 8-sign seal key. Seeing this, Ninetales pouted her foxy mouth in surprise. As expected of you, Naruto. It turns out that the moment Naruto saw Jiraiya, Ninetales recognized Jiraiya's identity and tell Uzumaki Naruto that this person is his father's master, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. The key to the 8-sign seal is on his body. EXT. Tsunade. F*********. Jiraiya completely fell for Uzumaki Naruto's trap. At this moment, the entire ninja world was extremely ashamed. Sure enough, no matter who it is, they can't escape the clutches of Uzumaki Naruto's calculations. Just be watched by the other party. This life is full of unknowns. Jiraiya. B****************** D boy. Are you even lying to me? Orochimaru. Wake up, Jiraiya. The Naruto Koen in the world over there is different from the Uzumaki Naruto in this world. Now, in his heart, maybe the only thing he can trust is the 9 tails in his body. After all, when he was a child, nobody ever reached out to him. Orochimaru's words made Jiraiya calm down immediately. This naturally includes Namikaze Minato's disciple, Hatake Kakashi. Yes, they were not there for Uzumaki Naruto when he needed them most. Whether it is practice or life, Uzumaki Naruto has always persisted in the mode of one person and one fox. Jiraiya or Hatake Kakashi, they have no qualifications to judge Uzumaki Naruto in the world over there. Hatake Kakashi, Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya, hey, I see. Orochimaru is right. 12 or 3 years is really very long, and Naruto over there is not as necessary to our needs as we imagined. Toad Jinchuriki, isn't this mighty toad with a pipe in its mouth under your feet a tailed beast? Uzumaki Naruto asked, pointing at Bunatoad. Wahaha, Jiraiya. This kid is really interesting. He deserves to be excited. Toad, when I didn't expect the other party to say that he was mighty and majestic. This kid is so good at things, he will become a big weapon in the future. When Tai even wanted to consider taking Naruto in front of him as a younger brother, and when he got excited, he almost exposed his identity. Forehead. Jiraiya looked ashamed, and then said, It seems that someone told you a lot of things. The cute big fox in me has indeed said a lot to me. Up to now, Uzumaki Naruto no longer wants to hide. With his current identity and strength, even if he knows all the truth, as long as he doesn't show his plan in front of these ninjas. I think no matter what he does, the senior management of Konoha Village will no longer control him. What? You mean, cute big fox? Jiraiya petrified on the spot. That's 9 tails, the scariest tail beast. You kid actually said it's cute. Immediately, Jiraiya suddenly realized, thinking that 9 tails must be trying to break the seal and bewitching Naruto on purpose. Poor little ghost, who has not been deeply involved in the world and does not know the dangers of the world, so he was used by 9 tails like this. Yes, it told me just now that you were my father, the teacher of 4th Hokage. One of the legendary Sannin, a very powerful ninja. Uzumaki Naruto's words made Jiraiya even more confused. 9 tails actually said that he is very good. There must be ghosts in this. Ahem. It looks like you know everything. Then I'll ask straight to the point, since you said you have a good relationship with the big fox inside you. 1. It also proves that you can use its chakra now. Jiraiya looks serious. Uzumaki Naruto didn't think so. He naturally wouldn't believe that Jiraiya gave him the key with confidence, just based on his few words. Nodding slightly, Naruto said, "It is indeed possible to use part of it. Now it can grow up to 4 tails. However, the big fox told me that if I formed 4 tails, the skin around me would be burned by its chakra. And because of chakra's self-healing abilities, my skin will wobble back and forth as it burns and heals itself. It will put a very heavy burden on my body function. So, under normal circumstances, the power I can use can only reach 3 at most. When 4 tails are about to appear, it will forcefully control it and recover its own chakra. This seems to be the reason why I cannot become a perfect Jinchuriki, because of the existence of the 8-sign seal." Uzumaki Naruto said all this calmly. Now is the time to tell them about his relationship with 9 tails. After all, for Konoha village, who lives on strategic weapons, being able to master the power of tailed beasts is also great news for them. Could it be that this fox has changed his gender? Jiraiya became more panicked the more she heard it, and at the same time felt that the matter was outrageous. "I haven't seen you in 12 years. This kid actually control 9 tails so easily." According to Naruto, Jiraiya couldn't believe he was able to do this. This step means that today he will give Naruto the key of the 8-sign seal, and Uzumaki Naruto will become a perfect Jinchuriki in the next second. But after thinking about it, Jiraiya plans to observe for a while longer. He doesn't believe that there are such smooth and beautiful things in the world, and it is good to be cautious in doing things. "I see." Jiraiya nodded, and the next moment, he changed the topic to other aspects. "Since you know everything, I won't hide it from you. I came by your side to guide your practice. By the way, were you practicing Chakra's nature transformation just now?" Seeing that Jiraiya didn't mention the sealing key, Naruto naturally guessed that Jiraiya didn't intend to give it to him now. He doesn't mind. Even if Jiraiya doesn't give him the key to the 8-sign seal, he will find a way to teach himself and find out how to unseal the 8-sign seal by himself. Uzumaki Naruto nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, it's the wind attribute." "Wind attribute?" Jiraiya was taken aback and said casually, "Now that you have learned a few ninjutsu, start to study Chakra's nature transformation. 1. If there is no corresponding ninjutsu to assist, there is no way to combine nature transformation to study morphological changes." "Oh, this." After speaking, a Rasengan appeared in Uzumaki Naruto's hand. *T1. The two sides stalemate for more than 10 seconds, only the sound of the waterfall's water rushing. After a while, Jiraiya coughed a few times. "Third Hokage must have taught you this." 1. "No. 3rd generation grandpa taught. Mine is the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. As for Rasengan, it was taught by the big fox." "Nanny." Jiraiya is completely confused. The harmonious relationship between Jinchuriki and Tailed Beast is beyond his knowledge. Tailed Beasts teach ninjutsu is even more outrageous. However, everything in front of you is a fact. For a moment, Jiraiya's originally passionate emotions seem to be drained. There is no need to appear on stage by yourself. But after thinking about it, Jiraiya once again put on a tall man. Although he was terrified in his heart, he was even surprised that Uzumaki Naruto had already started to study the fusion of wind attribute chakra with Rasengan. But as an elder, you must not be ashamed in front of the junior. Now that Rasengan has also learned. Damn it, he even learned the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, which is a ninjutsu that even I can't learn. Sure enough, Minato and Kushina's son cannot be evaluated with ordinary people's eyes. Thinking of this, Jiraiya had a flash of inspiration. You must have never learned the summoning technique. Thinking of Naruto's ignorant look when he saw Toad Bunta just now, Jiraiya immediately regained his confidence. Summoning. Uzumaki Naruto frowned. He really hadn't touched it. "Look," Jiraiya pointed at Bunta. "It's called Toad Bunta, from the summoning beast of Mount Myaboku." Awesome. Uzumaki Naruto was a little excited. Adhering to the practice concept of not overwhelming one's body with many skills, Uzumaki Naruto's mind is pure when it comes to new things. You want to teach me? Certain. While speaking, Jiraiya has already taken out the summoning contract scroll from Mount Myaboku. Come on, you are here to write your name with your blood. Then use your blood to summon the summoning beast where you want to summon it. The seal of summoning is Haisushin. Learning summoning? Jiraiya recalled the practice with Naruto before with a smile. This kid summoned tadpoles for the first time. Not sure what Naruto can do over there. Since Toad Bunta has come out, who can he summon? Toad is healthy and Toad is wide. Jiraiya murmured to himself, and Naruto at the side was equally excited. He knows very well that Naruto and the world over there must be stronger than himself, but hi, leave Zhao, Suyushin Wei. After signing the contract, Uzumaki Naruto bit his finger, frantically running the chakra in his body, and quickly formed a seal. Ninja summoning technique. Puff. A half-size puff of white smoke comes out. Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback. Looking at the size of the smoke screen on the screen, it seems that it is not much different from my original one. Is it a tadpole? Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya stared at the screen with wide eyes at the same time. Of course, Uzumaki Naruto was dumbfounded. He thought he could summon a toad as majestic as Toad Bunta. But the result seems to be unsatisfactory. Ha ha ha, you kid has no talent in summoning. Ninetails naturally knows that the bigger the rising white smoke, the stronger the summoning beast. Obviously, Uzumaki Naruto's first call was not very successful. As the thick smoke dissipated, Uzumaki Naruto was completely dumbfounded. Oh, what is this? Grandpa Toad? At the same time, Jiraiya widened his mouth in astonishment, and Toad Bunta also widened his frog eyes. Chunin examination venue. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. Only Uzumaki Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I am not very good at summoning in that world. Master Fukusako, Gama Bunta, and Jiraiya couldn't believe their eyes. Only Uzumaki Naruto actually gave the Elder of Mount Myaboku to summoning. Oh, little Jiraiya, do you have something urgent to do with me? Toad smiled kindly. Jiraiya, Nanny, Uzumaki Naruto. Pervy Sage, what kind of toad is that Grandpa Toad? Is it very strong? Jiraiya, Naruto must not be disrespectful. This is the elder-level confidant who sits at the Mount Myaboku Great Toad Sage, Mr. Toad Fukusaku, who is in charge of screening those who enter the Mount Myaboku trial. Uzumaki Naruto, Nanny.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.